Okay, members, you're all very welcome to our monthly full council meeting. I'm going to just bear with me. Hand over to the Chief Executive for the notice and summons meeting. John?
Thank you, Mayor, and good afternoon, members. To all members of Derry City and Strabane District Council, you're hereby summoned to attend the monthly meeting of the Council to be held today, Thursday, 24th of September at 4 p.m. Members, starting with the roll call, Alderman Breslin. Alderman Breslin. Alderman Devaney.
Here.
Yeah. Alderman Guy, I think I can see you there. Maybe you can't hear me.
Oh, here, didn't hear you, John, sorry.
Alderman Carrigan.
Here, and I do note Alderman Breslin's also at the meeting there.
Okay.
Here, Louis.
Thank you. Alderman McClintock.
Here, John.
Alderman McCready. Alderman Ryan McCready. Alderman McCain.
Here.
Alderman Ramsey. Alderman Ramsey. David, are you there? Alderman Wark.
Here, John.
Councillor Jason Barr.
Here.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
Here, John.
Councillor John Boyle.
Very noisy there, John. I don't know if you can hear me, but I am here.
I can. Thank you, John. Councillor Michaela Boyle.
And Shaw, John.
Councillor Tina Burke. Councillor Burke. Councillor Carr.
Here, John.
Councillor Cooper. Councillor Michael Cooper. Councillor Cusick.
Here, John.
Councillor Dobbins.
Here, John.
Councillor Donnelly.
And Shaw.
Councillor Duffy.
And Shaw.
Councillor Durkin. Councillor Durkin. Councillor Edward.
Here, John.
Councillor Farrell.
Here.
Councillor Ferguson.
Here, John.
Councillor Fleming. For Gallagher.
And Shaw.
Councillor Harkin.
Here, John.
Councillor Johnson.
Shaw, John.
Councillor Kelly.
And Shaw, John.
Councillor Logue.
And Shaw, John. Good afternoon, everyone.
Councillor McCann. Councillor McCann. Councillor McCluskey. Councillor McGuire. Councillor McGuire. Councillor McHugh.
Here, John.
Councillor McKeever.
Here, John.
Councillor McKinney.
I understand.
Here, John.
Here, John. That was somebody else on the phone earlier. So
Somebody has a mic on there. Councillor Mellon, sorry.
And Shaw, John.
Councillor Mooney.
Here, John.
Councillor Riley. And Councillor Tierney.
Here, John.
Thank you, members. Members, just checking that I haven't missed someone here. Alderman McCready.
Yes, John, I'm here.
Here, yeah. Alderman Ramsey.
Here.
Oh, you're here?
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Burke.
John.
You're here, Tina, yeah. Councillor Cooper. Councillor Durkin.
Mary's trying to get on, John, so I'm sure she'll join us soon.
Thank you. And Councillor McCann. Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members.
Thank you, John. Alderman Ramsey has just indicated that he's here in the chat box as well, John. Alderman Ramsey. Members, if you wouldn't mind, when you're not speaking, if you could just turn off your mics, please. just so we don't get any feedback. Item number 3, members, is the statement of remote meetings. I would like to remind everyone who is in remote attendance that this meeting will be broadcast live via the Council's YouTube channel and will be available for viewing by the public and the media. The broadcast will also be available for repeated viewing at a later date. This broadcast may be terminated or suspended in accordance with Council's protocol. Members and approved speakers are reminded that they only have their mics and cameras on while speaking at the meeting and to use the chat facility to highlight a request to speak. By participating in this meeting, you are consenting to being filmed and the storage of that film and images being broadcast for training purposes and for the purposes of keeping historical records and making those records available to the public. A copy of Council's privacy notice may be found on the Council website at derrystrabane.com. John, can you mute your mic, please? I'm getting wild feedback from your machine. Okay. Members, the next item of business is chairperson's business. And at this point, I would just like to make the meeting aware that I've been contacted by Councillor McKinney and Councillor Duffy, who are not going to move their motions tonight. And I understand that those motions will be removed at a further meeting. So thank you very much, both of you, for that. And whilst we're on the subject of the business of today's meeting, again, I would just like to remind members of the time limit in speaking on an online meeting. To propose, you have 3 minutes, and anyone responding to that has 2 minutes. Okay. Sorry, Councillor McKinney's motion will be moved and the governance and strategic planning meeting, which takes place next Tuesday. Members, I have a few items of business that I would also like to raise on their chair's business, and I've been contacted by Councillor Mellon and Councillor McClintock, who also want to raise something. Members, you will be aware that on the 3rd of August past, it was a very sad day for this city, and indeed this island was a sad passing of John Hume. I suppose many members on this meeting will have very fond memories of John. And I wanted to take the opportunity at our first council meeting back after the recess, council acknowledge the huge contribution that John made to the life of this city, and indeed the life of everyone on this island. And I think our town and city and district, and indeed the entire island of Ireland, is a better place because of the work that John Hume was involved in. I have already, members, on your behalf, but whilst on this meeting, I would also just like to extend Council's collective condolences to the wider Hume family. Thank you. Members, I'm going to call Councillor Mellon, who has contacted me with a matter that she wishes to raise on their chair's business. Councillor Mellon.
Thank you. Mayor, thank you for letting me speak under chair's business. It was just in relation to a motion that I had put forward in May regarding the Riversdale and Templemore Sports Complex, and it was passed through council that there would be a full report sent to governance and strategic planning regarding timescale and costs associated with both, that all options would be looked at. I haven't seen it on strategic governance and strategic planning's minutes. It didn't seem to be on the agenda, and I was looking for an update from council officers on when we would expect to see the report coming through. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Mellon. John?
Mayor, through you, Councillor Mellon, considerations in relation to that notice of motion, the funding of the strategic leisure project and indeed wider strategic projects were brought to the Capital Working Group during the month of September. Following on from that, there will be further meetings in relation to the rates estimates and with individual parties with regard to the financing of these projects, and then a paper will come forward to the earliest appropriate Governance and Strategic Planning Committee.
You, John? Alderman McClintock wishes to raise a separate issue.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. And first of all, may I say on behalf of the DUP, we also would extend our sympathies to the family of John Hume at this sad time for them. I just wanted to raise an issue today because we did have before us 12 notices of motion. I understand obviously that's down to 10 now, but I just think in the midst of a pandemic, Mayor, we're likely to spend 7 or 8 hours dealing with issues at full council, many of them that certainly could be dealt with at committees, and about 7 of those today probably could have been dealt with at committees. Bigger councils, Mayor, than ours can get through their business much more efficiently than we can. And that's in no way a reflection upon yourself, because you've done a fantastic job of chairing these meetings. But long drawn out meetings, they're bad public policy. It's difficult for all of us to maintain focus and attention, and it's not a good use of our resources, members' times, officers' time and other staff time, and it's not good for the health and well-being of any of us. It actually would put anybody off becoming a public representative. But I think, Mayor, we do need to become more efficient. We have a committee system which should be doing the bulk of the work, and we should be, for the main part, ratifying council decisions at full council. And I appreciate that we're a very diverse council and not everyone is represented at every committee, but that is democracy at work, and those with the biggest mandate are represented in every committee. Mayor, I'm requesting that you fully use your powers under Standing Order 16.1 to refer notices of motion to the relevant committee for consideration and report. But I'm also proposing that we need to look at a cut-off time for these meetings, as we do in planning, and I'm suggesting that 8 p.m. is a suitable time to finish business. So, Mayor, we've talked in the past about the review of standing orders, but we don't seem to get very far with that. So I'm proposing that as a matter of urgency, we bring a paper to the next G&S, Governance and Strategic Planning meeting, to consider the issues regarding notices of motion, because we're writing letters and issues that we have no authority on just because we're not actually prevented from doing this. And the replies that we're getting back really bear testament to that. So I'll stop there, Mayor, because I don't want to be adding to the length of the meeting and labour the point that I know is considered by many members to be a real issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman McClintock. And I'm sure many members on this meeting would share a lot of your concerns. I'm just going to talk to Philip in terms of the proposal. If you can just bear with me. Let's just notice that Alderman McCready has also just seconded that proposal. Bear with me.
Chair, thank you, Councillor McClintock, for that. I think in order to maximise the usefulness of any paper that might come into governance and strategic planning, it would be helpful if we could have a workshop, perhaps with party leads or one representative from each of the parties and a representative from the independents as well, just to try and put some meat on the bones of any paper that might come forward to governance and strategic planning. So if members are content over the next week or so, I will contact the various parties, leads and the independent members to seek a representative who might come on a workshop and set up a meeting to discuss the various options, and therefore perhaps ensure that anything that comes forward to governance and strategic planning in the future would have some cross-party support and would perhaps have some meat on the bones.
Thank you for that, Philip. Members, that's a suggested direction of travel. Are members content, as Philip said, that we pull together a workshop to discuss these issues? If anyone isn't content, can they please let me know? Councillor Connolly, are you? Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm concerned that we could be sending the wrong message out here. Obviously, the parties and independents are putting these motions in, and I'm just looking and a quick count. You know, some of the people who are on here giving off about the amount of motions are the very same parties that have, you know, 3 or 4 motions each, and you know, so I think maybe they could, and I think there's only possibly 1 from 4 independents. So I think between them and their own parties, they could sort this out rather than we, you know, getting together in our working group. I think it's a case of practice what you preach. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I feel like we've been here before with the DUP trying to constrict the amount of discussion that happens in the council and being dismissive of many of the motions brought forward there on the basis that they're not relevant here or that's an international issue, while you then vote against workers' rights, vote against any attempt to stand up to injustice. So I would say in reference to Alderman McClintock's point about the planning committee, yeah, the planning committee might finish meeting at 8 o'clock, but then it meets 3 times a month. So, that's not a good comparison. If she is suggesting that instead of having 1 meeting, we meet 3 or 4 times, I think that will become much more difficult to do. I think I'm not trusting where this motion is coming from, so I wouldn't be supporting it.
Thank you for that, Councillor Harkin, and I'm very conscious that this was brought up by Alderman McClintock to try and save time, and we're now going over it again. I understand that some members have got some concerns, but I think, in my view, the approach from the city solicitor that we put it on the workshop, where all of these concerns can be thrashed out, and if nothing comes out of that workshop, then there would be no harm done. Would be my view. Alderman McClintock, or sorry, Alderman McCready.
Thanks, Mayor. Briefly, just to address 2 of the points that came up on debate around this. I do think it should go into that working group so everyone can add where they think is best placed to have some debates. But to address the point from Councillor Donnelly, it's not that he's being silenced in any way. And equally with Councillor Harkin, you will have as much time to speak on these issues, but the point is full council may not be the best place for that. Further discussions and details and papers on particular issues are best placed at committee level, so that when it comes to full council, then you actually have a substantive topic with more time to partake in that debate, as opposed to bringing them in during chairperson's business or indeed within the 2-week window prior to full council. I think an awful lot of time is spent addressing issues outside of the jurisdiction, which is my opinion, but equally anything which can be discussed at committee level ought to take place at committee level and can still go to full council as part of the committee minutes, as we do as part of the protocol. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Alderman McCready. Councillor Riley.
Thanks, Mayor, for letting me in. I think there's a lot of merit in what Philip has suggested, City Solicitor, in relation to how we move this forward. Like any workshop, any working group that the council sets up, that's just a discussion point. It's not a decision point. So any decisions, any changes will have to originate on the floor of the council for them to be ratified. So all 40 members will have a chance to speak to things when they come into the chamber. So I don't see any problem with there being a workshop set up so that people can thrash this out in a more time efficient manner, subject to any discussions in the workshop coming back to this chamber virtually for any decisions to changes that might happen. So happy enough to go with Philip's suggestion in terms of party leaders and one from the independents coming together to talk about how we handle the motions. I think that might be useful. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Councillor Riley. Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in, and will not hold up the meeting too much longer. But in terms of the workshop, I think that the workshop is a good idea. I know we have these meetings. These meetings are lasting 8 hours. 12 motions. By the time you get to the 12th motion, I don't know if we're giving it the attention that these motions actually warrant at times. So I would be open for a conversation. Now, I wouldn't be prescriptive around how we're going to tackle this. I definitely wouldn't be prescriptive around the motions that we allow to come in. I think if there's a motion there that warrants discussion, it should be discussed. So I think we could go to the workshop with an open mind. We could thrash it out. We could have conversations around what our thoughts are on it. But I do think that, to see, when you come to the 12th motion of 12 tonight, I bet that you're not giving it the full attention that you will the first motion on the agenda. So I would be up for a discussion on it.
Thanks, Councillor Duffy. Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you very much. Chair, when people are talking about, we're not trying to be prescriptive or whatever, we have one independent invited to this group that you're talking about setting up. That will exclude 75% of independent members of the council who will have no input into this group whatsoever. Independents probably only sit, each of them probably only sit in maybe, 2 out of 6 committees. So there is issues regarding this, because only one independent will be invited to this working group, excluding the rest of them. So they will have no input. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. I'm going to bring Philip back in on Councillor Donnelly's point there. Philip?
The makeup of the working group suggestion is simply that which we would normally have, but it's entirely at members' disposal. I'm quite content to commence this process by way of a full member briefing with an invite coming out to all members, and parties and independents can decide who they wish to attend that session, who's required at that session. So if certainly it's not intended that anybody should be excluded or anybody shouldn't have a voice in relation to this matter. So if you're content, members, I'm quite happy to amend the suggestion that certainly at the first stage this would take place by way of an invite to all members for an initial briefing.
Thank you for that, Philip. I think that addresses some of the concerns that we've had. Members, that's the suggestion. Or the, Ron, can you mute your mic, please? That's the suggestion, is that a full member briefing would take place. So if members are content, I don't want to spend any more time on this particular issue. So if you're not content, can you please let me know? Otherwise, we'll be moving on. Okay, moving on. Thank you, Alderman McCondick and Alderman McCready, for proposing and seconding that proposal. Members, item number 6 is the open minutes of our last full council meeting, the 23rd of July, pages 1 to page 52, for accuracy. I have a proposer and a seconder, please.
So proposed, Chair Morris.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. Members, sorry?
Seconded, Chair.
Alderman Darnagay, seconded. Members, see when you are, can you just let me know your name if you are proposing or seconding any of the minutes as we go forward? The same page is page 50, page 1 to page 52 for matters arising.
Chair, can I come in?
Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. It's regarding page 19 and the matters around the health and the Western Health and Social Care Trust and the Minister for Health. And I was looking, Chair, to make a proposal that there'll be right to both regarding Strabane and regarding the opportunity to get a COVID-19 test. We've seen in recent weeks a spike in Strabane, and there's a lot of people in Strabane not getting access to a test and having to travel miles upon miles. And I would appreciate if Council could write to those two bodies asking to provide the service of a COVID-19 test centre in Strabane.
Thank you for that.
Mayor, can I come in there?
John, yeah.
Mayor, just to let you know, members, that we are currently in discussion with the department with regard to a mobile testing unit in Strabane and the Melvin, and around the Melvin complex. I'm not sure if Karen McFarland is currently on the line and can update with regard to that. But certainly those discussions were live yesterday.
Mayor, members, just to update, the Chief Executive is correct. We've been in detailed discussions right through until late this afternoon, the mobile testing centre, and we are hopeful that PHA will confirm well, they have confirmed it as a preferred site, that will confirm a start date, commencing probably over the weekend. As soon as we have that detail formalised, we will let all of you have detail of the opening times and the arrangements for the testing programme.
Thank you for that, Karen. Councillor Gallagher, I think that addresses your concern, but I'm happy to let you in.
No, thank you for that information. Okay.
Does that addresses your issue then, Councillor Gallagher? Yeah.
Well, it does indeed if it happens. So I just maybe like to reinforce it by maybe send a letter off to the health minister just to reinforce it that it does happen.
Yep, no worries, and I'm sure the Karen and the officer team will keep you updated anyway.
Thank you.
Councillor Harkin, is yours on the same issue? Because I think Councillor Michaela Boyles is on the same issue.
No, it's on a different issue.
Okay, we'll come back to you then, Councillor Harkin, if you don't mind. Councillor Boyle, Michaela Boyle, is yours the same issue?
Yeah, it is, Chair. Yeah. Thank you. Mayor, no, it was just to say in response to Councillor Gallagher, Orla Begley, our MP for the area, also had wrote to the PHA and others and the Health Minister requesting the same, and I just wanted to say that that was information that was given to her just as John spoke about a mobile testing unit for Strabane. So fingers crossed that'll happen in the not so distant future, hopefully over the next number of hours or days. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. I just see Councillor Edwards on the same issue, and I'm going to come back to Councillor Harkin and Councillor Farrell.
Thanks, Mayor, for letting me in. And just to welcome the fact that those discussions are happening, I just want to state that myself and Daniel McCross MLA have written to the Health Minister to ask for a mobile testing unit in the Strabane area. So I fully support that those discussions are happening, and hopefully we see some result over the weekend. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, members, for all of your contributions. I'm sure, as I said, Karen and the officer team will keep you all updated on that question or proposal by Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Sean Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. I have a couple of items I want to raise here. The first one is C214/20, the Dairy Trades Union Council, and it's in regard to the Eason's workers. And as you yourself are aware, you met with the Eason's workers with the Trades Council, Unite, and quite a few of the workers were there. So the workers, one of the agreements out of that meeting was to go to Dublin and having raise a banner and raise the issue outside of the flagship Eason's store, which happened a couple of Saturdays ago. I know that you also agreed, Mayor, to write to Eason's expressing the council's concern about the treatment of workers and the closure of the store. And I'm wondering if you can give an update on that. I've got another issue which I can raise separately, or if you want to respond to that first, or tell me how to proceed.
Well, the response won't be very lengthy, so bear with me. Yes, I am aware that Eason's workers had travelled to Dublin. Unfortunately, I couldn't be there. I met with them, as you rightly point out, with the Trades Council and other union representatives. And coming out of that meeting, as you point out, I agreed that I would write to Eason's. I have written to Eason's and I've received a response. And I have to say that it wasn't. I wasn't shocked by the response. So I'll put it that way. I have forwarded that response on to the Trades Council. But I'm happy for members to see that response as well. And if that's something that you want, I can share that with all members.
Thanks, Brian. I appreciate that.
Okay, I'll get the Mayor's office to forward that response to all members. Obviously after this meeting, Councillor Harkin.
Okay, can I raise a separate issue now? It's C222/20, and this is in regards to the letter to the employers. So as members will be aware, we had a discussion about how to communicate the council's corporate position to employers across the district. And the goal of that discussion was to send a letter requesting and calling upon all employers to give unobstructed access to workers to trade union representation, and also to facilitate a meeting for workers to speak about what they wanted to do in relation to the pandemic. There was an agreement out of the last discussion that we would send out an e-zine. And so if I could get a report on if the e-zine was circulated and how many employers have responded. If I could get that now from council officers, that would be appreciated.
Okay, Councillor Harkin, thanks for that. Is Stephen Gillespie on the call?
Mary, yes, I'm here.
Yeah, Stephen, you want to take that, Stephen?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, following the council meeting, the letter was circulated directly to several hundred employers. It was circulated widely online through the e-zine and through our social media. I don't have a record of how many companies have responded, but I'll touch base with the Mayor's office to get that updated, and I'll bring it to the Business and Culture Committee meeting in October, just as a follow-up from there. But it has been widely shared. We also had to do a lot of work to exclude a lot of businesses, as you would imagine, a lot of small micro businesses it wouldn't really have applied to. So there were several thousand that we had to exclude. But it's been widely circulated as far as we can. So all best endeavours were made to ensure that council motion was followed through.
Thanks for that, Stephen. So there you are, Councillor Harkin. Stephen will bring a report, most likely for information, to the next Business and Culture meeting. Happy enough? Yeah.
Well, I mean, as I expressed at the last meeting, I was concerned about focusing this on the e-zine, because I'll be honest, I haven't seen the e-zine, and sometimes e-zines arrive in your mailbox and nobody opens them. Now, people probably seen that the Ulster University Law Centre reported that hundreds and hundreds of workers have contacted them about being unfairly treated during the pandemic, and they see this as a massive problem. So that's why I think that there's an urgency about addressing this. It is something that we've agreed to as a council, and it concerns me that that nobody knows how many employers have actually responded. And if employers haven't responded, I think we have to question the authority of this council, and that should raise very profound issues, I think, across the board for all of us. Because if the call and request of this council doesn't count for much, I think we should be very, very concerned. So I think we need to urgently look at this. It would be very worrying if there's very few responses.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. I think the point that Stephen was making was that the e-zine was only one tool that was used, one communication tool that was used to get this out. But like he has advised, he'll bring that paper forward at the next Business and Culture meeting. Councillor Farrell.
Thanks, Mayor. I would like to discuss C250-20, which was correspondence at the last meeting. So in February, we had a motion regarding McGee expansion on the back of the New Decade, New Approach commitments. As everybody knows, the commitment in that document is that the executive would bring forward proposals for the expansion of McGee and the necessary MASN increase to 10,000 students. The Minister for the Economy responded, and it was discussed at our last meeting. Her response isn't the response we wanted. We wanted for her to raise the MASN cap. She says she can't do it exclusively in dairy. We further called in that motion that we call on the executive to bring forward their proposals for expansion. So I haven't seen that in any correspondence since February. So my question, either to the Mayor or to the Chief Executive, is who did we write to in the Executive, and have I received a response?
Thank you for that, Councillor Farrell. I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to answer that.
Thank you, Mayor. Specifically in relation to that item, I don't have in front of me who exactly we wrote to. We have written over the last number of months quite a few letters with regard to the university. Which specific item are you referring to there, Councillor Farrell? Was there a further resolution of council arising out of C25020 to write to someone else that you're questioning?
No, C25020 was a response to a university motion in February. There were a number of actions coming out of that. One was that we write to the Minister for the Economy to make the necessary Mazen cap increase for exclusive use in dairy. Diane Dodds responded. A further element of that original motion was that we call on the Executive to work with UU, Irish Government and British Government to deliver on expansion plans in line with New Decade, New Approach. So I suppose my question is, Diane Dodds has responded, not in a positive manner, but the other element of the initial proposal was we call on the Executive. Has the Executive responded?
So through you, Mayor, in answer to that question, I don't have that information at hand today, Councillor Farrell. I will check that out and I will advise all members further to this meeting by email on both A, what was written, and B, what, if anything, was received.
Thank you for that, John. Members, that's the matters arising out of the full council, the 23rd of July. Item number 8 is the adoption of the minutes to the following committees. 8A is the Special Planning Committee held on Wednesday, the 29th of July, pages 53 to page 60. I have a proposer and seconder for accuracy, please.
Proposer Alan Breslin.
Thank you, Alderman Breslin. Seconder.
Happy to second, Hillary.
Alderman McClintock, thank you. The same pages, members, 53 to 60 for matters arising. No matters arising. Okay, B is the monthly governance and strategic planning committee held on Tuesday, the 1st of September, pages 61 to 78 for accuracy. Proposer and seconder, please.
Seconded, Sandra.
Alderman Ramsey proposed and Councillor Duffy seconded. Thank you both. Any matters arising out of them pages, members?
Yeah, Chair, I have an issue.
Councillor Donnelly, go ahead.
Yeah. Chair, it is page 63 and it is item number GSP 115/20. It was initially regarding United Nations 75th anniversary. In the minutes of this, I highlighted the issue about Liam Campbell, and I also pointed out the position that in the past that Council had supported Tony Taylor, and given that both of these people had been imprisoned due to British intelligence operatives. I also pointed out that there was a number of house raids had been carried out recently, and the effects, and they were again as a result of an operation led by British intelligence. I pointed out the impact that this was happening on families living in the jurisdiction. That incident was regarding a number of arrests right throughout the island. Now, regarding this issue, things have taken a dramatic turn for the worse, and we now have an ongoing crisis situation in Maghaberry Prison. and indeed in a number of our prisons, including Hyde Bank and Portlaoise, where I believe that in total there's a number of prisoners who have been refusing food for the last week. That number is at 43. A number of them men are from this city, and I think that this issue needs addressed. So Chair, I have a proposal. If you will give me a minute, give me a couple of seconds, I will put it on the inbox so people can read it. That's it.
Okay.
It's a proposal, Chair. Basically, if it's there, if people can read it, I'll also read it out. And it's yeah, Chair, it is. Council notes with concern the additional distress being caused to the families of prisoners currently on hunger strike in Maghaberry and Hyde Bank Prison because of the failure of the Northern Ireland Office and prison authorities to provide regular updates on the prisoners' ongoing welfare and conditions. Council shall write to the NIO calling on the prison service to release daily updates on the prisoners' status/conditions. Council has concerns that the facility, Foyle House, and procedures currently being used at Maghaberry Prison to house prisoners who are being isolated while being quarantined as a COVID precaution is not fit for purpose and poses a risk to the physical and mental health and welfare of prisoners. That a cross-party and independent delegation meet with the prisoners' families and their representatives to listen to their concerns in a bid to resolve these critical issues and bring about an end to the current hunger strike. Now, Chair, this hunger strike has come as a result of a Palestinian doctor who has a number of underlying medical conditions, and when prisoners go into Maghaberry, they're put in isolation as a COVID prevention measure for 2 weeks. This doctor, Chair, has a number of health issues. As I said, he is still being treated for the effects of a heart attack suffered in 2017, a prolapsed disc, prostate enlargement, and a number of other serious medical conditions. As a result of that, he was taken to an outside hospital, and whilst going to the hospital, he was in a bubble. He travelled with prison officers, and on the way back, he was put in the isolation for a 2-week period. He was put in the Foyle House, where the cell that he's put in, there's problems with the toilet. He can either have a shower or a phone call a day. There's no fresh clothes, and it's my understanding that possibly the only case of COVID discovered in Maghaberry happened in Foyle House. Now, Chair, this isn't a case of Republican prisoners or political prisoners looking for to gain some types of lacks or in security or some type of privileges, because Republican prisoners in this prison were proactive and actually stopped their own visits initially, even before the jail made that decision. So,
Councillor Donnelly, I understand that this is an important issue, but can you please bring your remarks to a close?
Well, Chair, I have been approached by a number of people in my constituency who are very, very concerned of where this may go. I've also concerns that if this prisoner has to keep going back out to hospital, that every time he goes out, he will have to endure a two-week fast, which could be very detrimental. So that's the reason, Chair, why I'm making that proposal.
Okay, Councillor Donnelly, thank you for that, and it's been seconded by Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Gallagher, do you wish to speak on it?
Not as yet.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jackson.
We support the motion, the proposal. Any protest carried out by the prisoners will have a major impact on those prisoners' families. So we can understand the distress and the concern coming from the prisoners' families. and we would support the proposal that we have a delegation to meet with the prisoners' families and they hear their concerns. I know as a party, we have contacted Maghaberry Prison on the back of the treatment of Dr. Basalit. Now, the prison have give us an explanation as a party for the treatment or for the isolation, but we early next month we are a senior delegation of our party is due to meet with attend the prison and meet with representatives of the prisoners to discuss the concerns of the prisoners directly. So it's something we're actively working on, and we support the proposal that's in front of us. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Michaela Boyle, can I just check that you're a separate issue?
It's a separate issue, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Martin Riley.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, for letting me in. Just to record support for the proposal as is written there in the chat box. We all know that COVID-19 doesn't respect boundaries, it doesn't respect borders, and it certainly doesn't respect walls and distances in buildings. So prisons are no different in that sense. So no issue with the delegation attending to try and make sure that all the people in the prison are treated in a way that's safe, in a way that's fair, and a way that that continues to try and ensure that everybody is kept safe. So happy with the proposal that's on the agenda, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Raymond Barr.
Thank you, Mayor. Very briefly, regardless of political allegiance, this is a humanitarian issue with the potential to get a lot worse and one which needs addressed. I'd be happy enough to support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor Sean Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. And I also wanted to come in on a separate issue, but I just wanted to say that People Before Profit will be supporting the motion put forward by Councillor Donnelly. When you see the words hunger strike, I think that should all, bring us the attention. This is something we need to move on as quickly as possible. So the proposal there for a cross-party plus independence meeting with the families and the writing to the NIO, I think we need to do that and try to bring some resolution to this as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Harkin. I have got you on the list for a separate issue. I was aware that it was a separate issue. I've also got Councillor Michael Cooper and Councillor Michaela Boyle on separate issues. Alderman Devaney on the same issue, Councillor Donnelly's proposal.
Yes, on Councillor Donnelly's proposal, and it's just to let you know, Mayor, and save time, that we will not be supporting this proposal going forward. It's just to save time. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much for that, Alderman Devaney. Members, I have no other indicated speakers. There's a proposal on the floor. Sorry, you're right. Sorry, Councillor Gallagher, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Just before we go on to vote, and I would say to everybody, this proposal is about trying to resolve the issue. Do you see, there is currently 43 prisoners throughout Ireland on hunger strike, and that includes prisoners in Maghaberry, Highbank, Portlaoise. There's also women on hunger strike. We have seen our history, and we've seen how this can escalate. And I would just call on everybody in the chamber or on the web to support this proposal, because this is about humanitarian, and this is about resolving the issue, not trying to see it escalate, but resolving it. And I think that if we went through this engagement, we could get to resolving the issue. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks for that, Councillor Gallagher. Members, I have no further indicated speakers, so I'm going to put it to the vote. I'm going to ask John to take us through the vote. Obviously, DUP aren't supporting it, so we have to have a vote on it. John?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members. Alderman Breslin.
Against.
Alderman Devaney.
Against?
Alderman Guy.
Against.
Alderman Carrigan.
Against.
Alderman McClintock.
Against, John.
Thank you. Alderman McCready.
Against.
Alderman McCain.
Against.
Alderman Ramsey.
Against.
Alderman Wark.
Against.
Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
For.
Councillor John Boyle.
For.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
For.
Councillor Burke.
For.
Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor Cooper is not with us.
Sorry, John. No, John.
Oh, you're here.
Even
Thank
4, I have 4.
Thank you. Councillor Cusick.
For.
Councillor Dobbins.
For, John.
Councillor Donnelly.
For.
Councillor Duffy.
For.
Checking if Councillor Durkin is now with us.
Earson, for.
Thank you. Councillor Edwards.
For, John.
Councillor Farrell.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
For.
Councillor Fleming.
For, John.
Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Gallagher.
For, John.
Councillor Harkin.
For, John.
Councillor Jackson.
For, John.
Councillor Kelly.
For, John.
Councillor Logue. Councillor Logue.
For.
Councillor McCann.
For.
Councillor McCluskey.
For.
Is Councillor McGuire with us? No. Councillor McHugh.
For, John.
Councillor McKeever.
For.
Councillor McKinney.
For, John.
Councillor Mellon.
For.
Councillor Mooney.
For.
Councillor Riley.
For.
And Councillor Tierney.
For.
Thank you, members.
Just bear with us, members, while we do the count. Okay, members, that was 30 for the motion and 9 against. There was no abstention, so the motion is carried. Moving on, Councillor Harkin has an issue under governance and strategic planning. Councillor Harkin.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. This is GSP 127/20, Unity of Purpose, page 74. I was alarmed to read the recommendations coming from the committee to have the council write to the Unity of Purpose group to see if we could have all parties invited, including the independents, and for the organisation to become a structured group with minutes. Now, the discussion about Unity of Purpose started because Unity of Purpose put out a statement in advance of the Black Lives Matter protest, and then subsequently those Black Lives Matter protests were criminalised. I believe it was a huge example of institutional racism here, and there were 57 fines in Derry, and a number of people have been threatened. People of colour who organised the protests have been threatened with prosecution. And at the time, myself and Councillor McCann called for the Unity of Purpose to disband because who was it to call for these protests to be stopped and seemingly to give a green light to the crackdown that occurred? Now, no one from Unity of Purpose has taken responsibility. Nobody has put out a statement saying, here was our role in the Black Lives Matter protests. Here's what we think about the complaints that have been put forward about the PSNI's actions that day. And the council was tasked with reporting on the relationship between the council and Unity of Purpose. And to be honest, look, and I'm not criticising council officers, but that if you do an internet check or a Google search, you will find out a lot more than was in that report. So I do not think, and I would not be interested in joining Unity of Purpose. This is an organisation with no mission statement. it's an organisation that no one can take responsibility for. It's an organisation made up of nobody who has a mandate, unlike councillors. So I don't see how elected councillors would have to ask for permission to an organisation where that is made up of business, the Chamber of Commerce, the clergy, and others. This makes no sense. So I think we should reject the recommendations coming from the committee. It's our view that it should be disbanded, but I don't see why. I don't think the unity of purpose has proved itself in this whole debate. A worthy organisation that our council should be writing to ask for parties to be able to join it. I think it's a ridiculous proposal. It seems to me that the unity of purpose, this is the grandees of the city who think that they have the right to speak on all matters of concern, and they're unwilling to actually say if they condemn what happened at the Black Lives Matter protest. It also says it brings together people of a like-minded opinion. But would trade unions be invited? And I asked the question, why have trade unions never been invited before? Would community organisations be invited? And would the council now write to see if the unity of purpose will invite trade unions and other groups?
Councillor Harkin, whilst I appreciate your passion and your concern around the proposal, I think we get it, that you want to propose that we reject the proposal that came out of that committee meeting. I don't think we need another rehash of the debate we've had full council and, as far as I understand, at the committee meeting as well. If you can please get the close.
I'm finished now, thanks, Mayor.
Good man. So your proposal is that we reject the recommendation coming out of the committee?
That's right, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor McCann.
Say, Mayor, this issue has been canvassed and discussed on a number of occasions. I want to make a point which certainly hasn't been made in this discussion, and it's hardly been made at all, sort of in relation to the Black Lives Matter a protest. It's simply this: nobody has explained how this came about. Nobody has given us any indication as to how, why, and how the PSNI disrupted the Black Lives Matter demonstration in Guildhall Square, who ordered them to do it, on what basis. And I just want to very briefly give you a timeline on this. On the 4th of June last, the document that Councillor Harkin was just referring to, the document issued by the University of whatever it is, a group, they're decrying the proposal. That was on a Thursday, decrying the proposal to have a Black Lives Matter demonstration on the Saturday. That was on the 4th. On the 5th, in the evening, after tea time, a statement came out from the Department of Justice, signed by Ms. Naomi Long, introducing to us a new series of regulations to be enforced. That was on the 5th. Come the 6th, in the morning, Black Lives Matter demonstrators assembled in Guildhall Square, socially distanced. They are disrupted as they come into Guildhall Square. They are then police officers moving and out of the crowd, warning people that they could be taken to court and issuing on-the-spot fines. And my point is this: without going into the merits of any other situation, that didn't happen in relation to the DAA pitch invasion. It didn't happen at Mr. Bobby Fury's funeral. It didn't happen when groups of Glen Torrens supporters demonstrated and broke the regulations. There were no police investigation. And certainly in relation to none of those incidents where fines handed out and people told on the spot. They might have been told afterwards, weeks afterwards, after certain discussions had taken place in public, that please, will you come in and talk to us? Only in relation to the Black Lives Matter demonstrations in Derry and Belfast has this procedure being adopted. And what I'm saying is this: in the absence of any alternative explanation for this sequence of events, we are entitled to consider the possibility that racism was involved. We ought to take that seriously, and it hasn't been taken seriously. And if people think that's an outrageous suggestion to make, I say it's a possible explanation. If people think it's outrageous to bring that up, then tell us what happened. What did Miss Long have in front of her when she decided on a Friday night after office hours to issue this statement and change regulations? Did she take advice from whom? How did it come up?
Councillor McCann, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Okay, what I'm saying is I want explanations for those things. If the explanations aren't forthcoming, we are entitled to speculate that racism may have been involved. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCann. I assume that you're seconding Councillor Harkin's proposal?
That is absolutely correct. Yes, sir. Yes, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Donnelly.
All right, Chair. When I indicated there, I was going to second Councillor Harkin's proposal, but I share, and I'll keep it short, Chair, because I've already had this all out. This is a group that's not representative of all the people of this city. It doesn't do what it says on the tin. It only speaks out about certain types of violence, any type of anti-state violence. It has never spoke out against the state, about children being beaten, about house raids, and the previous item that we had discussed, a hunger strike with 3 men from this city taking part. This group has not made any statement whatsoever on that issue, Chair. So I would have absolutely nothing to do with this group, and I'll repeat what I said previously. I do not believe if individual councillors or parties want to be part of it, 100% fill your boots, but I do not believe that the mayor or the chief executive should be part of this group. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Donnelly. Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me in. And our party will not be supporting this proposal. We would support a lot of the good work that the Unity of Purpose, that committee that's set up, deal with quite a number. And, you know, I listened to Councillor McCann calling about grandees and this, that and the other thing. I would say Councillor McCann, when he was MLA, would have been one of those grandees that he talks about, and I'm fairly confident.
Was Councillor Harkin who referred to grandees? Wouldn't be one of my words.
No, but sorry.
Councillor McCann, through the chair, please.
Yeah, my apologies. Councillor Harkin talks about grandees, but I'm sure Councillor McCann was one of those grandees when he was an MLA, and I would like to, you know, question Mr. McCann on his discussions and around the Black Lives Matter. We would believe very much that is a PSNI issue for them to deal with. And, you know, during Mr. McCann, when he was an MLA, I would just ask him, did he ever get an invitation from the Unity of Purpose group to attend meetings? And if he did, why did he not attend? But we will not be supporting this proposal, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor McCann, please. Alderman Devaney, thanks for that. And I'm sure Councillor McCann will provide you with an answer in due course. I've no other indicated speakers. Obviously, there's a proposal on the floor which has been seconded, and I'm going to ask John to take us through the vote. John.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members. Proposal that we reject the recommendation from Governance and Strategic Planning Committee, item 12720. Alderman Breslin.
Against.
Alderman Devaney.
Against.
Alderman Guy.
Against.
Alderman Carrigan. Alderman McClintock.
Against.
Alderman McCready.
Against.
Alderman McKeon.
Against.
Alderman Ramsey.
Against.
Alderman Wark. Alderman Wark.
Against.
Councillor Jason Barr.
Against.
Councillor Raymond Barr. Councillor Raymond Barr.
For.
Councillor John Boyle.
Against.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
Against.
Councillor Burke.
Against.
Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor Cooper.
Against.
Councillor Cusick.
Against.
Councillor Dobbins.
Against.
Councillor Donnelly.
For.
Councillor Duffy.
Against.
Councillor Durkin. Councillor Edwards.
Against.
Councillor Farrell.
Against.
Councillor Ferguson.
Against.
Councillor Fleming.
Against. John.
Councillor Gallagher.
For.
Councillor Harkin.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
Against.
Councillor Kelly.
Against.
Councillor Logue.
Against.
Councillor McCann.
For.
Councillor McCluskey.
Abstain.
Councillor Maguire is not with us. Councillor McHugh.
Against, John.
Councillor McKeever.
Against.
Councillor McKinney.
Against.
Councillor Mellon.
Against, John.
Councillor Mooney.
Against, John.
Councillor Riley.
Against.
And Councillor Tierney.
Against.
Thank you, members.
Okay, members, thank you for that. That was 6 for the proposal, 32 against, and one abstention. Therefore, the proposal falls. And moving on, Councillor Cooper, I have you on the list, but that's not for governance and strategic planning, is it? You can just
Correct, Mayor. That's for business culture, yeah.
or Councillor Cooper, I'll come back to you. Councillor Michaela Boyle.
Mayor, I would like to raise an item under GSP 11620, page 63. It's just in relation to the flooding in the Ballycoleman estate previous. And I just want to say, just once again, Mayor, thank you for your time that you devoted to the residents in the area and for the meeting that you held that we had the opportunity to attend. But I just want to thank the council and environmental team for the work that they undertook to ensure that a review was done around the financial assistance scheme, where claimants who claimed and were told that they weren't entitled or eligible for the grant. That review was done, and now some of them have been eligible and have got the payment. I also want to just commend the work of the council that they had done on that regard, and to others as well within council, and a number of councillors for the work that they done and getting this all resolved. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyle.
Mayor, could I come on the same issue?
Yep, Councillor Gallagher.
And likewise, as Michaela said, thank yourself for doing some intervention, as well as Chief Executive and a number of officers. I think there's still a smaller number of outstanding issues, but hopefully we will be able to work them through. I would also like to say that the meeting that you hosted was a very positive meeting, in the sense that we've seen the Water Board acknowledging some liability, and that they have been actually out visiting residents and visiting homes and visiting the damage that was done and doing some evidence gathering. So hopefully we'll be able to take it on to another level where council can do a lot of the immediate, instant inconvenience, that we will maybe take it further down the road and get the issues completely resolved. So thank you everyone involved.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. And I would also just like to thank the councillors from that area for assisting me and giving me that opportunity to try and bring some peace to those residents who've been tortured with flooding issues for a number of years now. Hopefully, as Councillor Gallagher and Boyle have said, that we'll be able to get things moving for them and see an end to that. So thank you all very much. So I need a proposer and seconder for governance and strategic planning.
Proposed, Martin.
John.
Seconded.
There we go. Thank you, Councillor Boyle. C is the monthly planning committee held on Wednesday, the 2nd of September 2020. It is 79 to 92 for accuracy. I need a proposer and seconder.
I propose it, Alan Breslin.
Alderman Breslin.
Second it, John Boyle.
Thank you both. And the same pages for matters arising, folks.
Opposed, Stephen Mellon.
Thank you. No matters arising. Coming out of that. D is the monthly planning committee reconvened on Thursday, the 3rd of September, pages 93 to 96. For accuracy, can I have a proposer and seconder, please?
Proposed, Mayor John Boyle.
Thank you, John.
Seconded, Philip McKenna.
Thank you, Philip. And same pages for matters arising. No matters arising. Members, bear with me. We're going to the monthly Business and Culture Committee held on Tuesday, the 8th of September. Pages 97 to 112. Now, I have a number of people who have commented in the chat box that I'm trying to see. I have Councillor Cooper, Councillor Durkin, Councillor Jason Barr, and Councillor Aileen Mellon, and Councillor Harper. If you've indicated and I haven't called your name, please let me know. Councillor Cooper, yours matters arising or accuracy?
It's probably more accuracy, Mayor, in terms of BC 12020. It was just in terms of the quote that I was quoted as calling for a paper to come forward in terms of council establishing a job creation unit, job creation and skills unit, based on the work that's already been done with Ulster University, Northwest Regional College, and the whole idea that we would crystallise that and bring in all our agencies as well, community training and all of that, and a more cohesive sort of structure and by creating a unit within the council. It's just in terms of the recommendations that are then listed on the reports, that's not mentioned, and I want that to be basically to formalise that by having that added to the list of recommendations arising from that. So if that could be done, that would be appreciated.
That'll be updated accordingly, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Durkin is accuracy.
Yes, the same item, Mayor, please.
Yeah,
BC
go ahead.
120/20. It's just at the bottom of page 108 there, and this is just for sake of clarity and completeness. In my submissions, I talked about the self-employment schemes and the subsidy schemes generally. So it's just to call for an extension of the replace furlough with the self-employment income support scheme and the job retention scheme, and then for that to be reflected in the recommendation just a few paragraphs later. Okay.
Yep, just bear with me 1 wee second.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, Councillor Durkin, thank you. That'll be updated also. Councillor Jason Barr is on matters arising. So I'll come back to you, Councillor Barr. Councillor Mellon is on accuracy, business and culture. Councillor Mellon.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. It's in relation to BC 119/20, page 107, 106, 107. It's in regards to the Christmas 2020 budget. It just says that we approve the budget that has been set out within the report, but within the committee we had agreed for council officers to go and seek for extra funding, particularly in terms of the community Christmas events. There was a big discussion around we won't be bringing people together throughout the city as one, and there will be more focus on the community element, and that report seen a reduction on community budget and resources. We also talked around reviewing the mayor's community Christmas budget and making sure there was no duplication of Christmas events coming from the council or the mayor's office to then go into the communities and duplicate them as well, which isn't really reflected in the minutes.
Okay, Councillor Mellon, thank you for that. I'll pass to Stephen.
Thank you, Mayor. We can certainly revise the minister if
Thank you, Stephen. Happy enough, Councillor Milne?
Yeah, that
Yep.
they're going to revise and go back to the finance officer to look at the budget for the communities for Christmas events.
Yep. No worries, thank you. Councillor Michaela Boyle, matters arising?
Yes, Chair. It was just under BC 10920, page 98. The Milltown House, the presentation to council. And I just want to say that Pat McGuigan had contacted today, and I'm sure he contacted other councillors, just to thank council for their time and opportunity that he was afforded, and that Aileen McCarter has now been in contact with him to set up a meeting to further the project. So we just wanted to thank members for their indulgence during the meeting, and to pass that thanks on, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. I'm sure the officers and members of that committee will note that. Thanks. Members, can I have a proposer and seconder for accuracy for the Business and Culture meeting on the 8th of September?
Alderman Work.
Alderman Work and Councillor Shauna Cusack, I think that is. Yep. Okay. Matters arising for the same pages, 97 to 112. Councillor Jason Barr.
Yes, thanks, Mayor, for letting me on. It's under the same issue as Michaela Boyle there, BC 109/20, regarding the deputation from Pat and Roger Gordon from the Strabane Historical Society. Following that meeting, Mayor, can I take this opportunity to thank Minister Weir for his statement regarding this, and that after extensive lobbying from myself and Daniel McCross, namely that the Gatehouse and the former home of Cecil Francis Alexander will not be demolished along with the rest of the site, which is very welcome news. And can I also, along with Michaela Boyle, thank the council officers who have set a date in mid-October to meet again with Pat and Gordon to draw up the business plan for this. So thanks very much, Mayor, for allowing me on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor Sean Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. This is regarding item BC 117/20, economic recovery. And it refers to the £33 million that was received by the Stormont Department for distribution to arts organisations. That money was received in July, and there was a commitment given back then that it would be immediately released to arts organisations, cultural groups across the north who are very much in need of it. It still hasn't been released, and there's growing frustration from arts organisations, arts workers that this hasn't happened. And we're also told that only 4 million of the 33 million will be released. I want to propose that we as a council write to the Department for Communities Minister, calling on the Minister to release all £33 million of the funding as soon as possible, immediately. I mean, I've talked to a lot of people who are saying, why hasn't this money been released? So, you know, this is what the money was for: arts organisations, arts venues, and I think that that's what the money should go towards. People, if you've been listening to the radio, there's been artists and advocates for the arts on talking about the frustration that this money hasn't been released. There's actually a commitment in the note, in the minutes there, saying it will be released immediately. That hasn't happened. So I think we as a council should respond to the demand and the call that it be released immediately, and that all 33 million of it is released to what it was intended for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Can I have a seconder for that proposal, please?
Mayor Martin Riley here, happy to second that proposal. It's something that is drawing concern for people right across the arts sector, not just in this council area, but right across all 11 councils. And I do think that there is a need to ensure that the money that was publicised has been available to help the arts gets to the arts. So happy with the proposal on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Councillor Farrell.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Just in relation to Councillor Harkin's proposal, I made that proposal at the previous Business and Culture meeting. That's why Councillor McCann spoke on it in the actual committee. So the British government made £1.5 billion available for cultural venues, arts institutions, individuals, freelancers, whatever. 33 million came to Stormont as what's called hypothecated. So that means that 33 million does not need to be spent on arts, culture, heritage. It's up to the executive to decide. So we identified this as an issue 2 months ago. We wrote to the finance minister saying the entire 33 million should go to arts institutions, should go to venues, should go to individuals, and that those groupings across our city and district should get a fair share of it. Conor Murphy has responded saying he is waiting for a funding bid from the Communities Minister, which hasn't happened yet. So whilst I agree with Councillor Harkin's proposal, we've already requested this. We're still waiting for the answer, or we're waiting for the right answer. But I don't disagree with writing again. I don't think it'll make any harm.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Councillor Cooper.
Thanks, Mayor. Just, well, it's a bit of an update. If members here actually saw a tweet that was put out by Conor Murphy just last week, which related to this issue. He was actually bringing a funding allocation paper to the executive last week, but I'm not going to get into a spat about who did this and who did not. But that paper was blocked from coming to the executive for discussion by other parties within the executive or another party, and included in that funding allocation paper was around the £33 million. And because of that, it hasn't moved forward to the point that the Department of Communities Minister can actually make that formal bid. So Martin Anderson actually put out a tweet last night basically saying that we needed to get this sorted as soon as possible, that we need to get this to the executive table so that the allocations paper can be cleared. And that then basically clears the way for Carol Lee Cullen to make the formal bid for the 33 million. So that's where it's currently sitting. And as far as I'm concerned, as far as our party is concerned, we need to get this in front of the executive now, straight away. They allow the money to be allocated, to be bid for, allocated, and then the artists, not just individual artists, the groups, the organisations, and I have numerous representations myself. Martina herself was actually meeting the chair of Void Gallery just this afternoon on the same issue. I've met with Millennium Forum, a whole range of other organisations who share the same concern. So we need to get the paper through to executive ASAP. All parties agreeing to allow the fund allocation paper to be brought forward. And that means that clears the way for this funding to be allocated, and that's absolutely key.
Thank you for that, Councillor Cooper. Councillor McCann.
First, I'll say it's right that we should acknowledge what Councillor Farrell said, sort of that it was his party which initially made the running all this. But I say now, sort of, that we're having just a party, a fist fight between a couple of parties about this, is who is to apply for the money and what circumstances should they be applying for part of it. I mean, the arts are used to be marginalised, I mean, misunderstood, and people not focusing on them. I might have saying there's no criticism at all of Councillor Cooper, but I have to tell him for the second time. Martina Anderson is not meeting the chair of the Void Gallery this afternoon because the chair of the Void Gallery is here. You know, sort of, and that's a minor point, I know, but it's beginning to grate on me, you know, as that a councillor would repeatedly say this, and I begin to wonder if it's intentional. But I'd say this: there'd be no difficulty of finding arts organisations with perfectly plausible and compelling plans looking for this money. In Derry, we got the Void, declared an interest. You can take that as a declaration of interest, but the CCA. Up in Artillery Street, Echo, sort of the a dance company, you know, of a whole series, sort of, and of course a number of music venues, which some of them sort of are above and beside pubs, and so on. Nevertheless, they are part of the cultural infrastructure of this town, and the matter is urgent. Matter is urgent, not just here, but across the water and everywhere else. So that the arts are in real trouble, because in the very nature sort of the arts, it's time specific. You can't sort of, if a concert is planned and is called off, you can't repeat the same concert. That's lost. That ticket money never comes back. And the same is true of entrance charges to galleries and all the rest of it. So there's an urgency here. And if we lose venues, then they'll be gone for a long time to come. It's not just that they're postponing this gig or that gig. They are sort of wounded beneath the surface, and if whoever's dealing with it, and this wrangle between two parties at Stormont should be ended right now. There's no need for it. Get on with the business. It doesn't seem to me to be a terribly complicated matter, and perhaps just it's a lack of commitment to the arts or not seeing the arts as an important part of the community. Maybe that's the explanation. Whatever needs to be done should be done, and I'd ask Councillor Farrell, and I've acknowledged that he has taken a leading role in all this, but ask Councillor Farrell maybe to get on to his own people at Stormont and say, look, would you and Sinn Féin sort this thing out, because their job's going to be lost and you're hitting the cultural heritage and the cultural future of our town.
Thank you for that, Councillor McCann. And just to make people aware, Councillor Cooper has clarified that I think it's Martina Anderson is meeting the Void CEO, but she wishes that she could meet with the chair as well, according to Councillor Cooper in the chat box.
I'm always happy to meet Martina.
Alderman Devaney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me in. Our party has no problem in supporting the call once again. And I know Councillor Farrell has led on this before regarding the arts. As we look at as Councillor McCann has said, they are part of the social infrastructure here, and the groups and the artists are suffering at the moment. And I do believe the wrangling needs to end, and that money needs to come down to support the arts. And as someone else has said, we're worried about venues and the cost of keeping the venues, but we would support this money coming as soon as possible.
Thank you for that, Alderman Devaney. Councillor Cooper has indicated that he wants to speak again. I hope that I've clarified it for you, Councillor Cooper.
It was just actually on the point, Councillor McCann coming on around that the various parties blaming each other. I made a point of saying we're not saying that we want to have a spat here or anything like it. The point is, Councillor Farrell actually referred to the fact that this money was not ring fenced in the sense it came from London through Barnett, and as a result, it has to go through a process of being bid for via the finance department. That's the point I was making. If it could have been just allocated directly to DFC, it would have been all the better, but that's not the procedure. We can't change that, and that's why we need to get this paper to the executive as soon as possible. They allow the Department for Communities to then bid for it. So that's just for a bit of clarification. And we're absolutely, and Carol Lee Cullen is the Minister for Culture, Arts and Leisure, Councillor McCann knows, and we all know, was put a massive amount of commitment into the arts here in 2013 and afterwards. So you don't need to be lecturing the DFC Minister about the need for the arts sector to be protected. It's actually been enhanced over the last decade because of work she did personally, and now we need to make sure that is sustained through this money being allocated.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Members, there's a proposal on the floor. I don't hear any dissenting voices, so unless I'm made aware, I'm going to take it as read. No? Okay, thank you, members. F is the monthly Environment and Regeneration Committee, held on Wednesday the 9th of September, pages 113 to 134. Can I have a proposer and seconder for accuracy, please?
So proposed, Morris.
Second.
Alderman Devaney and Alderman McCain. The same pages 113 to 134 for matters arising. Christopher Jackson.
Good Chair, Mayor. Just at the bottom of page 132, ER 150/20. It's in reference to the once approval had been received from the DFA. Mayor, I've been made aware that the DFA committee have agreed to visit Derry in respect to a number of specific issues relating to infrastructure of the Northwest. I'm suggesting that us as a council, we send an invitation to the chair of the committee, inviting them and offering the use of the Guildhall for a visit from the committee. So I just want to make that proposal, Mayor, that we send an invitation to the DFA committee. to visit the city.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Can I get a seconder for that proposal?
I would second that, Mr. Mayor Morris.
Thank you, Alderman Devaney. Councillor Donnelly, is yours on the same issue? Sorry?
Issue.
Separate issue. Okay, we'll come back to you, Councillor Donnelly. Members, Councillor Jackson's proposal has been seconded by Alderman Devaney. Can people let me know if they're not content, and if they are, we'll take it as read. Okay, thank you. Councillor Donnelly.
Item ER 142/20, and there's comments there about a damage caused recently to the city cemetery. Chair, recently I've been approached by some people who have relatives buried in the cemetery, and some of these people, Chair, had received a letter from council asking them to remove some stuff that they have on graves. And whilst I do realise that there could be an issue with those who look after and maintain the graves with some of the stuff, there seems to be an inconsistency, Chair, where some people got letters and some people haven't received letters. And I'm just wondering, these people are now wondering what's happened. They're concerned that maybe council will remove some stuff off the graves. And basically, I'm looking to see if we could get a report into basically what's going on, and if we can get a guarantee that nothing will be removed from the graves, Chair, until we, at the very least, that councillors have had enough time to digest the information from a report. Thank you.
Through
Thank
you,
you,
Chair,
Councillor.
members, do you want me to come in, Chair? We can bring a report to members, and indeed, if any members want us to engage with either them or individual families, then please let us know the details and we can arrange to do that as well.
If that needs a seconder for Councillor Donnelly, I'm happy to second that, John Boyle.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly and Councillor Boyle and Karen as well for that update. Councillor Donnelly, that report will come to the next available meeting. Christopher Jackson, is yours on the same issue as Councillor Donnelly's?
Yes, it is, Mayor.
Go ahead.
I just, again, I've been contacted by families as well, and I just want to thank council officers Connor Cannon and John Quinn for meeting me at the cemetery yesterday, along with bereaved families. Again, we will look forward to the report coming back, because it has caused a lot of distress. But I just want to acknowledge the efforts made by council officers. They come and meet with families and explain the rationale behind the letters. But again, we'd be keen to see the report come in the committee. Thanks, Mayor.
Thanks for that, Councillor Jackson. Members, as some of you may be aware, I done a day in the life of a council worker, a day last week, I think it was. And as we were doing that, I seen the concerns that the staff have in the cemetery. I understand the concerns of the families as well. I think it's a very delicate issue, and I can see the argument from both sides. I think Councillor Donnelly's approach of a report coming back, they tally up all of the issues and give people a chance and an opportunity to digest them before a fast and hard decision is made is a good suggestion. But just to make the point that I can see the arguments from is. Can I be connected? Councillor Logue?
It's true, I don't want to hold up the meeting, but I too have been contacted by families on this issue too as well. So we just want to be connected with the subject. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Councillor Logue. And it's been proposed, seconded, and there was no dissenting voices. Member, so if you're content enough, I'm going to move on. And Alderman Garrigan is wishing to come on.
Mayor, Mayor, I was
I was just going to raise ER 143/20 Kiln Recycling Centre. And I do note there, we did have a discussion at the ENR meeting, and I do thank the chair of ENR for allowing me in. I do thank the council then for the quick response after that in relation to a meeting that was held then on the 16th of September. Now, I wasn't, to be fair, overly enamoured with the outcome. It didn't just go to plan. Kiln Recycling Centre remains closed, but I do thank the officer team for staff being there and looking at it. I did request on the site meeting a full list of all the obstacles in place to the reopening of the site, because we seem to be getting one sort of thing was causing an issue, and then you got information there was another wee issue and another wee issue, and I'd requested that in writing, and I would still want that so that we can try and address it and see about getting a centre reopened again in Kiln. As I mean, I'm sure all of the other councillors in their DA will accept that there's major issues with fly tipping around the area. It is a major problem, and I would still, as I pointed out on that at the ENR committee, I do still think that a site, the Spamming site, 2 lorries sitting at Spamming on a Tuesday and a Thursday is not equivalent to a 6-day-a-week centre, and we should really try to push that. The council officers can inform us how much of an uptake are on those 2 days, but I think we do need to push it, and it needs to be more publicised in relation to the 2 lorries are there and in relation to the bulky waste options. But it may well be an idea, the officers will know whether it's a thing possibly we should be increasing to at least 3 days, but we need to try to redouble our efforts to try to get the centre opened at Kiln, as my own opinion, but try to get something more in place than just 2 days instead of a 6-day centre. So that's just my own views on it, Chair. Thanks for allowing me in.
Thank you for that, Alderman Kerrigan. I see Alderman Work wants on as well. That's your own views on that, Alderman Kerrigan, or your budget's views on it. We'll go to Alderman Work.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me on there. Just when we were here, see the council officers on environment, could they give us all a wee update on the Glendermot site and the Eglinton site as well? Obviously, we all received an email maybe last week, but could we get a wee update where we're standing, because we really need to get these sites open ASAP.
Aaron Phillips, are you still on the line there? Aaron?
Sorry, can you hear me now, Chair?
Yeah, go ahead.
A bit of connectivity problems. Members, and firstly to say, in terms of Councillor Kerrigan, we will bring a report to the next ENR in terms specifically of the Kiln site. I know the officers are currently preparing that particular report, and indeed, as we've mentioned to members, we have sent out and will continue to send out to members information in relation to our bulky waste collection service, because we are aware that it's not a fantastic uptake in that particular area, and it may be that people just aren't aware that that's available to them free of charge. So certainly we'll be bringing a further report in terms of all of those issues, and officers are as keen as members to get that site and indeed the other sites reopened as soon as possible. In terms of Glendermot and Eglinton, certainly the work is progressing on those. With Glendermot, we have sent all of the information to the Health and Safety Executive, and we've made arrangements for reopening as soon as we hear back from them. So we will email members as soon as we hear back from the Health and Safety Executive with the arrangements for reopening. And indeed, similarly to Eglinton, we are continuing to work with the owner of the wider site in terms of the health and safety risk management arrangements that are required there. And again, we'll open or we'll update members as soon as we possibly can. So I hope that's helpful for today.
Thank you for that, Karen. Councillor Riley, has Karen answered your concern, or do you still want to go ahead?
No, could I just ask a quick query? It's related to the closure of the civic community sites and the fact that that the council is also simultaneously trying to roll out the brown bins. And I'm just wondering if there's an update on how the brown bin rollout is going, because obviously that will take away some of the need for people to go to the sites. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and through you, members. We have.
Karen.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry, Karen. I've just another speaker.
Sorry.
We
Okay.
might just want to wait until, well, and then we'll wrap it all up together. Alderman McCain.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. Just to remind the council that there's a recycling working group set up, and we met last week, maybe even was this week, and it's meeting fortnightly. So, I mean, all these things have already been discussed in the recycling working group. So, I would just encourage everybody to tune into that. Thank you.
Thanks very much for that, Alderman McCain. Karen, you want to address Councillor Riley's point?
Yeah, and just members, as you're aware, we've done a significant amount now of publicity in terms of the rollout of the brown bin. That's well underway with our contractors out delivering them on a daily basis at the minute. What I will do is I'll make sure that the team provide a further email update to members as soon as possible in terms of you know, how that's going and when we hope to complete that. But certainly, so far as I'm aware, it is being finalised. It's on the ground, and we're getting those bins out as quickly as we can. And we have been updating through social media, etc., in terms of keeping members of the public updated on that. But I'll have a further email sent out to members so you know the current position as of this week.
Thank you for that, Karen, and I'm sure the members appreciate you and your team's hard effort around this issue. Members, item G, 8G is Monthly Health and Community Committee held on the 10th of September, pages 135 to 178. Can I have a proposer and a seconder, please?
So proposed, Mayor Morris.
Seconded, McCain.
Alderman Devaney and McCain. Thank you for that. Same issue or same pages 135, 178. Matters arising. Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me in. And if you bear with me, I have 3 items under matters arising for this committee, if you will permit me. Yep. I'll start with the first. I'll start with the first one. The first one is HC 138/20, and it's the playing facilities for youth teams in Strabane. It's not actually on the Strabane issue, but it is on the provision of football pitches right across the city and district. I think from talking to, I know my own council team and talking to some of the other councillors in other parties, a lot of us have been dealing with issues around football pitches over the last 2 weeks. I don't want to get into a debate around it. I know that we've all been working very hard on it, but one of the things that has been evident from a lot of my discussions over the last 2 weeks is the deficit of football pitches for the city and district. I know that there's a pitches strategy that is in play at the minute, and I was just hoping that I could ask for a report to be brought back to Health and Communities next month with an update on where that's at, and an update as well on the condition of our current pitches that we have available and what level of football they are suitable for people to play on, because I know that that information would be useful for me. I know yesterday I had to meet my Barry and I certainly got an education. I'm not a football fan or fanatic, but I definitely got an education over the last couple of weeks. So if we could get a report on that brought back to next month's Health and Communities.
Yeah, no problem on that, Councillor Duffy.
Okay, are we happy to move on to the next item? Yep. My next item is HC 140/20, and it was the mass on the Glengalia Road. Now, in terms of that, I know that Councillor Logue mentioned at the committee that there was a number of schools where people went into, but subsequent to the meeting, there was a video that was circulated on social media, which caused me great alarm as a counsellor for this area here, Ballярnett, and as a parent of a child at St Bridget's School. I know that the 3 schools involved were St Bridget's, St Cecilia's and St John's, and as a council area, I feel it's appropriate that we as a council sent a letter to each of those schools outlining our support for them. The video was shocking, to say the least, and I have to commend the staff that were in the video and the professionalism that they showed in the face of intimidation, to put it mildly. So I would propose that we send a letter of support to those schools in relation to that.
Okay, Councillor Duffy, I know you said you have a few issues you want to raise, but if you can just pause there, there's a few indicated speakers on this particular issue. Councillor Duffy, just from my point of view, to agree with you around those videos that have appeared on social media. You may not be aware of this, but on Tuesday of this week, I actually visited St Bridget's College and had a lengthy conversation with the principal to give and to assure him of my personal support as a councillor for that area, but on your behalf as well as a council. I wasn't aware that they were also a similar visit to St John's, and I'm no issue in visiting them either. Just to make them aware of our support. But I agree with you. But like I said, if you just bear with me, there's a few indicated speakers on this, and the first is Councillor Farrell.
Thanks, Mayor, and I would wholeheartedly agree with Councillor Duffy's comments. In the meeting, we had discussed this video that was doing the rounds around Cairn Hill. We had the tinfoil hat brigade there with their equipment saying that there was dangerous emissions coming from masts. We asked for 2 things. We asked for council to undertake to broadcast on social media the research documenting the safety of the 4G masts, and we asked for council to test the 4G masts to reassure the public that they're safe, that they're not going to come to any harm or danger living in the vicinity of them or walking past them. And feedback from council officers suggests that we can't do that. I am asking now, can we do that? Is there anything we can do differently to reassure the public to say that those masts do not present any harm or danger to the people in the vicinity? Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Councillor Lowe has seconded Councillor Duffy's proposal. Councillor Farrell, are you just adding on to that?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Councillor Hartman.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and I would also support Councillor Duffy's proposal. So, I think that this is a very important issue, and there's a worrying sign again about the rise in infections. And at that meeting, I spoke about the COVID scam rallies and about the danger that they pose. Now, I know that there's a lot of all sorts of ideas put forward at these rallies. I also think that because governments in general have been so shambolic in terms of their response, it leads people to look for alternative explanations. People can see that billionaires are making a fortune during this pandemic while people have lost their jobs, while health systems falter and can't meet demand. So there's a lot of frustration and anger and confusion out there. But I think what the COVID scam rallies are doing are actually very, very dangerous. At that rally in the Guildhall, healthcare workers, bus drivers, and teachers were described as agents of the state, which means that that they would be targeted, meaning that they were forcing people to wear masks and playing into this big scam and so on. And what happened there is then you have people then going to schools, targeting principals, targeting teachers. Same thing. I spoke to an NHS worker who was there at the rally observing it, wearing a mask, and when he refused to take a leaflet from one of the people. He was called a disgrace and shouted at. So this is how these rallies are treating our essential workers who've been on the front line. And I think it's very, very dangerous. And it's one thing to say, you know, I was there speaking, but I don't know everybody else. Well, any rally I speak at, I know who I'm there with and have an idea what other people will put forward. And it's also clear that across Ireland, some of the worst elements that exist here, the far right, are trying to use these COVID scam rallies to spread their poisonous hate, anti-migrant, anti-LGBT, anti-women, and anti-workers' rights. So this is a very serious issue. The last point as well, one of the speakers at this rally said that behind this big COVID scam is the Illuminati. Now, everybody knows that this is one of the oldest Jewish conspiracy theories and that this is what's being pushed. My partner's Jewish. My son celebrated Rosh Hashanah at his creche the other day. And I think that we as a council and councillors should be united in saying that we don't want anything to do with this kind of anti-Semitic, anti-Jewish, but also dangerous attacks and targeting of NHS workers and bus drivers for trying to ensure public health and safety, and people have every right to do that.
Thank you for that, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add our condemnation of the acts in that video also. No matter what your views are on 5G and what you feel 5G may do to our communities, no child should have their day interrupted and be fearful of someone coming to their school, and no staff should be intimidated. I do want to add, if we could possibly advise the school on maybe how these videos could be removed. I know a number of our councillors were tagged on it, and I watched it. It was disgraceful. But there is unauthorised videoing of students in the background, and maybe council officers could advise the school on how we could get this taken down. But that's it. We just wanted to add that it's disgraceful. No matter what your views are, our children have a right to feel safe in their school.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Donnelly.
Chair, thank you for letting me in, Chair, and I too would share some of the concerns of Councillor Harkin regarding the rallies and the dangerous aspects that people that leaves them open to be, you know, for the far right and not to come in and prey on people's concerns and confusion. Again, agree that, you know, those in charge, those with responsibility, aren't necessarily, you know, doing everything right. But Chair, regarding the incident at the school, you know, and they watch a video, and my own child, I haven't trusted that school with my child's secondary education, and they've been nothing but professional and very courteous in the open days, and I want to pay a tribute to that school and the staff and the teachers and the work that they do under very, very difficult circumstances. But to see somebody in a school accusing a principal teacher of being involved in child abuse is absolutely shocking, and you know, parents I had talked to, including myself, were very angry over that particular incident. Chair, if people have issues with some stuff in school, this is how you don't do it. This is complete and utterly wrong. And whilst my own child didn't see that particular incident, he was there when the police landed to the school. You know, so just want to reiterate support for the school and support for Councillor Duffy's proposal that we do write to the school offering our support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly, and obviously just to make others aware, it's St Bridget's College that you're referring to in your remarks. All right. Yep. Yep. Okay. Councillor Raymond Barr.
Thank you, Mayor. Just as Councillor Duffy was talking on the issue of the provision of football pitches, I'd like to talk about the redevelopment of Melbourne.
Councillor Barr, if you don't mind, there's another few speakers on the last topic, so I'll come back to you, okay?
Thank you. Mayor,
My apologies, I thought you were on the same issue. Councillor Martin Riley.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, for bringing me in. And can I agree with all of what has been said to date by speakers on this issue and the importance of getting facts out there to combat some of the fiction that we're listening to and we're hearing and are being subjected to. It's on that point, Mayor, I think it's worthwhile reiterating that today we look at our council area having a huge spike in the number of cases, and indeed our neighbours in Donegal also at the wrong end of the number of cases across the island, unfortunately. So with that in mind, can I ask that you as Mayor and the council corporately continue to push out the messages of safe social distancing, washing hands and wearing face masks, because I think that is going to be crucial in terms of combating the spread of the illness. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Riley. I have no issue in doing that and working with the social media team in relation to that and the Council Press Office corporately. I'm on Radio Foil tomorrow morning about this very particular issue around trying to encourage people over the coming days, particularly around the weekend, to stick to the guidelines and just be emphasising that. But I think, Councillor Riley as well, we all have a responsibility to be sharing those corporate messages on our social media and to be using that practice as well. And I would encourage members, I know members are, but I would encourage members to keep it up. But thank you for that. Councillor McCluskey.
Thank you for letting me in, Mayor. Yeah, I wish to distance myself and support some of the things that have been said. I don't agree with people visiting schools during hours of business with no appointment, and I think that it's inappropriate and it's unhelpful. I spoke at the rally and I object to Councillor Harkin talking about them as COVID scam rallies. I spoke there as a healthcare professional, as a working doctor who's been working right throughout this crisis. I am aware of the science which shows that from early June, from early May, the numbers of deaths caused by the lockup have been double the amount caused by the coronavirus. So that we have here a government policy promulgated by the British Army's Behavioural Insights team and seeded through the media and through all sorts of fora, which is damaging the health, well-being, social, physical, educational and economic of our people and pushing people into misery, to unwagedness for a disease which has a global mortality of 0.01%, an average age of death of 84. And while it is overwhelmingly the elderly and the already very ill who are going to suffer from this, it is our young people who are being asked to carry the brunt of the anti-scientific treatments and recommendations promulgated by our government. With respect to the PCR testing, which is going on, when there's a low incidence of disease, that's up to 90% false positivity. And young people testing positive is a good thing. That is called the development of community immunity, which means that, that herd immunity, I don't like the word of, people testing positive who are not sick do not pose a risk to anybody. And this whole thing is hysteria. So I reserve my right, as someone who has spent the past 6 months reading primary science around all of this, and I'm by no means a tin hat wearer, whatever that means, or a conspiracy theorist. Everything I say can be validated and verified scientifically. And I sent you all an email with the graph showing that lockups across the world have been singularly ineffective at changing the infection rates of this disease. They don't work. They haven't worked. All they do is push people into isolation, into mental health problems.
Councillor McCluskey, can I ask you to bring your remarks to a close, please?
Thank you, Meryl. I'll finish with that. I could go on for an hour.
I'm sure you could, but thank you for that. So, we've had two joint proposal in relation to this from Councillor Duffy and Councillor Farrell. Are members in favour that we write to the school principals, acknowledging our support for them over this, and members happy? Yeah, okay. Councillor Duffy, was your list finished?
No. Well,
Okay.
one last thing, and I don't, but herd immunity. I think Dr. McCluskey is saying that it's okay
Councillor
for
Duffy,
the
we've moved
elderly
on
and the
from that.
vulnerable today. Yeah, yeah.
Councillor Duffy, we've moved on from that topic.
Okay, my next item is HC 149/20. Could I ask that maybe Dr.
Your mics,
McCluskey turns her
please.
mic off?
Oh, beg your pardon. Beg your pardon.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor McCluskey.
Okay, thank you, Brian. It's HC 149/20, and it's the Brandywell Greyhound track. Now, I don't want to discuss that, and I don't want to overturn the decision that was made at committee. But one of the things that we are talking about is we still have a significant amount of our council staff on furlough. We still have a number of services and facilities that are closed to the public. And I know with the announcement today from the British Chancellor around the ending of furlough and the changing of things, I was hoping that the Chief Executive could bring a report to governance next week in terms of outlining what services and facilities we do have closed and what our plans are in terms of the staff that are still on furlough. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Duffy. I'm sure the Chief Executive will endeavour to bring that report. Or do you want to comment on it? Have enough to bring the report? Yep. Okay. Thank you. Councillor Michaela Boyle.
Thank you, Chair. Mayor, I would like to raise an item HC 16120, top page 42, the postal deliveries issue. And it has come to my attention in Strabane. I have been, and it's across the board, where there has been quite a number of delays in our postal service. Local postal workers have highlighted to me the pressures that they are under getting the mail out through the sorting offices to the doorsteps due to staff shortages as a result of COVID-related absences. So this is having a serious knock-on effect right across the board for those who are waiting on very important mail items of urgent nature, such as medical appointments, checks, legal letters, and it includes people paying for next day delivery services also being subject to the same delays. So it's across the board. There is a concern that package deliveries are being prioritised, where if you ring in, this is what the public are being told. They're prioritising package deliveries over letters. You know, it's a concern because, you know, obviously Royal Mail are not only neglecting the normal postal services in such a way, but they're also putting its own workforce under such unbearable pressures by failing to properly resource the service. And it is important that we bring whatever pressure we can to bear on this issue. So I would propose, and I know in the context of 161/20, there was a letter in relation to the Royal Mail in relation to the sorting office in Castledare. I'm proposing that we write to Royal Mail. I have done so myself today, but I'm proposing that this council writes to Royal Mail asking them to put the service above profits in this regard and to properly resource the sorting offices. This is no bearing on our postal workers locally who are working under extreme pressures, protecting themselves, protecting their families and their communities, and try to get a service delivered right across the board. I mean, I've had so many representations this week in this regard. And it's a big issue, and obviously it's one that's going to get a lot of ending days, particularly here in the town of Strabane. So I'm asking council to write to Royal Mail, asking them to put the proper resources in place so that they don't prioritise parcels over delivery, that there is a balance. You know, there's more profits obviously in parcels than there are letters, but the knock-on effect is that people are missing out on urgent appointments. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle and Councillor Jason Barr has indicated that he'll second that proposal. Councillor Logue, is yours on the same issue? Because I've got you on the list already.
Yes, no, it's not in the same issue, no.
Okay, I'll come back to you then, all right?
Okay.
Members, thanks, Councillor Logue. Members, there's a proposal on the floor from Councillor Michaela Boyle, seconded by Councillor Jason Barr. Are members content that we go ahead in the vein that Councillor Boyle has laid out? Yes. Okay, thank you. Councillor Logue?
Sorry, there it was multitasking. It was making me dumb or two there at the same time. No, it's just look. It's not an item on the committee, but it's to do with this committee. The affordable warmth working group met there. I think it was on the 15th, and it was decided that a letter be sent to the DFC minister on the consultation coming up on the affordable warmth scheme. Won't go on the ins and outs of it, but the group decided that that we would bring a proposal that a letter be sent to the minister so that it's on her desk during as soon as during the consultation, and we don't have to wait until the committee, the next Health and Communities Committee, to bring that. So if we could get agreement that that letter that was proposed to be sent as soon after this this meeting.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Logue. Can I get a seconder for that
I'll
proposal?
second that, Mayor. David Ramsey.
Thank you, Alderman Ramsey. Members, you have heard the proposal from Councillor Logue. Everybody happy?
But Brian or Mayor,
Carl?
I've indicated to come on that. There seems to be confusion about this consultation. The consultation isn't active. The consultation was done 3 years ago. So this consultation about affordable warmth suggested that, right, it's a means tested scheme. And at the minute, if you have DLA income, it's included in your income. If you have attendance allowance income, it's included in the total. If you have PIP income, it's included as well. So the consultation recommendation was that that was removed. We obviously support that, but it's been sitting on the minister's desk for 3 years. And I've asked repeatedly at Health and Communities meetings about when is this consultation, the recommendations actually going to be implemented. So this isn't a live consultation. It's 3 years it's sitting on somebody's desk gathering dust. And every day that passes, that's more people in this council area that don't qualify for the scheme.
Sorry, Mayor, if I could just respond to that.
Okay.
Councillor Farrell was at the same meeting that I was at, along with other members of the Affordable Warmth Committee. Yes, that was brought up and that's an issue, but that's not the issue that I'm talking about here. There is a consultation going on all councils about how they are rolling out and how many people get or have access to the affordable warmth scheme. There's an equal amount pot of money given to each council district. And what we are saying, and the point that we want to make is that given the issues surrounding the deprivation in this city and everything else, we have a very high uptick. And what we want to be on the minister's desk is that allocation of money is not given on a council district equally, that it is given towards need, and that's what was agreed at the Affordable Warmth Working Group on the 15th, and that's the issue I'm talking about.
Okay, I would suggest that it go back to the committee to decide on what vein they're going, because we've got 2 members of the Affordable Warmth group who have seen a different outcome. However, Councillor Logue has suggested that she would like the letter written. If I can get a seconder, I'll put it to vote. But I would prefer, Councillor Logue, that you take it back and sort it out at the committee, and then we'll bring it back.
I wish to second that. I think I've already seconded that. David Ramsey here.
You second Councillor Logue's proposal?
Yeah, because I was at that meeting as well, and Councillor Logue is 100% on what she's saying. The issue is that business plan doesn't stack up because we need more, whereas other groups or other councils don't, and they're not spending the money. So we have people that need with needs, so it should be based on need and not just a pocket of money handed equally to each council whenever not every council's got the same needs. Thank you.
Okay, well, it's been proposed and seconded.
Chair, can I come in just?
Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you. The formal wealth group on this issue has been the fore. We have met the department, we've met the housing executive on a number of occasions, and they're well aware of this. They are showing some flexibility. We've been trying and we've been driving up the numbers on our allocation. For example, our allocation is 44, and I think last month we put in 53. So we're continuously pushing that barrier as best we can. But I think the department is well aware of the concerns. Other councils may be allocated numbers, but they don't have a take up on those numbers. So the money's not getting spent. So we could definitely spend it in Derry and Strabane. So I think this should be pushed back to the Affordable Wealth Group because we are working up.
Councillor Logue, can you turn off your mic, please?
We are working up a proposal. At the last meeting, we talked about gathering all the evidence around multiple deprivation that would go alongside that. So I think we need to give officers some time to compile that. And then when we're ready with all the evidence, we make that submission to the department.
Through the chair, can I come in on that one?
Alderman Breslin, go ahead.
I'm not too sure I should be declared an this, but I sit in the housing executive. But it's not really the housing executive's fault. That's what Councillor Rory Farrell says is the right one. No, you need to get the executive in Belfast minds changed to get and if they do change their mind, that'll bring a lot more people in and Derry and Strabane, that's the council area.
Thanks for that.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, thanks for that, Alderman Breslin. There's a proposal on the floor from Councillor Logue, which is seconded by Councillor Alderman Ramsey. It does appear to me, however, that there's a bit of difference between the affordable warrants group, and I think possibly Councillor Gallagher's suggestion that I go on and wait until all the evidence is there to go forward. Councillor Logue, would you be, Councillor Farrell, I see you waving, but you've already spoken on this topic. Would you be willing to go down the route of Councillor Jackson or Councillor Gallagher? Sorry.
See, given that there's obviously people who were at the same meeting that we were at, that obviously either forget or have decided to change their mind on what was agreed, then do you know what? Just leave it to the next meeting, and hopefully at the next meeting, see any proposal that comes from this group that is written down by the lead officer, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
It's probably in the minutes anyway, but I'll let it slide for now.
Thank you for that, Councillor Logue. Moving on, members. Alderman Ramsey, wanted to bring up an issue?
Yeah, well, first of all, the situation with the pitches, that has an issue that was brought up earlier on there, and just to thank the staff that have been working with myself on the water side, where there's been a few issues and have been able to resolve them. The other one was the 3G maintenance spraying. We have a major issue throughout the city and district now because of the decision we made about the weed killing. But I have sent now to the officers, including Connor, an alternative which is environmentally friendly. And I'm just wondering, have they tested it or tried it yet? Because I sent them basically a solution.
Thanks for that, Alderman Ramsey, and I'm sure Connor and his team appreciate your help and assistance on that. Would you be happy if I was to ask Connor to bring a report to the next DNR meeting on your suggestion?
Be brilliant. That would be good. Thank you.
Thank you, Connor, if you're on the line. That report back to ENR. Thank you. Councillor Donnelly.
I tried to get in earlier just as a matter of accuracy. I'm not sure if you can go back, but it's important. It's important to me. See in page 156, HC 149/20. Chair, it says there that I said that about that some greyhound owners had to destroy their dogs. Chair, that's not what I said. I certainly didn't say that. I says that they had to get rid of their dogs, and by that I meant give them away. So to me, I know I did try to come in earlier, but I think that's a very important point. If that can be rectified, thank you, Chair.
I agree with you, Councillor Donnelly, and that'll be they note their comments. Thank you for that. Councillor Raymond on the pitches issue.
Thank you, Mayor. As I was saying, just on an issue of the provision of football pitches, but particularly the redevelopment of Melbourne and the provision of a new stand, I would like to make a proposal. I would like to propose that the new stand be named after the late Danny Bomber Rouse. Danny played with Derry City, Sligo Rovers. He was player manager Robert Town when they were in the Irish League. He was captain international, boys club level, schoolboys level, now there in youth international. Danny was a much loved and respected football legend in Strabane, and I have no doubt the naming of the stand, his memory, would be a very popular tribute. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr, for that. And notwithstanding any of the comments that you have made, I would just point you to the council policy in relation to the naming of assets, and would ask that you follow the procedure laid out within that policy for this proposal.
That's fine.
I'll ask Philip and his team to send you out the copy so that you're aware of it. All right.
Fine, Mayor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Members, there is no further indicated speakers on health and communities meeting. So before we move on to item number 9, which is the call-on, I'm going to suggest that we take a short interval.
Mayor, just I put a wee comment in the chat box here. Just your finance committees, if I could come on very briefly.
Yes,
Just
I know you have, Councillor Cooper, and I was going to come to you after the interval. So you'll be first online after the interval, Councillor Cooper. So members, I'm going to propose that we take a 20-minute interval at this stage. All right. We'll see you back. What's the right? See you back at 25 to 7. Okay. Thank you. Okay, members, we'll get back at it. Before the break, I indicated that Councillor Cooper had an issue that he wanted to raise. Councillor Cooper, if you're there, you have the floor.
Yeah, no problem, Mayor. No, it was just an update in terms of the previous item we discussed around the Arts Council funding, and it's now actually coming live publicly as well through the various news outlets. The 29 million, which is on top of the 4 million already allocated for the arts and culture sector, was confirmed by the Finance Minister this afternoon, and that will now be allocated to the Department for Community. So obviously we resolved earlier this meeting to send a letter to the Finance Minister to ask that the money be allocated. So I think obviously now we've moved on to the point where that has been successful. Obviously we still need to make sure the money gets to the organisations at the coalface. So I mean, in terms of writing to the DFC Minister and asking her to make sure that that is the case, that the money gets to those who need it most. I mean, I would have no issue proposing that, but it obviously means it's a slightly different proposal from what we discussed previously. It's a success in the sense we now have this money allocated, but that was just an update in terms of what we discussed previously. Thanking you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Farrell, you looking to come on that?
Not well. That's fantastic news, and I think that's going to be great news for all the arts organisations, venues, and individuals that operate across the north. And I just hope that Derry and Strabane gets a fair share of that funding. But what I wanted to discuss was actually in health and communities. But has that opportunity passed?
What's happening there,
Mayor?
We've moved on.
There's one quick question. Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin.
Yeah. After hearing that there had to be processes going through and this was happening and that happening, it's great news to hear that the funding will be released to arts and culture organisations. And I think that we have to commend all the people who spoke out recently, because there was a growing number of them basically saying, we were told in July we were going to get this money immediately. We're nearly in October. And I think the reason why the funding has been released today is because there's been growing calls for that money to be released. So I think we have to thank all those artists and others who spoke out and campaigned for this. And it was clearly building up ahead of steam. So, you know, that just shows the power of people power campaigning that this announcement was made today. So now I think we have to focus, as others said, to make sure that this money is equally distributed. And we have to make sure that we in Derry and Strabane in the northwest fight to make sure that the organisations here, the arts organisations, cultural and heritage organisations, get their fair share of this funding. A lot of jobs depend on it. A lot of institutions depend on it, and we have to show how much we value the arts community and cultural community here in Derry. So I think we can all welcome that news. It's unfortunate that it took so long, and this is the problem with a lot of this relief money, that it doesn't get released early enough, and there's not enough of it. But this is a bit of good news.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Duffy, is yours on the same topic?
Yeah, it is, Brian.
Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to come on as well and welcome the news. I actually just watched Conor Murphy's statement there on our break. I think that it is tremendous news, and I know from conversations I had with the Minister, Carol McCullen, her frustration around this funding not being released was absolutely huge as well. And she has been working behind the scenes to ensure that that paper went to the executive table and that money was released. So I'm delighted to see it released, and I'm delighted for the many people who work in the arts industry here locally. And with regard to comments around fair allocation of funding for this city and district, I think that we have seen over this COVID period that we have received what we have requested from the executive in terms of the fairness of the money allocations in terms of COVID recovery. And I think there's 40 million of this that is now allocated as well to councils for COVID recovery. So I think it's a good news story tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Councillor Riley, Councillor Farrell.
Thanks, Mayor. I had initially raised this back in June's council meeting, where there was 33 million coming over. We need to make the argument. So the argument has been won that it all should go to arts, culture organisations, but we now need to make the argument that organisations and individuals across Derry and Strabane get a fair share of that funding. At June's Business and Culture meeting, I made a proposal that our council maintain a leadership role on behalf of all the cultural organisations and individuals across this council. We should lead from the front on this, and we should really be spearheading bids to the Arts Council, and we should be really involved in that process. And I know that we've had communication from the DFC Minister, and we had indicated that we would be more than happy to be involved in the process of how this funding is allocated. So we need to put our shoulder to the wheel to make sure that organisations and individuals across this city and district get a fair and equitable share of that funding. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell, and all councillors who spoke on that issue. Folks, I've just been reminded by Karen McFarland that Council have to approve the response to the Northern Ireland Housing Executive consultation as an integral part of the adoption. Can I please have a motion and seconder for that consultation in the minute, in the Health and Communities minutes?
Can I propose,
Mayor Morris?
I'll second, Chair.
Patricia Logue and Morris Devaney. Oh no, my computer's away. Right, okay. Moving on, members, item number 9 is the call-in. Councillor Donnelly has indicated that he wishes to speak on it.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not going to rehash it. We've already done it in committee. We've done it in full council, Chair, and in full council, there was nothing has been said that changes my mind in any way. A lot of the stuff was that it was mischief making, it was in dangerous ground, that it was unprecedented, and I think somebody actually said it was a case of the devil, quoting the scripture. Chair, there is absolutely nothing has been said at that meeting that convinces me that we don't need a forensic audit into this. All the smoke is there, Chair, and from talking extensively to people since that meeting, I believe that the only way that we can put this to bed is to have the external forensic audit, and that's what I'm going to propose here, that we go with a decision to overturn the original decision, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Donnelly. I noticed that Councillor Piar is saying that he will second that, and Councillor Gallagher, I think, is also indicating that he'll second that. So, members, that's the proposal on the floor. Have we got any speakers on it? Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Councillor McCann.
Hi, I'm online now. Yeah, I very much support Councillor Donnelly's motion, and I think he said, there's ample grounds on the face of it when we look at the discussions, when we look at the documentation, there's ample grounds for putting forward the proposal that he has put forward. They might say that it's very difficult sometimes to discuss policing in this society. If you draw attention to the deficiencies in the police operation or the police service, and you can come close to being accused of being anti-peace and anti-agreement, because isn't it all written in there? Aren't we all in a new place? And we've referred earlier, I won't rehearse the argument again, sort of about the PSNI's behaviour, particular demonstrations over this last while. And people look around the world, when we are not insulated from the world, we sometimes debate these things as if we are a special, little insulated, isolated place in the world where all these questions are different. They're not different here. The whole question of defunding the police, which arose in the United States and is now a sort of a vibrant, relevant issue in the United States, that's not alien to us. We should discuss when there's large sums of money. We talked about going from this council to policing and the study of policing and support for policing and the rest of it. We should be able to discuss, is that a good idea? Is that good spending? Does that help peace? Or is it something else entirely? I mean, I support Councillor Donnelly, and I think it's necessary to try to think outside the box, or outside the box in which history has enclosed us. And I'm talking about the history of the last 5 years and 50 years, not ancient history. So I say that indeed, we should go along with Councillor Donnelly, and I think there should be no hesitation on any grounds that we are being disruptive or disloyal or anything else. These things can be discussed all over Europe and in the United States and Canada. These are live issues to do with the acceptability of policing, the funding of policing. Why should it be different here?
Thank you, Councillor McCann. Members, I'm going to call these names as I've seen them. Alderman Ramsey.
Thank you, Mayor. Just coming in here. Sorry. Yeah. Basically the first thing that I want to mention is obviously declaring interest as chair of the audit committee. I want to first of all commend our audit team for the thorough audit they did. It's the first time the PCSP were audited. People would argue probably should have been, as like a number of different groups, should have been probably audited sooner. To highlight any issues that may be there. But what I want to say is that I have every confidence in our audit team, and I hope that tonight in this meeting that the majority of people have 100% confidence in our audit team, because number one, they've done their job, they've done it thoroughly, and it's been done properly. Okay, it's highlighted the issues, even the smallest wee issues they have picked out. Every single issue's been picked out, no matter how small. We need to look at the bigger picture here. We're in the middle of COVID-19. We cannot be throwing money after money, okay? We have an audit team who have done their job 100%. What we need to be doing is supporting our audit team. That's what we have to do, because they have done their job. We will go and get if we go and get a forensic audit, we know exactly what's going to happen. They're going to come back with the exact same list, but it's going to cost us 200,000 or 300,000 or whatever it is, give or take, So let's be realistic here, and I appeal to the people in this meeting tonight to put your faith and trust in the people who we have in our council did the audit, did a thorough audit, and I'm just appealing to people to think very carefully about looking at a forensic audit that's going to waste another pile of money. This, to be honest, seeing this council of ours, they seem to have this attitude of just throwing money around them. But then we know there's a lot of socialist attitudes and spend everybody's money. So okay, that is my situation on it, and I am behind the audit that happened. It was a good audit, and I support the audit team. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Ramsey. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Mayor. And first of all, I suppose, like Councillor Donnelly, I'm not going to rehearse all the reasons for our proposal to accept the auditor's recommendation on the PCSP report that was given to the committee. That can all be seen in the minutes and also can be viewed again on YouTube. Anyhow, this is not the purpose of this call-on, as I was advised by the city solicitor. The question to be answered is whether the members of the PCSP committee had the right to cast their vote in this matter, or was it a conflict of interest barring them from doing so? And I suppose after further studying the meaning of conflicts of interest and the code of conduct, I suppose, of councillors, our position is that there was no conflict of interest. Conflict of interest is which a person is advised not to vote is where they are in a position to derive personal benefit from the actions or decisions made in their official capacity. No such benefit to PCSP members, financial or otherwise, has been influenced by their voting in this decision. And I will just leave members with this. If we were to accept the reason given by the proposers of this call-in, and we'll ask members to look at the wording of the call-in, then we should not be saying as councillors, as decision makers in this council, we shouldn't be voting on anything as we receive a monthly allowance. So I rest our case. We are proposing that there is no grounds for this call-in, and I will further ask the city solicitor to come in and clarify the wording of the call-in and what we are deciding here tonight. Thank you.
Can I second that, Mayor?
Just bear with me 1 wee second. Councillor Riley.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, for letting me in. Can I also, I was going to ask Philip for some clarification, as well as of what Councillor Logue has asked in relation to the voting rights of those that are on the PTSP. Can he also clarify whether people who weren't at the meeting earlier in the summer but are here this evening, if they are able to vote on this matter now, as it's before us this evening. On the wider topic, Mayor, our party voted in the summer with the proposer. The call-in indicates that those on the PCSP should not have voted in that, and therefore, in respect of the call-in, which is what we're debating tonight, the PCSP members that we have should then not vote on the basis of respecting the mood of the direction of the call-in. So that'd be our position, Mayor, in the sense that we supported the proposer of the external audit back in the summer, and we haven't heard reasons why we would want to change that. The position that we took in the summer was outlined about the need to ensure that every penny of public funds, be it council or any other public body's money, should be accounted for in a proper and open way. So we don't stand in the way of that. We actively encourage it. So that's why we voted the way we did in the summertime. And that's the consistent position that we have here this evening, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Alderman Devaney.
For allowing me in, and I think for any of us who have attended the conflict of interest training, I think our city solicitor was very, very clear to us on conflicts of interest, but I would ask him just to update that information, because I know that is what the call-in has been about. Now, we met, and I do declare an interest, if I have to declare one, as I am a member of the PCSP, and I know our grouping within the DUP have met with PCSP, and we have discussed the issues. And what I would say, Mr. Mayor, is I have sat on other audit committees outside of our council one, and I've sat on the old council audit. And, every time that there is an audit, there is always recommendations that come forward. And I think the important thing to look at here is the recommendations. And we had this discussion with the PCSP that, these recommendations come forward. Yes, they have been flagged up, but we have to give due consideration that we support the audit, the people who carried out the audit, to flag these up. But, we have confidence within the PCSP that the majority of these will be addressed very, very shortly. The only thing, Mr. Mayor, is, and I want to say very quickly, is it's going to nearly take a full cycle of PCSP applications coming in and going back out again until we're able to look at that situation again. But we would be very, very supportive of our audit team, and we would not be supporting Councillor Donnelly's call-in. I know at the health and community meetings under this issue, he raised about 30% Catholics joining the PSNI. And you know, I really think that's.
Alderman Kenny, can we stick to the topic, please?
Well, this is the topic here because he raised it on the PCSP.
Right, but the topic's not about the number of Catholics joining the PSNI. So, thank you. Yep.
No, just to finish, Mr. Mayor, it wasn't me raised the issue at the Health and Communities meeting.
I'm not talking about the Health and Communities Committee meeting.
That's okay.
Thank you, Alderman Aveni. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that when listening to Patricia, I think that you have to take into consideration that the PCSP is an external body, and the PCSP makes direct payments, that external body, to councillors, is where, hence, the conflict of interest. Just in regards to Councillor Ramsey, this has absolutely nothing to do with having confidence in the staff of audit, risk and assurance. Absolutely nothing. A report came in that identified many failings, and that was the work of the audit, risk and assurance. They have a role and responsibility. They carry procedures, and I think it's very important for this council to protect its reputation when it does identify many failings, that it puts its house in order. That I think that the best way of doing that is to carry out this forensic audit, because I believe that if it doesn't, council will get dragged down into a quagmire, and I think the public out there will have many questions to ask if council is not seen and taking the lead in addressing this matter. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. I think we just we need more clarity on what the decision we're making now is from the city solicitor. Obviously, if it's a question of conflict of interest, we've all just recently done our conflict of interest training, which has said that a body that we're put onto for purpose of council, then it isn't necessarily deemed as a conflict of interest. As far as the decision, we voted for the openness and scrutinising the audit because of the 44 recommendations, which were minor. I have full confidence in our audit team, and they did explain that the NI Audit Office had looked over it. On going back, Dermot and his team has reassured us that the 44 recommendations were actually then reported to the policing board and their funders, which is what they have to do, and I think 43 of them have been rectified. So if it was to go forward again and the vote to whether or not to do a forensic audit, we won't stand in the way. We're going to abstain because we have a number of questions that haven't been answered, like the cost, whether or not this would truly be efficient for our ratepayers. We know that 44 issues, the majority of them have been sorted, so we feel like if it was to go ahead, we would be abstaining. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Members, I note that a number of councillors have asked for a number of questions of the city solicitor. I've got two more indicated speakers from the floor, and then I'm going to ask the city solicitor to come on at the end to clarify some of those. The next speaker is Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't know if Alderman Ramsey was joking when he said whose money was that, when he referenced we're spending other people's money and that's what socialists do. Whose money was the RHI money? And I think that he should think before he speaks, because that looked ridiculous. The reasons given during the summer for this audit, forensic audit, nothing has been put forward that is convincing people to change their mind. It's because of the work of the audit team that we actually had something to look at, and there was only a small percentage of the funding that was actually audited. So if there was a bigger audit done, we might find more, and that's what's worrying. So I think that as a council, given that people are very concerned because of things like RHA, because of a lot of people are struggling right now, that they want to know that public money is being spent properly. And I think what Eamon said is true as well. The fact that the police are involved in this means we have to hold it to an even higher standard, because the police have special powers in society. There is a lot of distrust about the police. So we should be doing everything as a council to make sure that things are transparent. And if our house isn't in order, we should be looking into it. And that's the reason why we're giving our support to this motion, and we would encourage all our councillors as well and aldermen to back the motion that Councillor Donnelly put forward.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Alderman McClintock. Alderman McClintock, you're on mute.
Sorry about that, Mayor. First of all, can I say I agree with the comments by Councillor Logue. We are going all over the place with this, so I do look forward to the city solicitor hopefully clarifying for us that we do not have a conflict of interest. We're convinced that there's no conflict of interest of PCSP members having made this decision along with the other members of council. I think we need to remember that this was a very, very intense audit, an audit that ran to something like, I think, 70+ pages. Normal PCSP audits in other councils are 2 or 3 pages, as what I'm led to believe. And I think we also need to remember that the Northern Ireland audit representative and the independent advisor were at the audit meeting, and if they were satisfied and didn't ask any questions, I think it's ridiculous for us to think of taking anything to a forensic audit. The other thing, just briefly to finish, is that if my understanding is right, Mayor, this is the first time that a grant-making body within council has been audited. Now, I think I'm right in saying that our sports or grant aid or whatever our good relations chain hasn't been audited. So therefore, these recommendations are minor in nature. They're all in the category B, and I think that probably other departments in council will actually benefit from what has been picked up here, and that they're no way different or anything for us to be concerned about. So we certainly will not be supporting Councillor Donnelly's recommendation. Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman McClintock. Alderman Kerrigan.
Thank you, Chair, or thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. Mayor, just reiterating the points that have been made, but a forensic audit is not, in my view, what's required here, because the forensic audit, the audit was done correctly. The situation is the forensic audit is going to tell you the exact same thing the audit team has done, and we're going to come up with, I've been given estimates here of in the region of £20,000 will be the cost for a forensic audit, and it'll come up with the exact same thing that our audit team has come up with. The situation is that the audit team have made recommendations, and it's up to PCSP to implement these recommendations. Now, as has been stated, the vast majority of these have been implemented and have been worked on. Now, because of lag time here, even in next year's audit of PCSP, you'll not see the full benefit of the implementation of them. But it's up to them at the stage further down the line if PCSP were not implementing them. But at this stage here, a forensic audit is a complete waste of money, in my opinion, because they're going to tell us the exact same thing that our audit team has done. So I just think, and again, I've told around £20,000, and as if just firing money into the fire, and that's my own opinion. But thank you, Mayor.
Thanks for that, Alderman Kerrigan. Members, the moment that many of you have been waiting for, the city solicitor is going to address this topic. Philip?
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, I have 3 questions that I've recorded here. The first from Councillor Riley, who inquired as to whether or not members who weren't present on the previous occasion could participate in the vote in relation to this matter. The short answer to that question is that yes, they can. Members have access to all of the papers that would be relevant in relation to this matter and are in a position to vote. Second question is that was asked was in and around what are members being asked to decide here, and I refer members to the paper that's been presented in relation to this matter. The legislation which grounds calling, which is section 41(1)(a) of the Local Government Act, Northern Ireland 2014, refers to this as reconsideration. Where there is a legitimate call-in, and there is no doubt that this meets the requirements for a call-in, then the matter is reconsidered. And the options which are open to members are set out in paragraph 5 of the report. They can either refer the matter for further consideration by the committee, they can support the decision that was made by full council, or they can overturn the decision. And then I think the main question that people have been asking is in relation to conflict of interest. And the call-in refers to the matter that members who had a direct conflict of interest by being members of the PCSP should not have engaged in the process. So members of the PCSP would have an interest that they would declare in relation to this matter. The question, members, is whether or not those members having declared that interest would be entitled to vote. And members will recall that this question was asked of the Chief Executive on the last occasion, and he provided advice that they could vote. The basis of that advice, members, is paragraph 6.9 of the Code of Conduct for councillors, which refers that where you have been appointed by your council as a representative on an organisation, that you may vote and that you may speak in relation to that particular matter. So in summary, members of the PCSP, in the absence of any other direct pecuniary interest in relation to the decisions, would be entitled to participate in the matter, would be allowed to speak in relation to the matter, and would be entitled to vote under the terms of the Code of Conduct. So hope that clarifies the position, members.
Okay, members, you've heard the advice from the city solicitor. Bear with me 1 second. Okay, members, there's a proposal from Councillor Donnelly on the floor, and that proposal is to rescind the decision that was taken in relation to this proposal. So I'm going to put it to the floor, and I'm going to ask John to take us through the proposal. John?
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Alderman Breslin?
Against.
Alderman Devaney?
Against.
Alderman Guy?
Against.
Alderman Carrigan?
Against.
Alderman McClintock?
Against.
Alderman McCready?
Against.
Alderman McKeon?
Against.
Alderman Ramsey?
Against.
Alderman Wark?
Against.
Councillor Jason Barr?
Dean.
Councillor Raymond Barr? Councillor Raymond Barr?
Abstain.
Abstain. Councillor John Boyle?
Albeit I'm happy with the advice given by the city solicitor, I'm content to abstain on this occasion.
Councillor Michaela Boyle?
Against.
Councillor Burke?
Against.
Councillor Carr?
For.
Councillor Cooper?
Against.
Councillor Cusick?
For.
Councillor Dobbins?
For.
Councillor Donnelly?
For.
Councillor Duffy?
Against.
Councillor Durkin?
For.
Councillor Edwards?
For.
Councillor Farrell?
For.
Councillor Ferguson?
Abstain.
Councillor Fleming? Councillor Fleming? Against. Councillor Gallagher? Councillor Harkin?
For.
Councillor Jackson?
Against.
Councillor Kelly?
Against.
Councillor Logue?
Against.
Councillor McCann?
For.
Councillor McCluskey?
For.
Councillor McHugh?
Against.
Thank you. Councillor McKeever.
For.
Councillor McKinney.
Abstain.
Councillor Mellon.
Against.
Councillor Mooney.
For.
Councillor Riley.
Abstain.
And Councillor Tierney.
For.
Thank you.
Those members, please. Okay, members, thank you for bearing with us there. The result of that vote, members, was 14 for, 19 against, and 6 abstentions. Okay, so that proposal from Councillor Donnelly falls. And I also notice, members, that Councillor Lowe has now proposed that we keep the original decision. Members, I would assume that everyone is going to keep their vote in the same context that they've just outlined. So unless anyone changes their vote, I'm prepared that we just take it as read. That's what the outcome will be. If you can let me know now, please.
I take it you mean, Chair, on the reverse?
Yes, yes, in the reverse. Sorry, my mistake.
Just to clarify.
Yep. So there's no one abdicating, members. I suppose formally, can I get a seconder for Councillor Lowe's proposal?
I'll propose.
Seconded.
Who was that?
Chair, can I get a legal opinion from a solicitor? If this is rejected, then things stay as they are. Is there any need for a proposal?
Just bear with me, Councillor Donnelly. Who was that seconded, Councillor Lowe's proposal?
Sandra, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Councillor Donnelly, you want a legal opinion? I'm happy to provide it, and ask Philip to provide it. But like you, I was of similar thought to yourself, and I asked for it, and I was advised that yes, I took it for granted that this would be the default position, but I've been advised different. But I'm happy to provide that for you if you wish.
That's no problem.
Okay, members. All right. So Councillor Lowe's proposal is carried in the reverse, as Councillor Gallagher has outlined. Members, moving on to item number 10, the notices of motion. Members, it's just gone 7:15, so I'm just going to remind you in terms of the time for speaking on the motions. 3 minutes for proposing and 2 minutes for response. And I would ask members to do their best to keep to it. Otherwise, I'll be reminding you of your time limits. First motion is in the name of Councillor Mary McHugh. Councillor McHugh, do you wish to move the motion?
Mayor, I think the motion is read on the screen and I move the motion.
Thank you very much, Councillor McHugh. I see it's seconded by Councillor Boyle.
That's right,
Yeah.
Mayor.
Michaela Boyle, yep. Councillor McHugh, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, Mayor, by my brush there, I'll be as quick as possible. Since the emergence of COVID-19 earlier this year, we've seen measures introduced to try and limit its spread, and this has resulted in radical changes in work practices, with many employees across the city and district now engaging in remote working from their own homes. But working from home on a long-term basis, it's not really a viable option for most due to a combination of factors, including challenges of trying to balance the demands of work and family life. increased social isolation, disruption to and maintaining concentration, motivational challenges, and a lack of necessary equipment and space to replicate the work environment. For many of my own constituents, many of whom live in the more rural areas of our city and district, that option of working from home, it's not even an option, because they either have a very poor, non-existent broadband, and that's even if they have broadband at all. So, Mayor, I believe that the Assembly Executive should prioritise the development of localised digital hubs, whereby government departments, private business and companies and individual entrepreneurs can share fully equipped office accommodation supported by the latest smart work and digital technology in main urban and rural population centres. Locally in my own town of Castleberg, I believe that sites, for example, we have the former PSNI station, which is still a block in the landscape. We have a vacant building where there used to house a bank, which is similar in towns such as Strabane and Newton Stewart. And I believe, you know, these would be ideal for digital hubs, and they're also new life and those town centres again. And in developing localised digital hubs, that in turn then has the knock-on effect, other social, environmental and economic benefits. It would help to generate more employment opportunities for young graduates, keeping them in our rural towns and villages. And also in terms of impacting on our environment, it would have a positive impact, reduce unnecessary journeys and commute times, reducing carbon emissions and pollution. We also hear a lot of talk about decentralisation of government departments out of Belfast and spread across the north. So I believe if these digital hubs were established, that would facilitate a kind of a natural decentralisation, if you may, and go some way to redressing the infrastructure deficit. So, Mayor, in conclusion, I obviously would ask for councillors across the political spectrum to give their support of this motion, and I'm lobbying the Assembly Executive to prioritise the development of localised digital hubs, but we also ask that this council area, due to its socio-economic profile, that it becomes a pilot area for the rollout of this new way of working. Sinead Mayor and Goramina Mayogov, submit to the floor.
Thank you, Councillor McHugh. Councillor McKinney. Councillor McKinney, are you online here?
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in there. I would agree with Councillor McHugh. I live in a very rural area and I have difficulty getting any sort of signal at all. As you can see, I've had to move to a lovely beach there to try and speak to you down at Rusnella. It's fantastic here. People surfing behind me, you know. But we will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKinney, I would advise you that you need to get back quickly because you'll not be allowed out of Donegal after tonight, going by the new restrictions. Alderman Ramsey.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Just DUP support this motion, and Councillor McHugh covered it very, very well. There's really every single point covered, especially decentralisation. That would be a great opportunity for us in the Northwest digital hubs. So DUP fully support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Randy. Councillor Edwards.
Mayor, thanks for letting me in, and I'll try to keep my contribution short as well. We support this motion and believe that digital hubs could offer a means for rural communities to access faster broadband or facilities which may not be available from home. I do believe across my own CA, Castleberg, Victoria, Bryce, Newton Stewart could definitely benefit from digital hubs. As Councillor McHugh, I think there are a lot of vacant public properties in the area, and I would support them being repurposed for a wider community benefit. And I do think as well that digital hubs can benefit people in more urban areas, especially those who need access to IT facilities and printers and things that they can't get at home. So in this context, the SLP are happy to support the motion. Thank you, Mayor.
You, Councillor Edwards, members, there's somebody's mic on there that's giving a wee bit of feedback. Alderman McCain.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll be extremely quick. Just to support the, and obviously myself from the Derry area will be supporting the motion. As I think it's a good idea and a good opportunity for employment and an opportunity to help increase broadband. So thank you. We'll be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Alderman McCain. Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I think the pandemic has really demonstrated the scale of the digital divide, and both between urban and rural, but also between those who can afford it and those who can't. I've talked to a lot of teachers recently who've said to me, look, you can really tell the difference between students who can access the internet at home and those who can't when it comes to doing their homework. So I think that this really shows that, you know, that the executive hasn't made a priority of this. We haven't had a plan, and it's a crisis right now, and far too many people have really struggled because they haven't been able to access the internet. We think that the internet should be made free. If you go into a town centre now, like Derry, you can access the internet. People should be able to do that in their homes. It's something everybody depends on now for work, for access to information, about health and safety. So I think this is something that the executive has to take far more seriously. We can't just leave this up to private companies who are only interested in making a profit. This has to be about meeting social need. So if this can be a step in that direction, we certainly support it.
Thank you for that, Councillor Harkin. Members, there's no other indicated speaker. Councillor McHugh, do you wish to sum up before we move to a vote? Councillor McHugh.
Yeah, Mayor. No, I haven't heard the comments there. I'm happy enough with what I've said originally. Just to thank those who have spoke in favour of the motion. Or am I good, Mayor?
Thank you, Councillor McHugh. Members, I haven't heard anyone speak against this motion. So unless anyone wants to make me aware now, I'm going to take it that this is unanimous. Okay, thank you, members. Thank you, Councillor McHugh. Next motion is in the name of Councillor Raymond Barr. Councillor Barr, do you wish to move your motion, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, take the motion as read and I'll move the motion.
Okay, can I get a seconder? Just bear with me. Can I get a seconder for that motion, please?
Jason Barr, I'll second that, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jason Barr. Councillor Raymond Barr, over to yourself.
Right, can I begin by saying I hope this motion is received in the spirit that's intended. It's not intended to be political, sectarian or divisive in any way, and I hope it doesn't turn into a subject of political debate nor be kicked around the chamber by amendments and counter amendments until it loses its meaning. 14-year-old Noah Donoghue left his home in South Belfast on the 21st of June to, it is believed, meet friends in Cave Hill. 6 days later, his body was found without clothing. His body without clothing was found on a storm drain in North Belfast. To say this tragic event was bizarre would be an understatement. Any parent who lost a child in these circumstances will be devastated. This child's mother, Fiona, and the wider family circle have had their lives irreversibly affected by the untimely death of this young schoolboy. And of course, they want answers. If this mother, torn apart by grief, is ever to salvage what she can from the rest of her life, she needs answers. She needs closure. Her young son left home on his bike to meet friends and never came home. Of course she wants answers. She wants to know what happened to her 14-year-old child. But the family are being met with a wall of silence. They have been presented with theories and scenarios that are not evidenced. 80,000 people have signed up to a social media page in support of the family. They also want to know what happened to Noah. Contrary to what the coroner said, this makes this case a matter of public interest. The Donoghue family are from Strabane. They are a part of our council district. They deserve our empathy and support in the quest for answers. Noah's aunt, Neve, is an ex-employee of this council. The family have shown great dignity and restraint as they struggle to get to the bottom of this tragedy. We must afford them the same dignity. Most members of this council are parents, grandparents, brothers, sisters, aunts, uncles. Let's put ourselves in this mother's position. Try and feel her pain and grief. The family just want the truth as to what happened to Noah, regardless of what the truth is. The PSNI should have nothing to fear from an investigation by the police ombudsman. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barr. Councillor Michaela Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to take the opportunity to thank Councillor Raymond Barr for bringing this motion to Council. I also want to take the opportunity on behalf of my party to send condolences and solidarity to the Donoghue family. And I want to echo their call and appealing to the community of Belfast for bringing forward any information, be it great or small, to bring it forward to the relevant authorities, to the family's legal team, and helping them get truth and justice for their son, grandson, nephew, Noah. The town of Strabane, as Councillor Barr said, Fiona's hometown, where she lived with Noah for a period of time. The town of Strabane, like other towns and cities across the north of Ireland and indeed Ireland, stood by Fiona's side in their support for the family by putting up billboards and posters on their windows to help support the Donoghue family in their quest for the truth. And given that Noah's mother and grandfather and aunts live in this district council area, we can do, and we can, and Councillor Barr's motion here this evening, do what we can in showing our support to the family by supporting Councillor Barr's motion this evening. And getting the request that and getting the information, getting the truth behind what happened to Noah on the night of his death. I want to also just to say that, you know, my party, Vice President Michelle O'Neill, has met with Fiona and her legal team, and she has given her commitment that she will leave no stone unturned in helping the family get the truth to the events that led to Noah's death. I'm also aware that the senior coroner has opened an inquest hearing date set for January 2021. So hopefully that will bring about much needed information. So again, just to echo the sentiment here this evening and appealing to the community to bring forward any information that will help the family get to the truth of what happened to their beloved son Noah. So we support the you, Councillor Barr.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Jason Barr.
Mayor, and again thanks to Councillor Raymond Barr for tabling this motion today, and I echo everything the Councillor Raymond Barr and Councillor Michaela Boyle has just said there. I'm just going to keep this short, that this story has captured the hearts of a nation, and we in the SDLP stand fully with Fiona and the wider Donoghue family and their quest for answers. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Alderman Wark.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in, and also the DEP will be supporting this motion. I think all of us here and a lot of parents here, we all remember Sunday the 21st of June when that tragic news came out, and the worrying leading up to 6 days until Noah was found. But like, our thoughts are with Fiona and the surrounding Sunset, and we couldn't obviously think what she's been through Sunset, but we 100% support the motion here today. Thank you.
You, Alderman Wark. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll keep it short too. Again, we'd like our condolences to the Noah family given also. This is any parent's nightmare, and the Councillor Alderman Wark just said there's many parents in this virtual chamber, and I don't think it's been helped with the online speculations. So as parents, I know we would all want every aspect to be looked into. So we're happy to support this and try and bring more clarity for the Donahue family. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor Gallagher.
Thank you, Mayor. Happy to support the motion. Thank you, Councillor Barr, for bringing it forward. I think that everyone knows in this case has been very in the headlines, and what's very much been in the headlines is there's many discrepancies in this case, and the Donoghue family deserve answers. And I think the only way they're going to get that is by a thorough investigation. And that's what we need to see. And I'd be very happy that council support that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gallagher. Alderman Guy.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. I'd just like to send my condolences to the Donahue family as well. A tragic death of Noah. No one wants to see that sort of thing come to their door. Obviously, there was a lot of things said during the start of this case and the whole way through it, and we haven't got to the end of it yet. And hopefully there will be some sort of justice for the family. And I think that hopefully people will stop, putting out their stories and just let the family grieve in peace until they get their final answers. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Guy. Alderman McCain.
Very briefly, Mayor, and thank you for letting me in. Just to congratulate on bringing the motion, and happy to support. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman McCain. Councillor McCann. Councillor McCann, are you online there? Councillor Emma McCann. Where's I'm coming? Yeah. Go ahead, Eamon. Go ahead, Eamon. Yep, he's on mute. Okay, Councillor McCann seems to be having some technical issues. Members, so we'll move on. Councillor Barr, Raymond Barr, do you wish to have an opportunity to sum up?
I'd just like to heartfelt thank you to everybody in council for supporting the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Barr, for that, and obviously for bringing this motion. I share a lot of the thoughts that have been expressed throughout this. Members will remember that we in this council opened a book of condolence at the time of Noah's sad passing, and we also, in conjunction with the family, lit up our council buildings and Guildhall clock as well for them. There was a date in my diary, members, to meet with the family, but unfortunately they had to go to the court in Belfast. But I'm hopeful that that meeting will take place soon, where we can reiterate our support as a council corporately. I'm not hearing, members, anyone who is speaking against this motion, so I'm going to take it again that it's unanimous, unless members make me aware. No. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Barr. Members, just before the next motion, I would just like to point out that in terms of time, we're getting through these pretty quick, and we'll just continue on in that vein. We will be all very grateful. The next motion is in the name of Councillor Maggie Cooper. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor, and particularly as the motion is read, I think Sandra has seconded that in the chat box. So, in terms of the background to this, first of all, we'd like to acknowledge ourselves as a party that this council has developed some elements of policy around social clauses and bisocial in the past, which incorporate the principles that we're referring to in this motion. But from our perspective, that approach hasn't been consistent across all council departments, and as a policy framework, we feel it's really important that this applies right across the entire council corporate. They inform policy going forward and strategy. In recent weeks, we've been in discussions with the Biosocial Unit of the Strategic Investment Board, which obviously sits under the Executive Office. And they in particular are very keen to promote the principles of the biosocial approach to public procurement. and they also encourage key anchor institutions in the north, including local government agencies and local government and local councils as well. They understand the impact of their own spend and how it could be enhanced to maximise social value. They have, in particular, the biosocial team have been providing advisory support throughout this year. The Belfast City Council's Commercial and Procurement Services team, because they're working to develop their own social value policy, which will inform Council's overall policy. And basically, Belfast City Council wants to leverage all their procurement and employment powers to place inclusive growth at the heart of key investment and strategy decisions. Now, in 2018-19, Belfast City Council spent around £120 million on goods, works and services. And I mean, it's widely acknowledged this level of expenditure would provide a boost to the local economy, especially if it was integrated to social value commitments in terms of working with relevant contractors who are providing those services to Belfast City Council. And from our perspective, we want to replicate that with our own council. There's no reason at all why we can't do the same. Obviously, we're spending millions as well in terms of capital, but also in terms of procuring services. And that's why, from our approach, it's absolutely key that we incorporate a biosocial approach and everything we do, and that needs to be applied as a policy framework across all departments of council, as opposed to being done on a piecemeal basis or an ad hoc basis. And a lot of this is focused around social clauses. We have obviously incorporated those in the past. So we have long-term unemployed being taken on in terms of certain projects council are delivering, or some of their own contractors are delivering. But we want to do this on a more, as I said, uniform approach, so that every single department and council, when they're drawing up procurement contracts, when they're drawing up terms of reference for work that's going to be done directly by council or by suppliers, that automatically social clauses and wider biosocial policies are incorporated. In the current climate with COVID and the Brexit situation, climate change, structural inequality impacting upon all our citizens' lives, it's absolutely imperative public bodies harness the potential of the procurement spend to deliver social value. And from our perspective, it's a no-brainer that we would adopt this policy now. So going forward, every single council department, the very first thing they're doing when they're drawing up contracts and drawing up terms of reference, that they're incorporating a biosocial approach. And that'll obviously, from our perspective, create hundreds of jobs, specifically from the long-term unemployed. And from our perspective, in terms of all of the reskilling that we have to do as a council,
Councillor
around the
Cooper,
whole
can I
COVID
ask you to
crisis.
bring your remarks there close,
Yeah,
please?
no problem. In terms of all the stuff we're trying to do around reskilling in particular, and trying to get people who have been long-term unemployed back in the sector and the employment sector, from our perspective, this proposal makes absolute sense. So happy to propose on that basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Alderman Aveni.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me in, and the DEP has no problem in supporting this motion. As the previous speaker said, we have practiced social clauses within the council, and we do believe that there has to be a joint up thinking between, as he has stated, the uniform between all the departments in council. I'm going to keep it short so you don't have to take any extra time, but happy to second that proposal.
Thanks for that, Alderman Aveni. It's already been seconded by Councillor Duffy, but thanks anyway. Councillor John Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. And like all previous speakers, I'm quite content to keep my remarks relatively brief. I think Councillor Cooper has really very well pointed out the benefits and opportunities that exist here and the consideration of this particular motion. I just want to thank Councillor Cooper for bringing it to us. Yes, we almost acknowledge our council has gone some way, but there's always improvement opportunities, I think, and this particular motion and what Councillor Cooper outlined is really to the heart of it, and we in the SDLP are very content to support the motion, and of course clearly we look forward to the presentation of reports in relation to this in the coming months. So again, that's it from myself and from the SDLP and this for now. Thank you, Mayor.
Hear me? No? Hear me now? Sorry, members. I had a technical difficulty there. Thanks. rule.
It's John Kelpie here. Just we're having some technical difficulties in the Guildhall. For a moment, if you could just bear with us, please.
What?
Okay, members, my apologies. There was some technical difficulty. Now, I was cut out, some may say, lucky for me, in the middle of Councillor Boyle's remarks. So, no, I'm on, and the chat box has also been deleted. So I'm unaware if anyone has indicated to speak after Councillor Boyle. If they are, can they make me aware now, please? No? Okay, Councillor Cooper, would you like an opportunity to sum up?
Thank you, Mayor. Just like to thank the members for supporting the motion. I think one key action arising out of this motion being passed in the short term is for council officers to meet with the biosocial units and happily make those introductions in terms of learning from their own work that's happened so far with all our councils, including Belfast, to try and inform whatever papers are being brought to our own committees to try and move this process on. But this is, in my view, an urgent piece of work, because the quicker we get this in place, the more we can harness the obvious benefits of all the spend that we're making as a council, especially in terms of benefiting the long-term unemployed. So delighted that the motion is passed without any opposition. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Members, as Councillor Cooper said, I'm not hearing any opposition to this proposal. So again, I'm going to take it unanimous unless members make me aware. Now, please. No, I'll take it that motion in the name of Councillor Cooper has passed unanimously. Next motion is in the name of Councillor Dobbins. Councillor Dobbins, would you like to move your motion, please?
I'll just take it as read, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dobbins. Can I get a seconder for that proposal?
Councillor Farrell.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Councillor Dobbins.
Thank you, Chair. Folks, it's important to follow all governmental advice on combating the COVID-19, including staying safe and outside of your home. According to these professionals, and that's what they are, the COVID-19 usually spreads by droplets from coughs, sneezes, and even whenever you're speaking. These are picked up from the surfaces, hence regular hand hygiene, social distancing, and covering your mouth and nose is important in controlling the spread of the virus. Scientific evidence is that when used correctly, the wearing of face coverings may reduce the spread of these droplets in certain circumstances, and this will help protect others. Coverings are intended for that, the protection of others, not in essence the wearer. They are not a replacement for social distancing or hand washing, nor is there any consideration for conspiracy theories. Why is there theories about coverings and not about the 3 or 6 feet distancing rules, or how or with what we wash our hands? Since August, the use of face coverings in certain indoor settings, like the shops and the shopping centres, has been mandatory, and as with public transport. If we can wear the mask, forget about the rights and the wrongs, we're protecting our loved ones or families and friends in the community. But if you can't wear a mask, this is what the motion is about. If you can't wear a mask, one for a medical reason or a psychological reason, there needs to be ministerial guidance on enforcement, how this is going to be enforced, and the introduction of a medical exemption card for people living with hidden disabilities, just like our jam card and the sunflower card and the lanyard. This stops discrimination, it stops embarrassment for people who have hidden disabilities and cannot wear the mask but are still subject to abuse. It is important that we are able to respect one another and remember that the reasons for not wearing a face covering may not always be visible. I commend the Minister. I commend Minister Johnson. When he was allocated the Health Ministry, he was given a sow's ear and tasked to make a silk purse. Then COVID happened. And to be honest, with the assistance of professionals and scientific recommendations and evidence, he was endeavoured to make the best of an existing dire department. The Minister needs to give us direction on this. He needs to come to the forefront, which is why I've asked for to be written to the Minister of Health and ask what his enforcement mechanisms are with regard to the wearing of masks. Like England has already done it. The police force are actually doing it in England. Now, I don't expect that here, but I do expect something why people aren't wearing their masks. And for those with disabilities to have this emblem that will provide that they won't be embarrassed when they're asked, why are you not wearing your mask?
Councillor Dobbins, can I? Thank you, Councillor Dobbins. Councillor Lowe.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I have submitted an amendment to Councillor Dobbins's motion. It's coming up there now on the screen, and just for the purposes, it's looking to take out.
Before you go on, Councillor Lowe, can I get a seconder for that amendment, please?
I'll second the amendment, Aileen.
Councillor Mellon, thank you. Councillor Lowe?
Yeah. It has become mandatory to wear a face covering in certain circumstances, i.e. travelling on public transport while being in shopping centres, or suppose more generally where goods and services are available. Some circumstances make it difficult for people to wear face coverings. There are a number of reasonable excuses to accommodate the people who may fit into this category. The WHO, the World Health Organization, and the PHA say there is no need to get an exemption letter from a doctor or government to show as evidence. You only need to say if questioned. And it is important that we respect one another and remember that reasons for not wearing a face covering is not always visible. The proposal for introducing an exemption card will prove to be too bureaucratic at this time and difficult for many people. The possibility of people falling through the net is high. Authority of those who will be able to stop and request such a card could also prove problematic. And there is the follow-on requirement for people who may forget their card or indeed do not apply for one. The use of masks is part of a package of prevention and control measures that can help to limit the spread of COVID-19. While using a mask can contribute to the spread, the World Health Organization advice says in itself is not enough. Masks should be used as part of a comprehensive strategy of measures to suppress transmission and save lives. The use of a mask alone is not sufficient to provide an adequate level of protection against COVID-19. You should also maintain minimum physical distance of at least the recommended amount from others, and frequently, and I suppose more
Councillor Lowe, Can I ask you to bring your remarks?
Acknowledge, Chair.
I need you to bring them to a close now,
Yeah,
please.
I am bringing it to a close. And frequently clean your hands and avoid touching your face and mask. Therefore, we are advocating for a clear communication on the purpose of wearing a mask, where, when, and how what type of mask should be worn. Explain what wearing a mask may achieve and what it will not achieve. And
Councillor Lowe,
finishing my last sentence now, Chair.
you've had enough time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. We get the gist of it. We get the gist of it. Thank you.
That this is the
Thank you, Councillor Lowe.
measures along with
Councillor Lowe, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor McCluskey.
Thank you. Just very briefly, obviously, I'm not going to support this motion. I have sent a Freedom of Information request into the Executive and to the Minister for Health asking for evidence on efficacy of masks, given that we were told repeatedly through this that they were completely ineffective, and also a risk assessment, which is perhaps even more important, because I do think if something is mandatory for an entire population, you need both those things. You need to show that they're going to help and that there is no negative outcomes. Now, I have serious concerns about the psychological impact of children and young people being expected to cover their faces. And I'm also, as I say, there are massive studies which have shown that they actually will increase respiratory diseases because, you look, there's no, the fact that there's absolutely no standardization and that you can put any piece of cloth over your face and that it's somehow expected to work is nonsense. And if you look at the particle size of viruses compared to most types of masks that are worn, they're just completely ineffective. And they certainly block communication and increase fear. I also am against mandatory people need to be treated like adults, and I take what people are saying about keeping people safe and showing respect, but it has to be something that works. And we know hand washing and social distancing works. We know that worked in Sweden, where that's really all that they did. And these are the big important things. The thing about COVID marshals and fines and repression and the complete removal of people's civil liberties and treating people like children so they can't make these decisions for themselves and keep themselves and other people safe. I take all of that. But I'm still waiting. As I say, it's 6 weeks ago, I asked for evidence and for a risk assessment. And I do think that until we have those two things done, you certainly can't be forcing any policy on an entire population, a healthy population. If I have a cold or a flu, I will cheerfully wear a mask, not a problem, to protect other people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCluskey. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. The quick response from our city and district showed that we had one of the cases back at the start. Unfortunately, now the virus is spiraling out of control, and one of the things that it's been attributed to is the lack of masks. We are currently one of the most, have the most cases per population in the island. And masks do help. They don't necessarily stop the spread of the virus, but we do need the social distancing. We aren't trying to take that away, and we do need to wash our hands. We aren't in favour of another full lockdown, and we understand fully some of the aspects that Councillor McCluskey has put out alongside the lack of health services. But we are in favour of trying to do as much as possible that we can. And what difference does it make to have a mask on at the moment to keep other people safe? I do feel that the amendment takes away from it because of the exemption card. I think that people are currently at the moment, because they aren't being challenged, aren't wearing masks and just thinking it's not a big deal. But unfortunately, we are really seeing a rise of cases within our city and district. So we won't be supporting the amendment, but we will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Alderman McClintock.
Thanks, Chair, for our Mayor for letting me in. We fully appreciate the efforts made by all our frontline healthcare workers to support those with positive diagnosis, and to note the increase in numbers today, both in our district and in Donegal as well. Regarding face coverings, we agree that there's many people just not wearing them. None of us like to wear them, but we know that we could be asymptomatic and give the virus to somebody else. So it really is in consideration of other people. I think that we have to try and promote more face coverings. Some people may have very genuine reasons for not wearing them. So in that case, we do agree with the motion that Angela has brought before us, because if we can't tell if somebody should or should not be wearing a mask, we could be almost discriminating against them or thinking badly of them. I do have sympathy with the amendment that Councillor Patricia Logue has brought forward, because I think we do need a better communication strategy. One of the things that would concern us is people are wearing bits of cloth around their face and they don't necessarily know whether there is a more effective type of mask, whether they'd be better wearing one type or another. So there is merit in both the motion before us and the amendment. If it comes down to one, we would go with the motion as put forward by Councillor Dobbins, that we should be encouraging in all ways people to wear a mask, and if that requires a medical certificate for those who don't have to wear one, then so be it. But we're also aware that this will take some time to implement, and we need to be acting quickly on this. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman McClintock. Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. The first thing I would say is in relation to the pandemic, that it's been very, very clear that the way the government, whether Westminster or Stormont, has handled it has been shambolic. And that's been from herd immunity and keeping the economy open, willing to put people's lives at risk. And it's not a surprise that people don't wear masks, because you have Trump supporting MPs like Sammy Wilson telling people they're muzzles and refusing to wear them, and going on public transportation himself and refusing to wear a mask. So I see wearing a mask as an act of solidarity to try and protect the most vulnerable in our community. It's also about workers' rights, because a bus or a train, that's someone's workplace. And I think we have to respect the efforts by bus workers, by teachers, by nurses, by health workers, that they are trying to protect themselves using PPE, and they're also trying to protect the people they work with and the most vulnerable in our community. So that's the way I think about it. This is about solidarity. This is about workers' rights. This is about protecting the most vulnerable. I also think we have to be very careful not to give the police new powers, because that's one thing that's been happening. And see the way that those police powers are used. There was no crackdown on meat plant owners when they refused to implement health and safety. The same with care home bosses. But when it came to a Black Lives Matter protest, you have fines and threats of prosecutions. So I think we have to be very, very careful while we're calling on people to implement public health, that we don't then give the police more powers to use it to crack down on people and use it in a very, very unfair way. So I think that this is a very important discussion now, because we face a rise in the infections. I think it would be much better if there was clear
Councillor Harkin, can I ask you to bring your remarks to a close, please?
Thank you, Mayor, and I'll finish there.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor Farrell.
Thanks, Mayor. We'll be voting against the amendment. We think Councillor Dobbins' original motion sort of captured the spirit. We think the Sinn Féin amendment could have been added to it. It would have complemented the motion, but to remove, probably the most important part of Angela's motion about the medical exemption card is a mistake. Lots of people out there, as Angela had previously stated, have medical issues that are invisible, and they don't like to be challenged on why they're not wearing a mask. So I think, and we think, the medical exemption card is a sensible idea. Councillor Logue says it would be bureaucratic. Well, let's see how that pans out. I have noticed since the masks were introduced, at the start we'd be walking around Tesco, 80-90% of the people will be wearing them. Now it's less than half. People have they don't see the importance of them, and we've had a spike in COVID. That is related, and we need to reinforce the fact that people need to wear masks. people that can't wear masks for medical reasons should be supported in that. And the call on the Minister for Health to provide guidance on enforcement mechanisms, that's important. People need to wear masks and it needs to be enforced. So that's our view.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Members, I have no further indicated speakers on the amendment. Therefore, I'm going to put it to the floor, and I think you'll agree with the contributions that I've heard that we're going to have to go for a vote. So, John, over to yourself.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members. Voting on the amendment by Councillor Logue. Alderman Breslin.
Against.
Alderman Devaney.
Against.
Alderman Guy.
Against.
Alderman Carrigan.
Against.
Alderman McClintock.
Against.
Alderman McCready.
Against.
Alderman McCain.
Against.
Alderman Ramsey.
Against.
Alderman Wark.
Against.
Councillor Jason Barr.
Against.
Councillor Raymond Barr. Councillor Raymond Barr.
Against.
Councillor John Boyle. Councillor John Boyle.
Sorry, Chief Executive. I'm having some IT issues since the first vote there a while ago. Yeah, against.
Sorry, do you want to repeat that, John, please?
Sorry, John. Against.
Thank you. Councillor Michaela Boyle.
For.
Councillor Burke.
For.
Councillor Carr.
Abstain.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Cusick.
Against.
Councillor Dobbins.
Against.
Councillor Donnelly.
For.
Councillor Duffy.
For.
Councillor Durkin.
Against.
Councillor Edwards.
Against.
Councillor Farrell.
Against.
Councillor Ferguson.
Against.
Councillor Fleming.
For, John.
Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Harkin.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kelly. Councillor Logue.
For.
Councillor McCann.
For.
Councillor McCluskey. Councillor McCluskey. Councillor McHugh. Councillor McHugh. Councillor McKeever.
Against.
Councillor McKinney.
Against.
Councillor Mellon. Councillor Mellon. Councillor Mooney.
Against, John.
Councillor Riley.
Against, John.
Councillor Tierney.
Against, John.
Sorry, John, I said for. I don't know if you heard me or not.
I didn't hear you, Councillor Mellon. I'll now record that as a 4.
Okay, members, the result of that was 12 for, 23 against, and 1 abstention. So the amendment falls, and we revert back to the substantive motion. Only indicated speaker on the substantive motion at this point is Councillor Mellon. Councillor Mellon, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. It was just to speak in relation of the enforcement parts of the motion. And I just want people to take into consideration those who have gone through traumatic events in the past, for example, sexual assault or rape, to think of how they're having to explain their case. In some cases, they haven't went and sought legal or justice for what has happened to them, that they do find it hard to wear masks to try and relive some of that trauma that they might have been through. And it's for that reason I feel that enforcing medical card and using that as an enforcement method to get people to wear face coverings is it's not really taking in the emotional kind of stress and further trauma that it would cause other people. And I think that has to be taken into consideration as well. So in that reason, I'll not be voting for the substantive motion. I'll be abstaining.
Okay, Councillor Mellon, thank you for that. Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. I was happy to support the amended motion, but I can't support the substantive motion because of the enforcement mechanisms, Chair. Councillor, I think a lot of what needs to be said has already been said by Councillor Harkin. You know, we have seen the difference in policing protests. We've seen what happened to Black Lives Matter, and then we have seen policing with other protests in the Guildhall Square. The police can't be trusted to enforce this. It will be another nature for them to abuse those that they don't like. So I can't support the substantive motion for that. You know, Councillor Dobbins pointed to England. There's dozens and dozens of cases in England where the police have abused their powers and stepped over the mark. So unfortunately, I can't support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Members, there's no further indicated speakers on the substantive motion. I'm going to ask Councillor Dobbins to sum up. Councillor Dobbins.
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, I take on board, and I definitely, Councillor Mellon, I take that on board. But what I had actually said, I think things have been misread wrong here, Mayor. I had asked to write to the Minister of Health seeking guidance on the current enforcement mechanisms and the introduction of a medical exemption card. Now, believe it or not, the blue badge that is put on a car to allow that person driving the car to park on a disabled bay is a medical exemption certificate. It is not given by a doctor or anything else. It is given by a body, a governing body. Now, there can be a medical exemption certificate for not wearing or for not being embarrassed to ask, to be asked about why you're not wearing a mask, can be given out by so many bodies out there. It can even be given to the crisis centre and things like that could have the authority to give out cards. It's just that they're not going to be given out willy-nilly to just anybody. But those with legitimate reasons for not wearing them should be able to get a card. And therefore, that's where I'm asking the Minister to be more clear to where the you know, whilst there is a big long list of those people that don't need to have an exemption, legitimate exemption, there needs to be a guidance of how they get this card, so that it's discrimination against disability is what really this motion is about, and how they are being enforced. And what I did say, Councillor Donnelly, was that I was not in favour of the police doing it here. There has to be a mechanism there, and I'm asking what that mechanism is. So thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dobbins, for that. Members, we're going to move to a vote now, and I'm going to ask John Kelby to take us through again. John.
Okay, thanks again, Mayor. Alderman Breslin.
For.
Alderman Devaney.
For.
Alderman Guy.
For.
Alderman Carrigan.
For.
Alderman McClintock.
For.
Alderman McCready.
For.
Alderman McCain.
For.
Alderman Ramsey.
For.
Alderman Wark.
For.
Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
For.
Councillor John Boyle.
For.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
Abstain.
Councillor Burke.
Abstain.
Councillor Carr.
Abstain.
Councillor Cooper.
Abstain.
Councillor Cusick.
For.
Councillor Dobbins.
For.
Councillor Donnelly.
Against.
Councillor Duffy.
Abstain.
Councillor Durkin. Councillor Durkin.
For John, sorry.
Councillor Edwards.
For John.
Councillor Farrell.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
For.
Councillor Fleming.
Abstain, John.
Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Harkin.
Abstain.
Councillor Jackson.
Abstain.
Councillor Kelly.
Abstain.
Councillor Logue.
Abstain.
Councillor McCann.
Abstain.
Councillor McCluskey.
Against.
Councillor McHugh.
Abstain, John.
Councillor McKeever.
For.
Councillor McKinney.
For.
Councillor Mellon.
Abstain.
Councillor Mooney.
For.
Councillor Riley.
For.
Councillor Tierney.
For. Okay, members, that was 23 for the motion, 2 against and 13 abstentions. Therefore, the motion is carried. Moving on to the motion in the name of Councillor Stephen Edwards. Councillor Edwards.
Take the motion as read and move the motion, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Can I get a seconder for that motion?
Can I second the motion? McCain, please, Mayor.
Okay, Alderman McCain. Councillor Edwards, go ahead.
Mayor, thanks for letting me bring this important issue to Council, as I do believe that we do have a duty to do our part in reversing what has been a long-standing digital discrimination facing our own rural communities. There is a chronic digital dereliction in rural areas where businesses, schools and homeowners struggle to reach even basic levels of broadband speed and connectivity. Hotspots, as they've become known, don't only impact on businesses, but also on rural families, on their children's education, and on their ability to drive economic growth and productivity. Mayor, the COVID-19 pandemic has compounded this shortcoming locally in terms of broadband provision in our rural areas. Many businesses have been forced online. The executive's own advice is to work from home when you can, and school children have also been expected to complete online classes. But for a large group of people in our council area, this has not been possible, given the lack of investment in our broadband infrastructure. Of all the councils across the north, ours performs quite poorly in terms of average internet speeds. It is the second worst in terms of having super fast broadband, and it is the worst in terms of broadband users having speeds under 2 megabytes per second. Mayor, over 12% of all broadband users across our council district have speeds of under 10 megabytes per second. Previous storm schemes have failed to address what is a chronic problem in our council area. In the last 10 years, there's been 9 broadband schemes in total from the executive and over £160 million worth of investment across the north in broadband, but it has so far failed to reach many areas in our council. Mayor, I do believe that I have some hope that Project Stratum could have a positive impact in our council area. The Minister for Economy has informed me that over 10,000 homes in the constituency of West Tyrone will benefit from faster broadband, and 103 homes from the Foyle constituency will benefit from faster broadband. The Minister has also confirmed to me just today that this scheme will be deployed in all rural areas, regardless of its population density. In this regard, Mayor, I do believe it's important that Council identifies the key areas of intervention across our council and to work with Stormont and the Executive on ensuring fast broadband is rolled out across our district, especially in our rural areas, because at the moment it's simply not happening. This issue has to be addressed, and I do believe it needs local input from Council to the Executive, and that is why I brought the motion today calling for direct action on this issue. I urge support for the motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Number of indicated speakers in this one. The first is Councillor McCready.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to speak. I welcome Councillor Edwards' motion, and which my party and I fully support and endorse. I think the member who brought it forward articulated in detail a lot of the points and the deficit of broadband, specifically in rural area, which certainly needs to be addressed. You know, you look at the needs, the recent figures from the Think Broadband indicates around 90% of the premises in Northern Ireland can access superfast service. But when you compare that to the remainder of the United Kingdom, it's actually one of the lowest. And when you go further into the details and you look at the rural figures, it's much worse. You're looking at around 66% coverage for rural areas. Kind of the way forward, looking at the Department of Economy and Project Stratum, you know, to be rolled out. And I think in the upcoming weeks, there should be an announcement of who is successful in the tender process, and we can actually commence forward with that. And it's not only, you know, just broadband for access or how badly COVID-19 has compounded the issue further, but you know, we've had existing businesses, you know, outground rural Eglinton, rural Claudy, all the way up through the Durgan Sperrin, who solely rely on internet businesses for, you know, 90% of their turnover and access to the market. But I also like to just kind of pay homage to the DUP's input for Project Stratum with the conference supply agreement of £165,000. I'm just glad we're at the point now to see that getting rolled out. But thanks very much for the mover on the motion. You have our full support.
Thank you, Alderman McCready. Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting us in. Mayor, I'm just reading something here that BT made a statement that they would bring fast broadband to every rural community by 2020. And they said they would put in local exchanges and roadside cabinets. I recently had the BT out to my house to check my landline, and I asked the engineer about the broadband, and he checked it out. And from my house to the green box, and then back down to the exchange in Claudy, by the time I got the signal, it will be non-existent. So I totally support Councillor Edwards' proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Councillor Kelly, Dan Kelly.
Chair, I support the motion apart from one part, so I'm going to propose an amendment, if that's okay.
Yeah, have you sent it to the committee section already, or?
I have. It's it's simply a deletion of paragraph 4. Yeah, it's on the screen there now. Yeah.
Okay, can I get a seconder for that amendment, please?
Happy to second.
Councillor Duffy, is it?
I was going to second it, but Councillor Duffy.
Yep, okay. Councillor Kelly. I think Dan's been cut off.
Yeah, no, I'm still here,
No,
Chair.
go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm just going to give a very kind of quick run through in terms of why I think the motion needs to be amended. So 2 minutes. The work that the data set the council has began in the previous councils back in 2013 or so, and that work was taken on by this council following amalgamation. It's a fairly comprehensive data set. It involved officers, members, and community organisations going out, walking streets, knocking on doors, and getting the information. There was other work done by the Rural Development Programme when that funding tranche came through on the current programme back in 2015 or 16, and Deirdre Hart and her team did a fair bit of work across 2, if not 3 of the rural DEAs. All of that, so the 3 councils and the Rural Development Programme have arrived with a very detailed data set, and in my opinion, it's a fairly comprehensive data set. It's been validated by all in terms of rural broadband provision. This council had a very comprehensive data set, which was it was able to submit
Members, we seem to have lost Councillor Kelly.
That's that old broadband in the rural area wherever was
clearly outlining the point of the motion.
need. Yeah, motion speaks for itself.
Yep. Members, there's an amendment on the floor which has been seconded by Councillor Duffy. There's no further indicated speakers on that.
Could I just clarify something for Dan, seeing as he was cut off? The reason why he omitted that section was because that work has already been done. Thank you, Dan, coming back.
Councillor Kelly? Councillor Kelly, no, it doesn't seem to be.
No. Right. The reason for that omission was that the work has been done. I can hear that.
Okay, yeah. Councillor Kelly, go ahead. Yes, Councillor Kelly, go ahead.
Yeah, so the Business and Culture Committee now have that as a standing item on the agenda. So the work that has been done, as far as I'm concerned, has been very comprehensive. And the reason for mentioning the ongoing monitoring in terms of this motion is because it's not a snapshot in time. The data set that we have is a dynamic data set, and it's subject to ongoing adjustment as developments take place through that committee. So it's not a standstill snapshot, it's dynamic in that sense. And I think if the danger in terms of where we are with Project Stratum, it's £165 million investment in FTTP across this district. Not all of the money is going to this district, but in terms of the premises that have been identified, that work is due to start in 4 weeks. And I think for us to send out a signal that we have somehow got an issue with our data set, that would send the wrong signal to the department. I think it could jeopardize our place within Project Stratum on that contract. And I also think in terms of the cost, because we have spent around £100,000, as I've calculated, in getting to where we are in terms of collating all of the broadband postcodes, and not just the postcodes, but mapping the individual premises and FTTP provision within the individual premises within a postcode. I think the council of going back to square one would, in my opinion, would take a job of work that's already done and that is technically complete. And I would be earned lose out on the current.
Councillor Kelly, I appreciate that you were cut off, but can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
That's all I had to say, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Members, there's no indicated speakers on the amendment. There is Ryan McCready, Alderman McCready, on the amendment.
Yeah, on the amendment, I support Councillor Dan Kelly's amendment. I think it's good due diligence if the work's been done. Let's not repeat and jeopardize a large rollout of Project Stratum. That's our position. Thanks.
Thank you, Alderman McCready. Members, no. Councillor John Boyle.
Mayor, just to say, Mayor, in consideration of the amendment, the SDLP have no great problem with that push, and we would be content to support that. I think that would be Councillor Edwards' view, who proposed the original motion.
Okay, Councillor Boyle, thanks for that. Members, I'm not hearing anybody speaking against the amendment at this stage, so I'm going to take it as read unless members make me aware. Okay, members, the amendment is carried. Speaking to the substantive motion, Alderman McCain. Alderman McCain, are you online?
Sorry, can you hear me now, Mayor?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, as Councillor Kelly is experiencing, and indeed myself, that the broadband and even getting through, and I'm sitting looking at you here, and there's a wee wheel spinning in the middle of your face. So we are experiencing the difficulties of broadband in the rural areas, and I would just like to congratulate Councillor Edwards and bringing this excellent motion. It is something that we have discussed at length ourselves, and I have lobbied my Ulster Unionist MLAs on it. I think even the announcement yesterday of Holy Cross School closing, which is one of the biggest schools in the country due to COVID, and the amount of kids that attend that from rural areas, such as Castleberg, Plumridge, and the surrounding areas, highlights the disadvantage that rural kids are being subjected to with the poor broadband. And at Project Stratum, while we welcome it, it's my understanding that it isn't going to be complete to 2024. Councillors and folks, that is no good. That is far, far too far down the line. That is a child who is coming up to do their GCSEs, going through their GCSEs and their A levels possibly over 4 years with this broadband service that we have at the minute. Our rural kids cannot be left behind or should not be disadvantaged, and I urge everybody here to support it and to act and to support and lobby their MLAs, because 2024 is too far away for a kid sitting at 14 or 15 years of age today. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman McCain. Members, there's no further speakers on this motion, so I'm going to ask Councillor Edwards to sum up. Councillor Edwards.
Mayor, thank you, and thanks for everyone's support. I didn't have an issue with the amendment. If that work has already been done, there's no point in duplicating it. But I would like to thank everyone for the support, and also for Alderman McCain for going through the issues with me over the last few weeks as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Members, I'm not hearing anybody speaking against what is now the substantive motion. So once again, I'm going to take it as read unless members make me aware. Okay, the motion in the name of Councillor Edwards has passed. Thank you, members. We've now been at the motions almost 2 hours, and I'm going to propose that we take another short interval for about 15 minutes this time. So we'll be back online at 8:45, members. Thank you. Okay, members, we're going to kick off once again. And the motion in the name of Councillor McCann.
I've got to do something now, sweetheart. Okay, I'll talk to you later. All right.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Love at first sight, boys.
I didn't know you felt that way about me, man, but
that was my daughter on the phone, so I had no option but
of course.
Sometime. On the motion that's coming up that I'm moving. As you say, first that this is a motion which is.
I just want you to propose it first, and we'll get a seconder, and then we'll let you speak.
Okay, I propose a motion which is on the agenda in my name.
Okay, can I get a second, Councillor Harkin? Second. Yep. Go ahead, Councillor McCann.
Okay, let me say first that this motion is part of an NUJ campaign, a union campaign, and I should say that up front. Our union will be, we're hoping that this resolution along the same lines will go forward sort of in every local council in the north, and indeed we're doing something similar in the south and across the water. And the reason why we're doing it is that it's, the councillors will know that the media and particularly journalism is in dire straits. It doesn't do to exaggerate these things or to be a harbinger of gloom, but nevertheless, we have lost in this council area, we have lost around 150 jobs in journalism in the last 20 years. Now, so it's not ones and twos who are going, and these were by the standards of the area and of Derry and Strabane and so on. These are good jobs, and they've disappeared. And what is more, that the other jobs, the remaining jobs, are under threat. We know sort of where our union is fighting closures all the time and fighting to preserve pay and conditions. This is one of the few trades in which really sort of that everybody else is a freelance at our job. And that's okay sort of up to a point, but it does mean that there are people always willing to work as journalists for nothing. Or to put in newspapers, put articles into newspapers in the hope that they'll be printed. No other trade, it seems to me, has got that problem. So our problems are exaggerated. And what is more, sort of, we're dealing here with, particularly at the local level, we're dealing with something which is a social good in itself, which is absolutely essential for the operation of democracy, holding power to account and holding local power to account through the local press. We all may, at time for time, sort of rage and rant about the evils of the Journal or the Derry News or the Sentinel and so on, but would we want to be without them? They're not all safe, you know, not all safe by any means. Now, from what we are proposing here, sort of, is that that we have we set up, at least that the UK government, the Assembly sets up a news recovery plan. Sort of, and we're suggesting that that could be based upon the 6% tax on the tech giants, which are actually responsible for underlying local journalism down through the years. A 6% tax sort of on their profits, and that could fund, you know, a news recovery plan, which, for example, would subsidise new jobs, would subsidise entrance into a journalism. We've got wonderful young journalists sort of at the University of Ulster and at the Northwest College and Limavady campus. I mean, we have them, but what's going to become of them? I mean, I occasionally give talks to these classes, and I look at them and think, well, what are you going to be in a few? Will there be jobs for you? And that, despite the fact I think that everybody wants journalism, a journalist to succeed. And I think there's a growing recognition. Well, it's always been there, but it didn't need to be stated so loudly as it needs to be stated now. You know, sort of the role that journalism and local journalism in particular can play sort of in local democracy and in shaping local communities down through the years. Journalism is very important. Newspapers are very important. We are saying that they are in crisis, and we are looking to find a mechanism sort of which can, without handing ourselves over in any way to government control, government sponsorship, to organise so that we have, through taxation, appropriate taxation, we can have, as you say, a recovery plan which will save sort of our local newspapers. I don't know where everybody is, you know. So if you look around you, I bet sort of you'll know a newspaper which doesn't exist anymore. That is a tragedy. It's a loss of jobs, and we should do something about it. As I say, this will be this resolution is part of a much more widespread campaign to save jobs and save journalism. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor McCann. Councillor Mooney.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to Councillor McCann for bringing this motion.
We would certainly welcome this motion on behalf of the SDLP and would certainly support it. It is self-evident that a fully free, independent, well-resourced media is a vital bulwark in the maintenance and stability of any functioning democracy. But it is clear that the public are consuming more news content from online resources, which some clearly do not provide the same standards of information, fact-checking, and in some cases do not have to observe the same level of legal observance as the traditional news outlets have had to abide by and still abide by. The NUJ Recovery Plan provides a grim vista for the future of journalism if urgent intervention is not forthcoming for both owners and from government. Local journalists provide a valuable and reliable service to the local public. Journalism is a highly skilled trade that allows our local population to be informed and educated with accurate, factual information and to hold institutions to account. The 6% windfall tax proposed by the NUJ, in line with other measures outlined by them in the recovery document, is only fair in the current situation that the journalistic profession find themselves in, and it is only right and proper that this essential service be supported in these trying times. I would commend this motion from Councillor McCann. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mooney. Councillor Mellon.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor McCann for bringing this motion forward. Sinn Féin are happy to support the motion. The media does play a huge and pivotal role in our society, and we welcome NUJ's recovery plan for the North. The access to factual and ethical reporting is important and is in everyone's interest. It's important now more than ever when we see other outlets that don't have the ethics that journalism has and has been brought into with our trade. So we support the call for these journalist outlets to be supported and the wider services struggling to survive. Our Finance Minister, Conor Murphy, has also laid this out in terms of the windfall tax and proposing this to both the British Chancellor and the Minister for Economy. He's also stated that more measures need to be looked at so that we can close these loopholes that are allowing the richest in our society to profit, whilst others are struggling, like our journalists and other media outlets that's in our society. So thank you for bringing the motion forward, and as I say, we will be supporting the motion tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Mellon. Councillor McCluskey.
Hello, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for letting me in. When I read this motion, I kind of thought it was meant to be ironic, a parody to highlight and expose the absolute lack of investigative journalism of any kind during the COVID crisis. I'm going to put on my camera here. Hold on a wee sec. Their coverage has been nothing short of disgraceful, and they've and I include all of the TV, various channels, the print media and the whole lot have been absolutely in lockstep with the government's behavioural insights team and the censorship of the 77 Brigade. There has been no alternative narrative. There has been no questioning of even from, eminent academics and, internationally renowned scientists have not been allowed to speak in case they break up this cosy narrative. And I was amused to hear Eamon talking about holding power to account. This is the mouthpiece that Stalin and Mao would be proud of the British Tory party. There has been absolutely no investigative journalism as such. And we know that the subservience of the press is extremely well funded. We looked at, for example, just a few stories. Hancock says the Nightingale hospitals are all going to be turned into cancer centres. We know there's going to be 100,000 extra cancer deaths in this year because of the complete failure of the NHS. That was promulgated through all the media. End of story. It never happened. Nobody ever asked the question. Boris Johnson is planning to spend £100 billion on tests, PCR tests, which are absolutely useless. That is 2/3 of the total NHS budget. Not a journalist has been questioning this or talking about the fact that these tests. Sorry, I beg your pardon. I think somebody just sent me an article from today's Telegraph to say that they've actually talked about the false positivity and the absolute uselessness of these tests to diagnose infectivity. The BBC gets £5 billion every year. £4 billion of that is from taxpayers and workers, and it's not means tested. Every family pays £145.50, and in RTE it's 160 quid. But listen, RTE, you get the ads, which is the only thing you can tend to look at. Why should struggling families have to pay to be brainwashed, to pay for their own oppression? We also know that in the UK, the entire of there's 3 companies, News UK, Daily Mail, Grip and Reach. They dominate 83% of the national newspaper market. So these are 3 companies who control and have complete, absolute editorial supervision over the print. And when it comes to analog and digital radio, I think the figures are similar, if not slightly worse.
Councillor McCluskey, can I ask you to bring your remarks to a close, please?
I certainly will. I would suggest that Councillor McCann might consider bringing forward a motion proposing a root and branch reform of the media, broadcast and print, and the removal of the requirement for working people to subsidise the like of Stephen Nolan, who gets a 6-figure salary. I think some of them get 7-figure salaries. I looked at the wages.
Thank you, Councillor McCluskey. Thank you. Alderman Kerrigan, please.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in. I do have to say, I would concur with various portions there which Councillor McCluskey has stated. I looked at that wee portion in the motion, and it states that the news media provide accurate and trustworthy information. And to be fair, I had raised an eyebrow with that, because there's very much a question mark with a lot that's in the media. But Mayor, I would be minded that it also states in the motion here that the pandemic has exposed the fragile state of the news media in Northern Ireland. Well, I would argue the point that the pandemic has exposed the fragile state of a lot of businesses and a lot of various sectors across Northern Ireland. And it's not up to the government, I'd be minded, to invest in a lack in editorial resources. We see very much that news has taken on very different formats now. There are, we see the massive downturn in newspaper sales. Whatever papers they are, there's a massive downturn. People take their media and take their news in a totally different format now. A lot of it's online, and that's just the way people digest and obtain the information they're seeking. And so, therefore, the fact of your local papers, yes, I know we as councillors do often put articles into them in various bits and pieces, but it's a thing that it is a competitive market, and these things just won't continue. They won't all survive it, and that's just the realities of it, the marketplace. And we are subsidising, as Councillor McCluskey said. I think she was actually maybe £4 short, but maybe I picked her up wrong. That's £157.50 as the TV licence fee that every household is meant to pay. And I thought she said £153.50, so that's an extra £4. But you know, that's a massive amount of money going to the BBC, and I personally don't feel that we should be seeking to put money into it.
Alderman Kerrigan, can I ask you to bring your remarks to a close, please?
I'll bring it very much to close. Mayor, it's just the case of there are other businesses, there's interest-free loans being requested by the NUJ, and there's bounce-back loans which the government has in place, and there are journalists, I know myself, who have taken up the furlough pay as well. So they're the same as any other business, and they should survive the same. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. Councillor Harkin.
Yeah, well, I'm glad Eamon has brought forward this motion, and as people know, Eamon is a long-time journalist himself, and has talked to many people who are in the trade. And I think that maybe some aldermen and councillors don't actually understand what this motion is about, but tens of thousands of jobs are at stake, and this is about a trade union fighting to protect people's jobs. So that's the first thing. People know local journalists, and their jobs are at stake right now, the same as millions of other people, and this is an attempt to do something about that. So I think that that's what people need to understand. You know, there's two things I think at stake here. One is about democracy, because good journalism helps to create a thriving democracy, and the people who hate that hate a thriving democracy. All the studies have shown that the biggest threat to thriving democracies are corporate power, the billionaires, the multimillionaires, and the big political parties who want to control what the media says. So we need investigative journalism, and there's many brilliant local journalists and people you know, around these parts. What would we have done if we didn't have Sam McBride exposing the rot of RHI regularly in the Belfast newsletter? We wouldn't have known about it only for his journalism. It was absolutely brilliant. And there's other people like Sam that do that kind of work. And of course, corporations control the media, and they're constantly trying to edit what journalists say and limit what they can say and limit their ability to tell the truth, and they expose corruption and fraud and lies and everything else. You know, it was journalists that smashed the rhetoric that Boris Johnson was trying to use about the pandemic, saying that we're all in it together. Wasn't it great when journalists started to say, no, we're not all in it together. The elites have it differently from frontline workers like nurses and everybody else. So I think that, you know, this is why we should back this. I think that this is why we should stand in solidarity with a trade union that is campaigning for its members and their families, and also to save, you know, investigative journalism that actually can stand up to power and speak truth to power, as Eamon said.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in there. We will be supporting Councillor McCann's motion. I would tend to agree as well with some of the comments made by Councillor Harkin there. I think we'd be worse off if it wasn't for investigative journalists like Sam McBride. So just to say that we will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Councillor Raymond Barr.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll be supporting Councillor McCann's motion, although I feel we live in an age where major media outlets are controlled and manipulated by politicians who in turn are controlled by the wealthy minority in this world. Censorship is rife, as we see in reporting of the Palestinian crisis, one perfect example. I totally agree with the principle of the motion, although I fear the days of accurate and honest reporting are coming dangerously close to an end. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor John Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep it brief again. Some elements of what I heard from Councillor McCluskey in particular, I'm simply incredulous, because, quite frankly, if we allow the media to continue to go in the direction that it is going, then we will have a world full of Fox News and very little else. And the sentiment in this motion, I completely agree with. As someone who indeed taught journalism, saw many young people coming through who are now working as journalists, and if things do continue to go the way they're doing, then those people will not have opportunities in the future, and these things will then be controlled by the likes of Rupert Murdoch and Rupert Murdoch alone. So Councillor McCann, I have to say, I commend him for bringing this. This is about creating jobs, protecting jobs, and giving opportunity for people in the future. And sure, what could be wrong with that? The arguments around who's accurate and who isn't accurate, that's for another day. Because quite frankly, we'll be talking about it, and it'll be much worse if we don't stand behind the NUJ in this particular campaign. And again, to reiterate, the SDLP are 100% behind this campaign.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle. Councillor Donnelly.
Thank you, Chair. Look, my experiences with journalists have, by and large, been very, very negative. What I found of journalists here is that not so much the individual journalist, but the organisation that they work for. They engage very heavily in censorship, and a lot of them have a political bias. And I have to say, organisations like BBC Radio Foyle, do no favours to local journalism. However, what I have to do is pay tribute to individual journalists in some of the print locally, who I have found to be very, very fair and decent. But however, it's not solely, I'm going to vote for this motion, but I do have to put on record that the standard of a lot of journalists locally, particularly, the not the individuals, as I say, but the organisations that they work for, leave a lot to be desired. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Alderman McKean.
Thank you, Mayor, for that. Chair. And just saying that we will be supporting the motion. And I think the sentiment of the motion here has been somewhat lost and distracted from. This is about protecting jobs and about encouraging people, journalists, and to work and giving them the freedom to write. And we may not always like what journalists write, but you know, at the end of the day, we can't defend the freedom to speech, freedom of speech, and deny the freedom of people to write. So I work closely with journalists up around the Omagh Castleberg area, and they promote the NHS greatly, and I hold them in very high regard. And the sentiment of the motion here is excellent, and I commend Councillor McCann for bringing it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman McCain. Members, I have no further indicated speakers.
A final wee thing is summation.
Councillor McCann, yes, you want to sum
Yeah.
up?
Okay. I mean, I'll just make one point, because I mean, a lot of it's being covered and so on, and a lot of people with distrust of the media and distrust of journalism. That's perfectly understandable when we see some of the things that are happening. I want to try and draw a connection between having a secure workforce, organized, union organized workforce on the one hand, and freedom of expression and the fair media on the other. A lot of the abuses that have been hinted at there, and there's been an enormous number of abuses sort of in the media and so on, arise precisely from the fact that journalists are not organized and not secure and are not supported. Let me give you an example. If you looked at the Levinson inquiry just a few years ago, when a horrendous series of abuses was exposed, with people hacking the phone of a murdered child and that type of thing. You find over and over again, and our General Secretary, Michelle Stanisley, giving evidence to Leviston, I mean, explained this and talked about it in detail, not that much of it got into the final report. When people are on, they're casualized. A lot of freelancers are just casualized workers. When you're in that position, and you maybe got a 1-year contract, and a news editor or somewhere else, or somebody on the business side of a newspaper comes up to you in the office in London and says, we want you to do this, this, and this. You cannot, well, you can, but it'll be very difficult to say, no, we're not going to do that. That's unethical. And I know this from both sides of the argument, on both sides of the table. If you're strong and organized, you don't say it. You say, no, I'm a journalist, and you go to your union representative, and this has happened over and over and over again. I could sit here and give Anne McCluskey and anybody else dozens of examples of the NUJ doing that. And we can only do that if there is some sort of structure around us, which enables us to actually do it. Until people who say, about journalists being dishonest and so on. Yes, look, it's a constant battle. It's a constant battle to fight for the truth, to fight for the freedom to tell the truth within the media. It is a constant battle. But just because it's a battle going on, don't you want our side to be organized? Don't you want our side to have a feeling that they have got support from the community and from other institutions around them to protect their jobs and to protect their ability to tell the truth? That's what this is about.
Councillor McCann, can you bring your remarks to a close, please? Thank you, Councillor McCann. Members, we're going to put this to the vote now. I'm going to ask John to take us through it. John.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Alderman Breslin.
Against.
Alderman Devaney.
Against.
Alderman Guy.
For.
Alderman Carrigan.
Against.
Alderman McClintock.
Against.
Alderman McCready.
Against.
Alderman McCain.
For.
Alderman Ramsey.
Against.
Alderman Wark.
Against.
Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
For.
Councillor John Boyle.
For.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
For.
Councillor Burke.
For.
Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Cusack.
For.
Councillor Dobbins. Councillor Dobbins. Councillor Donnelly.
For.
Councillor Duffy.
For.
Councillor Durkin. Councillor Edwards. Councillor Edwards. Councillor Farrell.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
For.
Councillor Fleming.
For, John.
Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Gallagher? Councillor Harkin?
For.
Councillor Jackson?
For.
Councillor Kelly? Councillor Logue?
For.
Councillor McCann?
For.
Councillor McCluskey?
Against.
Councillor McHugh?
For, John.
Councillor McKeever?
For.
Councillor McKinney?
For.
Councillor Mellon? Councillor Mooney? Councillor Mooney? Councillor Riley?
For, John.
Councillor Tierney?
For, John.
John, it's Angela Dobbins here. Sorry, I'm for.
Okay, thank you, Angela.
And there's also John has put on the chat to he's for.
$27.8. $27.8.
Okay, members, that was 27 for, 8 against, and no abstentions. Motion in the name of Councillor McCann is carried. Motion in the name of Councillor Duffy, as per Chair's business, hasn't been moved today, and the motion in the name of Councillor McKinney is for ENR. ENR, yep. Therefore, we move to the motion in the name of Councillor Durkin.
Mayor Gurmay, good. I'll take the motion as read.
Thank you, Councillor Durkin. Can I get a seconder, please?
Myself, Brian. Sean.
Yep, Councillor Cusick, thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Durkin.
Okay, Gurmay, good affair to Sullivan go me Takiak Diggin Rinshaw. This is a motion calling for support for the Raise Your Voice campaign. It's a campaign that has brought motions already to a few councils across the north. It's in particular calling for support for misogyny to be recognised as a category of hate crime, and for that position to be notified to Judge Moranan as he is chairing the hate crime review. So this is a campaign that's made up of a collaboration of women's organisations, working with trade unions, the Students' Union movement, and other organisations like Victim Support. It's about tackling sexual harassment and sexual violence, and about addressing the cultural change that's necessary to tackle the root causes of these behaviours, because it's all attitude-based. So I'd like to thank the campaigners for the work they've done to date, and this will be an opportunity for them to bring their work, their education awareness to council at no cost to council. It'll just involve displaying posters, sharing information on social media, maybe facilitating staff training or workshops in communities. As well as the educational aspect, the project's been running policy-based campaigns, addressing the needs for particular advances in legislation. One such issue was the lack of legislation for the upskirting offence, and it's recently confirmed that the legislation for this will be tabled early in the new year. This particular motion's geared towards misogyny as a hate crime. And as I said, this motion's already been carried in councils on a cross-party basis. And now we're hearing dairy girls and Strabane women are obviously known to be the backbone of families and communities, both in economic and social terms, but we're not immune from gender inequality and misogyny. Misogyny is everywhere and it's worldwide. And it's a prejudice against women that is often not instantly recognisable, and it's deeply ingrained in attitudes and in systems. And the gender gap's still very real. To tackle the gender inequality, we must stamp out misogyny. And day to day, women are experiencing misogyny. It's in homes, it's in workplaces, professions, sports clubs, media, industries, it's even political parties and clubs. And this motion's quite timely, I suppose, because we have had media reports this week of women in public life and their experiences of misogyny. And as recently as yesterday in England and Wales, the Law Commission report recommended the inclusion of misogyny as a hate crime category there. And this Raise Your Voices written submissions on the hate crime review are informed by evidence-based research. Places like Nottinghamshire, where it is a hate crime category, is reporting success in terms of victims being confident enough to come forward and report their experiences. So just to finish, sexism and women's inequality are the root causes of violence against women, and a lot of other crimes that are, broader, not just the sexual ones. But just to finish off by thanking the people that have been working on this Raise Your Voice, and look forward to working with them on the future. And hopefully motions like this will encourage discussions and conversations among, and I know like last week we...
Councillor Durgan, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Okay, and I welcome the support and the engagement I've had from other councillors today on this. So Gura, may I get a fair?
Thank you, Councillor Durgan. A number of speakers on this, folks, and the first is Councillor Duffy.
Thank you, Mayor, for allowing me in, and I want to begin by thanking Mary for bringing the motion. I think it's an excellent motion, and it is timely, as she said, in terms of the Law Commissioner's report yesterday in England. So I want to thank her for bringing the motion. Misogyny is a subject that is really often not talked about. It's swept under the carpet. It's like one of the last dirty secrets of our generation. There's sexual violence, sexual harassment, and hate crime that is perpetrated against women because they are women, and it needs to be called out and it needs to be tackled. It is really common, but you won't find the statistics to back that up. And I would say that every woman at this meeting today has at some point in their life experienced some form of sexual harassment. But I bet that they didn't say anything about it at the time. Why? Because they didn't want to make a fuss, they didn't want to appear a troublemaker, they didn't want to seem hysterical, so they rationalised it in their own head and got on with their lives and said nothing. Many women are now experiencing this as well on social media. They're experiencing a high volume of unsolicited attention, and this can be both threatening and intimidating, and it's driving women off those platforms. And I know that one woman, a journalist for, I think it's the Sunday World, is on Radio 4 tomorrow morning discussing this very issue in terms of the abuse that she is experiencing on social media. All this is completely unacceptable, and we have a responsibility to highlight it. We have to call it out for what it is, and we need to raise awareness with the women who are affected, and we need to raise awareness with the perpetrators themselves, letting them know that their behaviour is wrong and often criminal. As Mary said, what we need here is a cultural change around it. Misogyny is a frightening experience for women who experience it, and it should be classified as a hate crime. So again, I want to congratulate those who have been campaigning on it, the Raise Your Voice campaign, and I want to thank Mary for inviting myself along to a Zoom meeting last week with the campaign group. It was very informative, it was very useful discussion, and it was a very safe environment for women in terms of discussing these issues. And I think that that's what we need to be doing going forward, is giving women the...
Councillor Duffy, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
Yep, I'm happy enough to say that what we're going to do is we will be full-heartedly supporting Mary's motion.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mary, for bringing this forward. A lot of what I would say, as I was going to say, is very similar to what Councillor Duffy has already said. If you look around this virtual chamber today, you'll think that we have quite a lot of strong female councillors with a strong voice. Actually, we only have 27% of this chamber is female, and 73% are male. Very similar numbers are in Stormont, but it's surprising to know that 75% of those women have reported that they at some point have experienced misogyny in some way. We've seen it over recent months and years, the amount of stories that have come out. And most recently today, one of my own colleagues, Saoirse, has said about her threats of rape. through social media the first time that she actually stood for election, which I think is absolutely awful. And it is across all parties. Women don't speak up because they think that they, and one of the terms that was said at Mary's meeting was that they're making mountains out of molehills. And this is very common. And it, like Councillor Duffy said, most people write it off and they rationalise it. This change would give some weight behind the people coming forward. It's been noted that the link between misogyny and violence to women is stark. So passing this and bringing this motion as a hate crime is giving victims confidence and support in reporting it. It doesn't necessarily mean it will actually be convicted, but the victim himself would have the support and the confidence to deal with the misogyny that they've dealt with. So we are fully supporting this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Alderman McClellan.
Thanks, Mayor, for letting me in, and thank you to Mary for bringing the motion before us. Like the previous speakers, I think most of it has been said already. We're aware this motion is coming before councils right across Northern Ireland, and there has been cross-community, cross-party support for it. Misogyny used to be really known as a hatred of women, but now it seems to manifest itself really as a disdain, a prejudice, or like a contempt for women, and it has a massive effect on women's lives, women in all walks of life, and all of us who are in political life and put ourselves forward for that know as well the devastating effect that it can have an effect on us whenever we see things in social media, whatever referring to us as women, and just some of the remarks that are made make it it's a whole attitude thing really against women. I think it really should be a hate crime. We're absolutely opposed to any hate crime, and the sooner this is made a hate crime in legislation, the better. I think the Raise Your Voice campaign should be commended for what they have done in educating people and for trying to change the legislation on this. I think it's very important that the effects on women are not always seen or known by other people, but support the motion entirely. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman McClellan. Councillor Harkin.
Sorry, Mayor, was I next?
Councillor Harkin, I haven't seen you indicated, Councillor Cusack. Oh,
Yeah,
yeah. Okay, yep. Yep, I'll get you on. Councillor Harkin.
I don't think I'm actually on the list, Brian.
Okay, Councillor Cusack, go ahead.
Okay. Thanks, Brian. And I'd like to thank my colleague, Councillor Durkin, for raising this very important issue, and I'm very proud to second it. It's disappointing, but not shocking at all that misogyny is still an issue in today's society. And misogyny is definitely directly derived of hate, and hate a motivator and enabler, not only of serious crime, but of bullying, intimidation, intolerance, and ridicule, to name a few, and all aimed at demeaning women. And these behaviours are particularly rife, as others have said, on social media. I've experienced it personally, as have my colleagues in the chamber and in my SDLP group. And they're not only displayed by just regular guys, but more worryingly also by men of various levels of power, position and authority, those who have the ability to influence the mindset of others. The serious negative impact these individuals and their packs, and I call them packs because when they attack, they really do attack, have on those that they target. It may not always be seen, but is most certainly felt. And I can testify to that, as can others. So Mayor, any steps, and most importantly, any legal ones that can be taken to eradicate this vile behaviour and this scourge in our population is very welcome in my books and the books of the SDLP. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cusack. Councillor McCluskey.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm having a very bad council meeting because I can't support this motion. It's a motion, of course, championed by our friend Stella Creasy, who gave us abortion on demand here. And she doesn't approve of violence against women, except very small ones, and at the start of their lives. And she talks about raising your voice, and yet she takes the voice from tens of thousands of women every year or approves of it. I am all for tackling sexual violence, harassment everywhere. Misogyny is stupid, it's vile, it's unacceptable. As is misandry, which is the converse of it, which is sort of sexual abuse against men, which happens. The dispossessed young critters in Chantallo are being accused of being part of a white patriarchy. It's patent nonsense. You know, that is a sexual crime also. Do we need more laws? We already have robust laws against violence, against discrimination, against gender discrimination, against discrimination in sexuality, discrimination against skin color. All of these things are already illegal. Internet abuse is illegal. You know, these are all recoverable. But the problem is, for example, with another law, is it going to change anything? Do you know that only 1.4% of rapes lead to prosecution? So you can't just introduce a law without, you know, sort of making sure that there's going to be enforcement. And I agree totally that education and you know, a change in society's attitude is vitally important here. In primary one, when you go to school, you learn that to be a mouthy, aggressive bully doesn't do you any favors and everybody hates you. And children learn how to socialize like that. Now, some people miss that boat, but that those lessons can be learned. I have real problems with these types of things which divide us in terms of our skin color and in terms of our sexuality, in terms of our gender. You know, human beings are a very, very complex social animal who we are far more than a sum of our different physical attributes. And, you know, this is about mutual respect for everybody. And I think that these laws end up being more divisive and cause more problems. And as I say, without robust enforcement, it's not going to take us anywhere. Everybody will feel good, but it's, you know, it's not really going to change the culture. And so I'll be opposing the motion for those reasons. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCloskey. Alderman Guy.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in there. I'll keep it short. Happy enough to support this motion, me and Andy, and I took Mary up on the offer to listen under the very informative presentation by Raise Your Voice project. Made some very good points. It's imperative that misogyny is added to a new hate crime to make way for this new legislation. Thank you, Mayor. I'll keep it short then.
Thank you, Alderman Guy. Councillor McCann. Councillor McCann, are you online? Okay. Councillor Donnelly.
Chair. Thanks, Mary, for bringing this motion, and again, thank you for the invite to the Zoom meeting. Very, very informative, very, very helpful, and got a lot of information and stuff out of it. There's a huge problem with misogyny. It's a massive issue, and it goes across all areas in society, and it needs to be tackled. Now, it'll be no surprise to people that I regarding the legal system here, I don't have much confidence in that, of any confidence in the legal system, and I believe that there's fundamental flaws. However, I do believe that, you know, when it comes to this type of attitude, that it needs to be eradicated. And as I said, it's right across society in general, and it's probably in politics is where it comes across. For myself, you know, I've seen women who I would have absolutely nothing in common with regarding their politics, and I would disagree with their opinion or their political point of view. However, I have seen them as being attacked, and the manner of that attack was absolutely shocking, where personal insults about their appearance and other things, they attacked the woman rather than the opinion. And I think it's an absolute disgrace, and it needs to stop. I think it's ingrained here in society, and that only when people make society aware that it's not acceptable, will we start beginning to dismantle that negative attitude and not even negative, just criminal attitude towards women. So I'm very happy to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Donnelly. Alderman McCain.
Thank you, Mayor. And I have to say I missed that my colleague, Councillor Darren Guy, was already speaking on this. But just to show solidarity with the female councillors and supporting the motion. And when I hear the stat of the figure, the ratio of male-female is actually quite concerning, that Councillor Ferguson alluded to there. We only recently, a few months ago, we had a female councillor in the Derg area who was harassment, and I saw how that affected her and scared her, and that's absolutely disgraceful and despicable. And just to show solidarity with all our female colleagues in the chamber and the public representatives and females in general. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman McCain. Councillor Dobbins.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. Mayor, just wanted to be put on record there as a very much pro-life councillor, member of this council. This is about the project against misogyny, not about the person who runs it. So therefore, yeah, full of support of this motion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dobbins. Councillor McCann, are you online there?
I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead,
Oh,
Councillor McCann.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a single broad point. I mean, I agree that the oppression of women is the single greatest oppression, perfectly obviously. Women are 50% of the entire population of the world, and yet after thousands of years, they are still oppressed. I mean, this is a sin which cries to heaven for vengeance, as they say. And I want to make one Irish point about it, if you like, about the development of Irish society and the way in which the treatment of women has shaped Irish society. And I'm referring specifically to Southern Ireland. I'm referring to the state which emerged from the Civil War and the War of Independence and all the other events which are held up as shining examples of human beings conquering oppression. There was a programme on TG4 last night, the Irish language speaking a channel. And it was about the mistreatment of women during the Irish War of Independence. And what it revealed was that on all sides, women were raped and oppressed by the IRA, by British forces, by the Free Staters during the Civil War. Rape was a weapon of war by both sides in the Irish Civil War. During the War of Independence, the IRA and the British raped people and beat women and terrified them and terrorized them, both sides. That is one of the reasons, and of course it was never mentioned afterwards. After all, this was, as far as the Irish were concerned, I mean, this was a noble struggle carried out by brave, a noble men. And to refer to it, to expose the real nature of it, was regarded somehow, I mean, as to be hostile to or besmirching the cause itself. And well, that is one of the reasons that the state which emerged from all that was a misogynist state, which treated women like rubbish, which refused to allow them their independence until the 1960s. Women couldn't sit on juries in the Free State, in Southern Ireland, whatever you're going to call it. If you want to know where the misogyny in the Irish state came from, it came from the War of Independence that created it. It was built on misogyny, built on hatred of women. That's what it was based on. And I'm not saying that that's the only thing that matters here, but you can't understand the nature of Irish society unless you understand the way it developed from the oppression of women. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor McCann. Councillor Riley.
Yeah, thanks for letting me in, and I agree with the sentiment of the motion, obviously tabled by my party colleague and seconded by another female councillor from our party. And I think it's worth putting on the record that people right across the chamber seem to be speaking in favour of it, with a notable exception. But I think it's also important, Mayor, that we take a moment to think about how we treat each other, not only in this debate, but also off the council network, but still on social media, because a lot of the time the political debate that we have in this chamber, be it the physical one or the virtual one, is conducted under standing orders and conducted in a proper way. But sometimes on social media, the commentary between councillors is not of the same standard, and indeed does border on the very sentiments that we're talking about here this evening. So I think that those councillors that are speaking here tonight in the virtual way in council chambers should also bear that in mind when speaking on social media about each other from different political views. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you for that, Councillor Riley. Members, there's no other indicated speakers on this, so I'm going to ask Councillor Durkin to sum up.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank everyone for their contributions. We certainly had a good variety of contributions there, and excellent. It certainly had prompted good discussion. And in normal circumstances, the Raise Your Voice campaign and Elaine Crowry and the other campaign leaders would have been down at the Guildhall and directly engaging with the different parties. But hopefully it's something we can continue to work together on and engage with the campaigners. So we'll all move forward on that basis. So Gura Mila Mayogov Dathina.
Thank you, Councillor Durkin, for that. There's one dissenting voice at this point. So we're going to have to take it to a vote in terms of recording the numbers for and against, as it's not unanimous. I'm going to hand over to Chief Executive to take us to the vote.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, members.
Mayor, is it reasonable just to assume that since every other party and group said they agreed, then I'm happy to leave it like that, like whatever people think. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor McCluskey, thanks for that. We'll record it as everyone for it, with the exception of yourself.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Therefore, that motion in the name of Councillor Durkin has passed. And we move to the motion in the name of Councillor Fleming. Councillor Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. Can you hear me, Brian? Aye.
Yes, Councillor Fleming.
Thank you, Brian. Brian, if I could just move the motion as it is and ask for a second, please.
Yep, no worries. Councillor Fleming, can I get a second for that motion, please?
I'll second that, Mayor. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor Fleming.
Yeah, Brian, in terms of the motion, if I can move it, as I say, on behalf of
Councillor Fleming. Sorry, Councillor Fleming, that cut out there, and Councillor Fleming, apologies. That cut out there, and we couldn't hear it. Do you want to just start again, please, if you don't mind?
Sorry, what I'm sort of acknowledging is the issue, this issue, important as it is against the backdrop of, on a day-to-day basis, being faced with what we're faced with in terms of the pandemic. But the length of the motion also reflects the disastrous Brexit policy being pursued by the British government, and which is showing complete disregard and contempt for all citizens of this island and democratically expressed wishes. In terms of the withdrawal agreement, which the British and the Union signed off on, wasn't a panacea for all of our issues. protect the land border, and also of the free movement of goods in the island, and that was important to be in there. But in terms of the British government walking away from that international, it is bad enough in its own right. But the so-called internal market bill is actually a bigger attack, a dangerous and provocative attack on the Friday agreement in terms of what it poses in relation to theft of powers from the devolved administration and given to the British Secretary of State, that we straddle the three strands of the Good Friday Agreement, and in many ways cuts across the ability of Stormont to make decisions, not least in terms of the European scenario, in terms of environmental, food safety, animal welfare standards, which our industry prides itself on and absolutely needs.
Mayor's is cut on off.
Cuts away from the human rights protections, which, given Britain's history, people here value. And while this needs to be, in my view, opposed and vigorously opposed across the board, I see people travelling to Dublin to do that, and certainly for our part, we will work tirelessly in Brussels, Dublin, Washington, and London with progressive forces. And progressive forces also would advocate on behalf of Sinn Féin should also now be given more emphasis, urgency in terms of peaceful and democratic path to, given the attitude of the British government and its utter contempt for people over here. And that thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fleming. Members, I know that was a bit difficult to hear, Councillor Fleming, but I hope you got the gist of his remarks there. Members, there's no indicated speakers. Yep, there's the first. Councillor Boyle, John Boyle.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Fleming. Yes, I do concur. It was a little bit difficult to hear all of what Councillor Fleming was saying, but with what I could hear, I certainly did concur. Actually, I don't think Councillor Fleming needed to say too much more, because the content of the motion as is in front of us explains extremely well what our concerns are, what Councillor Fleming's concerns are, and I share them. I think also worth noting, Mayor, is the very welcome support actually that we are receiving from our friends and allies in the United States at the minute, led by the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Mrs. Nancy Pelosi, and many others. And clearly there's great concern and worry in this part of the island of Ireland about what the future might hold for our very own citizens here in Derry City and Strabane, and our very near neighbours in Donegal, who are very dear to us. So not to gild the lily too much here, Mayor, but the motion says enough for us to be able to support it. Of course, we continue to ourselves in the SDLP work hand in hand with the government, the Dublin administration, and certainly none of us should be seen wanting in trying to ensure the full implementation. As Paul said already, it was not perfect, but the very notion that any kind of sovereign government would feel it is okay to break international law in such a dreadful fashion, as suggested very recently in the House of Commons, should certainly leave us all under no illusions that those in charge of the British Conservative Party in particular have very little or no concern for the citizens on this island, north, south, east or west. And so the SDLP are entirely supportive of the motion in front of us. And again, thank you to Councillor Fleming for bringing it.
Alderman Ramsey.
Thank you, Mayor. The DUP have been clear about the economic importance of the UK and EU reaching agreements, so there's no argument there with agreement and negotiations in the future relationship. We've been speaking about this from the very beginning, how important it is, and the need to secure trading arrangements effective from the 1st of January 21, which respect obviously the unfettered free flow of goods and services between Northern Ireland and Great Britain and vice versa, whilst minimising potential friction between Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland as well. We reject any argument too that the Northern Ireland Protocol is necessary to protect the Belfast Agreement or ensure a seamless border north and south. We point out that instead these arrangements breach the principle of consent set out in international law. We opposed the protocol from the outset. Everyone knows it, and we've been proven right because in doing so, it imposes new checks and barriers in domestic trade, which would lead to increased delay costs and reduced choice for business and consumers across our city and district. The wake-up call has come, and the introduction of the Internal Market Bill is a step in the right direction. The DUP recognised deep concern expressed by Londonderry Chamber of Commerce that businesses lack information, certainty and security to prepare for the future. We as a council should also write to the government calling on ministers to protect Northern Ireland's place in the UK internal market, prioritise a free trade agreement with our closest neighbours, and provide clear and timely advice on arrangements post the 31st of December so as to benefit businesses and consumers across Londonderry and Strabane. There are too many points in Councillor Fleming's motion that our party cannot agree with, so we will be voting against this motion that is supporting trade barriers between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Ramsey. Councillor McKinney.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. We welcome Councillor Ramsey's proposal, or motion, should I say. It really does. There's grave concerns of what's happening in Westminster a minute. It seems that the Prime Minister seems to be rewriting everything just to suit himself. We have grave concerns that he's backtracked on the protocol which was set up earlier on Brexit. What's he going to backtrack on next? He has a responsibility to help implement the Good Friday and Belfast Agreement. Will he backtrack on that? And I'm really concerned about that. He just seemed to arrive rush-shot over this part of the United Kingdom and Ireland, and seem to think what they can do what they like, the Tories over here. Them and their cohorts, should I say, seem to think they can take it easy. So we will support this motion, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McKinney. Members, there's no further indicated speakers on this motion. Therefore, I'm going to ask Councillor Fleming to sum up. Councillor Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor, and appreciate the people who are supporting the motion and the reasons that they are supporting it. And unfortunately, the stance of the DUP from day one response today is something similar. It doesn't surprise, but for the people who live in this island from all corners of it, need to see Tories stop in terms of this policy, which will have a detrimental effect on all of it.
Thank you, Councillor Fleming. Members, I'm going to ask Chief Executive to take us through the vote. John.
Okay, thank you, members. Alderman Breslin.
Against.
Alderman Devaney.
Against.
Alderman Guy.
Against.
Alderman Carrigan.
Against.
Alderman McClintock.
Against.
Alderman McCready.
Against.
Alderman McCain.
Against.
Alderman Ramsey.
Against.
Alderman Wark.
Against.
Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
For.
Councillor John Boyle.
For.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
For.
Councillor Burke.
For.
Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Cusick.
For.
Councillor Dobbins.
For.
Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Duffy.
For.
Councillor Durkin.
For.
Councillor Edwards.
For.
Councillor Farrell.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
For.
Councillor Fleming.
Can you leave it?
Members, can we put our mics on mute, please, if you're not voting?
Councillor Gallagher. Councillor Harkin.
For.
Councillor Jackson.
For.
Councillor Kelly.
For.
Councillor Lowe.
For.
Councillor McCann.
For.
Councillor McCluskey.
For.
Councillor McHugh.
For.
Councillor McKeever.
For.
Councillor McKinney.
For.
Councillor Mellon.
For.
Councillor Mooney.
For.
Councillor Riley.
For.
Councillor Tierney.
For.
Thank you, members. Yep. 28 for, 9 against, man. 28 for, 9 against.
Okay, members, that was 28 for the motion and 9 against. There was no abstentions. So the motion in the name of Councillor Paul Fleming is carried. Moving on, in the motion in the name of Councillor Sean Harkin. Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor. Can I take the motion as read?
Yes. Can I get a seconder for that motion, please?
Yes, seconded.
Thank you, Councillor McCann. Go ahead, Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Brian.
Mayor, can I come in here quickly, please?
I just let the proposer of the motion speak to it first, Councillor McKinney, and then
Okay,
you'll be on
thank you,
the story.
Thank you.
Yeah, so as we know, at the beginning of the pandemic, Boris Johnson said, we're all in this together. And very, very clearly, that wasn't the case. And it's evident that like elites and the well-off have had a very different experience of the pandemic than the vast majority of people. There was a great headline in the Irish Times that said, the best vaccine for the coronavirus is wealth. And I think if you look at the statistics already that have been reported, billionaires in these islands have actually seen their wealth grow massively through the pandemic. So while millions of people have lost their jobs, millions of people have had wage cuts as they were put in furlough, millions of people have been pushed on to universal credit. The billionaires have actually seen their wealth increase. People like Richard Branson, people like Mike Ashley, and these same people have sucked up taxpayer money, taken advantage of the furlough scheme. So we constantly hear there is no money to give essential workers a raise, but it's not the case. And those billionaires are richer today than they were before the crisis because of their friends in Westminster. And so it's good to see now that healthcare workers have started a campaign for a significant wage increase. So all the trade unions, from NIPSA to Unison to GMB to the Unite and others, the RCN, the Royal College of Nurses, are campaigning around significant pay increases that would actually make a real difference to their lives. It would be great if we could win those wage increases without them having to engage industrial action. And maybe we can shame governments into actually agreeing to them without having to have a fight, given how much praise has been heaped on all the health workers. If there's a significant wage increase for health workers and social care workers, it's what they deserve for being on the front line. They've had years of wage cuts, as we know. There's thousands of nurse positions and healthcare positions that need to be taken up. If we raise the wages, that will make it more likely that we'll see people join in the health service. So there would be a number of benefits that would come with a significant pay increase for health and social care workers. So we should say we're fully behind this campaign, and that we want to hear directly from the health and social care local trade unions. We should write the Westminster Instorment telling them that we're backing this campaign and calling on them to support the demands that the healthcare unions are putting forward. And if the healthcare workers can win a wage increase, there's no reason why that can't be extended then to all essential workers, in the public sector, private sector, and the community and voluntary sector, all who have seen wage cuts over the last 10, 15 years. It's time
Councillor
for
Harkin.
significant.
Councillor
Just finishing,
Harkin,
Brian.
time. Yeah.
It's time for significant wage increases for workers across the board. Let's get behind the health and social care workers campaign now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Councillor McKinney, if I remember correctly, you're looking to declare an interest on this particular motion. Is that right?
That is correct, sir. Yes, that is correct, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. That declaration of interest will be noted. Councillor McKinney. Councillor Jackson.
Mayor. On a similar vein, I have the privilege of working within our health service, so I will require to declare an interest as well. But I still wish to table an amendment, if that would be allowed. And I have submitted the amendment prior to the meeting.
Okay, can I get a seconder for the amendment?
Seconded, Sandra Duffy.
Thank you, Councillor Duffy.
I think the amendment is read.
Just bear with me 1 second, Councillor Jackson, please. Go ahead, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank Councillor Harkin for bringing the motion. As Sinn Féin fully support the campaign for healthcare workers. They have fair pay, and we all acknowledge the role of our health service during the pandemic, and we all stood beside our healthcare workers whenever they took industrial action. And it's only right that we do the same now. I know there's that in relation to the original motion, there was an indication of a figure. That figure does vary depending on the unions. And Councillor Harkin acknowledged the role of RCN in the Fair Pay for Nurses campaign, which has brought together the RCN and the 13 other unions to call on Westminster for a pay raise, and there's a number of key demands on the Fair Pay for Nurses campaign. It's they commit to an immediate discussion on pay, recognise the importance of tackling vacancies, delivering on a deal that reaches members' pockets by 2021, helping to retain staff, integrate a pay deal and the plans to boost the local economies, and to guarantee additional funding for employers, and to cover meaningful pay increases with a flow through to devolved funding arrangements. And that's an important element to it, because due to the actions of successive British governments, we've seen our health service on its knees. Prior to COVID, waiting lists were spiraling out of control. They've got a lot worse since. I suppose I've witnessed firsthand the unsafe staffing levels within our hospitals. That can't continue. We've seen the budget going to our health service being stripped away by Tory governments. So we need to have the commitment from the Tory government or the British government to fund the pay increases for our healthcare staff and our social care workers, because
Councillor Jackson, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
otherwise, without the associated funding increase, we're not going to see the increase in services such as mental health that we desperately need in this part of the island.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Durkin, are you on the amendment or the substantive motion?
I'm happy to deal with both very succinctly, Mayor.
Go ahead.
We're happy to support the substantive motion and we'll be opposing the amendment. We support the spirit of the original motion as it stands. We support the unions wholeheartedly and their demands. I was proud to stand with them yesterday outside the Galvin Hospital, and we all as a council, it's important that we keep strong in our message and our commitments we've given in our corporate position to date in terms of solidarity with workers and unions, and that we don't give our executive any room to pass the buck or to renege on previous promises to these workers. And during the pandemic, we applauded these people, but gratitude and platitudes not enough. We need meaningful action. So that would be our position, the SDLP.
Thank you, Councillor Durkin. Alderman McCain.
I would like to speak on the original motion, Mayor, if that's okay.
Okay, I'll come back to you. Alderman Kerrigan, are you on the amendment or the substantive motion?
I would be on the amendment there. Mayor, it all depends. Could I make, or maybe I can't make an amendment to the amendment? No.
No, not until we vote on that amendment.
No, well, Mayor, I would be easier with the amendment because, to be fair, I did have a bit of difficulty with the figures, the £2,000 being included. And sorry, Mayor, I will just speak here very briefly. Again, we do support that along the lines of we're going to support this motion here, and the work, we commend the work that our healthcare workers have been doing here in relation to support pay rise. And again, as Councillor Jackson has stated, staffing levels are a major concern. The money is one element of it, but staffing levels are a major concern. I have today spoken to nurses and A&E and ICU, and they're maintaining staff morale is an all-time low. And the difficulty is getting nurses to cover shifts. And I was speaking to one, and she stated that an A&E shift, and there were to be 9 nurses on at night, and they could muster 6 for a shift, and that was it. And that was including agency staff. They were in the difficulty, and she informs me that they are constantly sending out begging texts to other members of staff who are not working to try to get them to come in and cover a shift. Personally, I feel that a factor is that there needs to be more. Again, pay will help. It will help to a certain extent, but there needs to be more work. And I would be minded an element of it would be to try to increase the incentives for ones to come in and train to be nurses, and it would be one to increase the bursary had been in place to encourage student nurses into the service, and that would be something there that maybe we should do, or maybe we should incorporate a method to try to write to the Minister of Health to try to encourage that. But definitely that's a major issue as in relation to the staffing levels and even getting agency staff. And there is one element was told to me today was that nurses are not allowed to carry out agency work within their own trust, and therefore you have nurses that are working in Enniskillen or working in Altnagalvin, and if they're looking to do an agency or a shift, then they're running to Antrim or running to Portadown up on there to do shifts, whereby if they were allowed on a short-term basis to carry on agency work within their own trust, at least you would have a nurse that knows the Enniskillen Hospital or knows Altnagalvin, and they're able to do agency work in their own shift or in their own hospital, rather than bringing in nurses from Portadown to cover the agency work. So definitely I would be more in mind of trying to support the amendment than the substantive. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman Kerrigan. Members, there's no further indicated speakers on the amendment, so I'm going to put that to the floor, and I'm going to ask Philip.
Could I kindly jump in with that?
Sorry, I thought I'd indicated to speak on this, but no.
Not on the amendment.
Okay, fair enough, Brian. Beg your pardon. Sorry.
Substantive
Okay.
motion. So, members, the Chief Executive's having some technical difficulties, so I'm going to ask Philip to take us through the vote. Philip?
Thank you, Mayor. Alderman Breslin.
For the amendment.
Alderman Devaney.
For.
Alderman Guy.
Against.
Alderman Kerrigan.
For.
Alderman McClintock.
For.
Alderman McCready.
For.
Alderman McCain.
Again.
Alderman Ramsey.
For.
Alderman Wark.
For.
Councillor Barr. Jason
Against.
Barr. Councillor Raymond Barr.
Against.
Councillor John Boyle.
Against.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
For, Philip.
Councillor Tina Burke.
For.
Councillor Sean Carr.
Against.
Councillor Michael Cooper.
For.
Councillor Shauna Cusack.
Against.
Councillor Angela Jobbins.
Against.
Councillor Gary Donnelly. Councillor Donnelly. Councillor Sandra Duffy.
For.
Councillor Mary Durkin. Councillor Mary Durkin.
Against, sorry.
Got you, Mary. Councillor Stephen Edwards.
Against.
Councillor Rory Farrell.
Against.
Councillor Rachel Ferguson.
Against.
Councillor Paul Fleming. Councillor Fleming, was that for? Councillor Paul Gallagher. Councillor Sean Harkin.
Against.
Councillor Christopher Jackson.
For.
Councillor Dan Kelly.
For.
Councillor Patricia Logue.
For.
Councillor Eamon McCann.
Against.
Councillor Anne McCluskey.
For.
Councillor Kieran Maguire. Councillor Rory McHugh.
For.
Councillor Jim McKeever.
Against.
Councillor Philip McKinney.
Can you just clarify I'm allowed to vote? Can I declare an
Yes,
interest?
you can, Councillor McKinney, that's fine.
Okay, against.
Councillor Eileen Mellon.
For.
Councillor Sean Mooney.
Against.
Councillor Martin Riley.
Against. Philip.
And Councillor Brian Tierney.
Against. Okay, members, that was 18 for, 19 against, and no abstentions. Therefore, the amendment falls, and we revert back to the substantive motion. Number of indicated speakers on the substantive on the motion, and the first is Alderman McCain.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me in. And I would need to declare an interest straight away as an NHS employee. I would just like to point out it's actually quite amusing there listening to the TUP going over a spree of nonsense when they obviously have no clue what they're talking about. Agency workers as extortionate. The agencies are unbelievably expensive, and indeed all HNS staff can bank in their own trusts. It's ironic that the DUP would give us a lecture on good staffing and good nursing when their very ministers are the people that held pay and North here. And there's not even an election coming up that they can't even get in behind a placard to get votes. So, I mean, that's actually a ridiculous statement, to be honest with you. I mean, obviously, I'm going to support the motion, and the pay rise for nurses, and some people would say, sure, nurses got a pay rise no time ago. That wasn't a pay rise, that was pay parity that we had to campaign for to get the same pay as the rest of the United Kingdom. This is a United Kingdom pay award that we are campaigning on now, and I congratulate the Councillor Harkin for bringing it forward, and I hope that the two big parties don't get on board this time and don't play politics and hold the money off the NHS staff and then come out and behind them and praise them in the event of an election. So, just get the priorities right and stop the hypocrisy. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman McCain. Tell us what you really think. Councillor McCluskey.
Sorry. Right, I think that's us. Yeah. Sorry, yeah. The motion, obviously, again, declaring interest, but the motion, obviously, I wholeheartedly support. It's like motherhood and apple pie. What's not to like? And there's. I agree with some of the things that Councillor Kerrigan had said. I mean, we are 2,000 nurses short in the 6 counties. And that's not going to be fixed overnight, and it requires massive investment. The problem with these types of motions is that they virtue signal, and they are wonderful, and I mean, I really hope it works. But the fact is that the economy will not be able to sustain this going forward. If we keep printing money, as the Tory government are doing, what you're doing is pushing that debt onto our children and grandchildren. The NHS requires a tax take in order to be affordable at any level. And what Councillor Harkin doesn't seem to understand is the billionaires who own Amazon and who own the media and who own big tech companies and who own big pharma are driving this economic crash. They want extreme capitalism for themselves and extreme communism for the masses. Tonight we have learned that the government's chief scientific advisor has 600,000 quid's worth of shares in Big Pharma. This is a man who's telling us that 50,000 people are going to die. Absolutely, NHS staff, and I mean, I take to what has been said about bank nurses, 1,700 quid for a single overnight shift to be covered is absolutely unsustainable. We need to get our nursing training sorted, and we need to get trained staff. We need our medical school open, and we need, to really invest in the future. So there will be an NHS here. And at the moment, as I say, the NHS has been dismantled in plain sight under cover of COVID, and we have absolutely no reportage on it in the media. And I'm very, very concerned about the direction that all this has taken us. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor McCluskey. Councillor McCann.
Am I muted? Can you hear me?
No, we can hear you, Councillor McCann.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, no, obviously, in support of the motion, and I just want to explain where the figures of between £2,000 and 15% comes from. It wasn't plucked out of the air. That is the demand of the major health service unions. That's why it's in there. It's simply supporting that what the representatives of the workers are already saying. And I regret that there was an effort to fudge it, and not to put any figure in, because McCluskey would be quite right if we didn't have any figure in. It's just aspiration. We want a higher pay. This is a concrete figure, as I say, put forward by the leaderships of the relevant unions. And I think that the implication of it is, that we should fight for it, and the unions will fight for it. It's not that anybody's going to hand it to us. It's not motherhood and apple pie. My God, it's hard, realistic union a talk, and so I think we should support it in that a sense and in that mood, sort of that we see it as a fighting resolution. So because we're not going to get any sort of pay raise if the health service workers aren't, simply by saying we were all very a popular a little while ago. They're not going to win it by gathering people outside Alton Gavin or anywhere else and saying let's all applaud sort of and cheer for the health workers. That's not going to do it. What will do it is action. It's the only language that the bosses of the NHS and the Tory government understand. Let me finish on this one. I mean, did I hear Anne McCluskey right when she says that there's billionaires out there who want to inflict extreme communism on the masses? Oh, and would that it were so.
Eamon, and extreme capitalism for themselves.
Councillor McCluskey will go through the chair, please. Thank you.
Okay, now you know this.
Thank you, Councillor McCann.
All right.
Thank you. Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mayor. Whilst we are disappointed that our amendment failed, as I said before, we in Sinn Féin we support the call for our healthcare workers for an increased pay. In relation to the figure that's quoted, I know Unite Union have called for a figure of £3,000 or 15%, whichever is higher. RCN are calling for a figure of 12.5% increase. Now, every union is calling for a different figure, and that's the reason why we asked for the figures to be removed and asked for all the unions, the British government, to negotiate with all the unions. But the principle still remains that we support the healthcare workers and will be supporting the motion. And it's disappointing that the social care workers have been removed from the motion. We do have concerns that without the adequate funding, our health service will be stripped. We're seeing it being eroded in the hands of the Tory government, and until that's addressed, we fear that the residents in our city and district won't get the health service that we desire or we deserve. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Members, no further indicated speakers on this motion. So I'm going to give Councillor Harkin an opportunity to sum up. Councillor Harkin.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks to those members who have spoken in favour of the motion. So I think part of this motion will allow health and social care workers to come in and speak about the challenges of their job and about their demands, from their wage demands to their staffing demands and their safety demands and everything else. And I think it's very important that we give workers themselves a platform. I want to agree with much of what Alderman McCain said. It's very, very disappointing that between them, Sinn Féin and the DUP try to remove the wage demand. Yes, there is differences in terms of what the various unions are putting forward, but all of them are putting forward what I would describe as significant pay increase demands between 10.5% and 15%. And that is nothing like the kind of pay raises that healthcare workers have seen in a long, long time. So I actually think keeping that in there is important, because we want to send the message to workers that they are absolutely right to demand more rather than less. So 1%, 2% isn't going to cut it, and it's certainly not going to recruit more nurses and more healthcare workers into jobs. So that's very disappointing, and I think it gives us an indication as to what we can expect from Stormont. I think we have to put the demand, both to Westminster and its Stormont, both have responsibilities in this, and we have to, we have to support the health and social care unions in their campaign. Hopefully they won't have to take industrial action but seeing this vote tonight, or at least the attempt to amend it, will be a wake-up call to people in terms of what's going to be necessary. The health service is being privatised. It's being destroyed.
Councillor Harkin, can you bring your remarks to a close, please?
I will, Brian. And the trade unions are going to be absolutely key to stopping that from happening. So, thank you to those members who backed this tonight.
Thank you, Councillor Harkin. Members, I see in the chat box, Alderman Devaney has asked to come on. Alderman Devaney, I'll just make you aware that we've already summed up on the motion, and there's no further speakers at that point. So we're going to move to a vote. I'll ask the Chief Executive of Philip to take us through the vote, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This is for and against the motion as it appears on the screen. Alderman Breslin.
For.
Alderman Devaney. Alderman Devaney.
Therefore.
Alderman Guy.
For.
Alderman Kerrigan. Alderman Kerrigan. Alderman McClintock.
For.
Alderman McCready.
For.
Alderman McCain.
For.
Alderman Ramsey. Alderman Ramsey.
For.
Alderman Wark.
For.
Alderman Barr, Jason Barr. Sorry, Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr.
For.
Councillor John Boyle.
For.
Councillor Michaela Boyle.
For.
Councillor Burke.
For.
Councillor Carr.
For.
Councillor Cooper.
For.
Cusack.
For.
I think, listen, the members, it's going to be unanimous. Members, if you are content, we can just take it as unanimous there.
Yeah. Very content.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Philip. The next motion, members, that motion in the name of Councillor Harkin has passed, obviously, and the next motion is in the name of Councillor Rory Farrell. Councillor Farrell.
Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor Farrell, you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. My seconder, I think, is Councillor Mooney.
Right. Okay.
Right. Everybody in this virtual. Sorry.
Go ahead, Councillor Farrell.
Everybody in this virtual chamber knows that all health sciences courses are being moved from Jordanstown. That's a done deal. And that Ulster University is currently exploring where they will train all our physiotherapists, radiographers, and occupational therapists. The consultation has reopened, and Ulster University's preferred option is for all undergraduate courses to go to Magee and all postgraduate courses to go to Belfast. This council must respond to the consultation, making a very clear argument for Magee. But what would be more powerful, what would be more potent, and what would be more persuasive would be if every executive party did the same. It's no secret that Magee needs expanded, and it's no secret that all executive parties signed up to a deal which includes a very clear commitment on Magee expansion. The Magee saga has been a live issue in this city for 55 years, and for the first time in history, we have an actual commitment from Stormont to expand our university. Commitment is one thing, but we need to see concrete proposals followed up with action and delivery. In the meantime, it should not be a massive ask for every executive party to state publicly and unequivocally that health sciences must come to Magee. We need the students, we need the courses, and we need every executive party to respond to the consultation stating that Magee, not Coleraine or Belfast, Magee is the best location for health sciences. That support from across the political spectrum would be a significant statement, and it would demonstrate a real commitment to our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Councillor Cooper.
Thanks, Mayor. And thank Rory for the motion, which
in many ways we would agree with, but there is an amendment we're going to submit, and I've submitted that to the committee clerk, Theresa. I think she'll have that posted up now pretty soon. I'll explain the logic of it before people actually can see it. There's a very clear logic to it.
Can I get a seconder first, please, Councillor Clipper? Seconder for Councillor Clipper's motion? Or, sorry, amendment?
Everybody second, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Go ahead, Councillor Clipper.
It's just in terms of the consultation, it's the University of Ulster's or Ulster University's preferred option around the undergraduate courses coming to McGee and the postgrad to Belfast. It's not our preferred option in terms of Sinn Féin. I make that very, very clear. There's other options within the Allied Health consultation, which includes relocating the entire School of Undergrad and Postgrad to the McGee campus. And from our perspective, that is the approach that should be taken, going for the whole loaf, not for half a loaf. And if you look at the actual detail in terms of the reasons why the Ulster University propose that postgrad actually goes to Belfast, it's based on the idea that it'll service the wider needs of the hospitals in the greater Belfast area, which is absolutely fine. But we have a major hospital in Derry. We actually have in the wider catchment as well. We have the hospital in Coleraine, the hospital in Letterkenny, because those who would graduate from undergraduate level and the postgrad level, I mean, from our perspective, their expertise will be needed across the wider Northwest City region, which includes Donegal as well. So from our perspective, agreeing with the proposal coming from the preferred option coming from the Allied Health's consultation that the postgrad should move to Belfast, from our perspective, that's suiting Belfast, but it's not suiting Derry. And from our perspective, keeping the postgrad courses here as well is actually cheaper. If you look at the consultation as well, it's actually £1 million cheaper than splitting the two and moving one to Belfast and having the other at McGee. Also, the A6 will be completed, or largely completed, by the time Allied Health will be moving, hopefully in its entirety, to McGee. So the idea that those who would be coming out of postgrad, who maybe would be living in Derry, wouldn't work in Belfast, that doesn't really hold water anymore. They'll have an hour's drive max to commute from Derry to Belfast. So from our perspective, don't go for half a loaf, go for the full loaf. Our consultation response has already been submitted, and it states that we're in support of the entire school, undergrad and postgrad, being moved to McGee. And as far as I'm concerned, our people on the executive level, if the letter's written to them asking them to express their support, that will be our party's approach as well, that the entire school is moved to McGee. So that's the basis of why we've submitted this amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Clipper. Councillor McCluskey, you're going to propose a further amendment, is that right? No. I just want to double check.
Yeah, I am.
Yep. Okay. Yep. Thank you. I just want to take this motion first.
Fair enough. Yeah.
This amendment first, Councillor McCluskey. Now we've no further indicated speakers with an amendment. Councillor Alderman Wark is just indicated. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm looking at the amendment here, and we would totally support that. So that would obviously bring in another 500 additional students within the next 5 years when all them courses are running, and it's obviously better for the city. As Councillor Cooper said, just going for the full hog, we'd fully support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Wark. Members, I'm going to put the amendment to the floor. And at this stage, I haven't heard any dissenting voices. We're going to take it as read unless anyone makes me aware. No? Okay. Thank you. That amendment has passed. I'm going to move to Councillor McCluskey.
Okay, while that's going up on the screen, I presume you can hear me. I want to talk a wee bit about what's going on here. I have spent a long and very frustrating...
Before you do, can I get a seconder for your amendment, please?
Happy to second that, Mayor.
Councillor Kiar, I think that was. Yeah. Thank you. Councillor Kiar, go ahead, Councillor McCluskey.
Thank you, Sean. So I've had a very frustrating few months over the summer trying to get some information from the executive regarding the £126 million loan which was awarded to UU in February of this year, and I put in several Freedom of Information requests, and I have the paperwork here, and everybody's tired. You really don't want to go through this. Essentially, they're telling me that they can't give me any information, that it did not require executive approval, that there was a meeting and there were minutes, but that I'm not allowed to see the minutes because that would, and let me get the wording, it would compromise the financial interests of the University of Ulster and their contractors, so that essentially Derry people are not allowed to hear how public money is being spent, which we think rightly should come here since the expansion of McGee is in the programme for government. And I mean, the thing is ongoing. I've asked them to redact the sensitive information and come back with me because we need to know, we in Derry need to know why an unapproved and unsecured loan was given to UU for the Belfast campus whenever we were struggling to get a medical school with a mere 70 students passed. So that's one part. The second thing then is that Belfast, Queen's and Belfast, you'll be aware, were awarded an extra 80 students. The Mazen cap was raised. We've been told for 20 years in Derry that the Mazen cap is immutable. It cannot be increased. And yet they were able to, out of nowhere and without a business case, magic up 80 extra medical school places in Belfast. And as I say again, the programme for government does not have a commitment to Belfast. It has a commitment to expansion in McGee. And furthermore, none of their city deal money was diverted towards that. I think this needs urgent attention by this council. As you know, and I agree with what Councillor Farrell has said and the amendment about the consultation document. The consultation is impossible for ordinary people, and I don't mean to be in any way. It takes an hour to do. It's very, very difficult. It's meant for political people and academic staff. If I wasn't terribly interested in the issue, I just wouldn't do it. It's too hard to do. It's not. It's important, I suppose, to make our voice heard, but I actually believe it's designed to rubber stamp a decision which has already been. The other thing is, in February we have a motion passed in this council to say that we require the health and healthcare faculty to be located here in Derry. I do believe that we need to bring this to the governance and strategic planning, and that I suppose is the core of my amendment, to consider this and consider a judicial review at the continuing ongoing unfair treatment of this town and city and district. We need at least 20,000 students here to give us any sort of parity. Belfast is 46,000 students, Coleraine 5,000, Derry is 3.5. To give the second city in the north any sort of parity, we need to stand up and be counted. And I again reiterate that I do not believe we should be giving our city deal money to an institution which has failed singularly, and the executive have failed singularly to fulfil their duty and their historical duty over the past 60 years to this city and district. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor McCluskey. Councillor Farrell on the amendment. Councillor Farrell.
Thanks, Mayor. I agree with a lot of what Councillor McCluskey has to say, but I would just like to point something out. Anne has referred to the programme for government commitment twice on here. We don't have a programme for government. New decade, new approach.
New decade, new approach. I made this up this afternoon. Yes, I'm happy to have that changed.
Right.
Yeah, sorry, you're absolutely right.
The new decade, new approach says the executive will bring forward proposals to expand McGee. It also said that they would have a programme for government by March. It's now September and we don't have a programme for government and we haven't had a response to our previous motion in February. So I get where you're coming from, but I would suggest programme for government is changed to the new decade, new approach.
I'm sorry, Councillor Farrell, you're absolutely right. I'm very happy. Through the chair, I'm very happy
Councillor
to
McCluskey, please. Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Farrell, thanks for that. Councillor McCluskey, you're happy enough to change programme for government to new decade, new approach?
Yes, that Rory's correct in that, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Cooper on the amendment.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll try and take it just bit by bit here in terms of just there's a number of things as they point out here in terms of what's bullet pointed. In terms of the £126 million loan, I mean, I on this previously. That this has come on a number of times. So in terms of the actual subject matter, it's come on here and been debated several occasions in the last 6 months. The point I made, I think the last time it came on, was that without the Ulster University getting that loan, economically, financially, to be more precise, as an institution, it was a goner. And if that had been the case, the medical school would not have been delivered. And it's a situation that nobody wants to have seen emerge, but that is the case, as we said previously. No other institution but they actually host a medical school at McGee, only Ulster. And on that basis, we already have stated publicly through this forum that loan was required just to provide stability to Ulster University. They allowed a medical school to proceed, and that was really the selfish reason why we supported that the loan would be made, because in a wider sense, as I said in the previous council meetings, the way that Ulster University had handled their finances the last few years was shambolic, and there's no other way to describe it. But in terms of the selfish approach to getting McGee expanded, we were of the view that there was no other option on that. Around the Mazen cap, around the medical school, there is actually a spare Mazen existing for the McGee campus as we speak. McGee hasn't allocated all its existing Mazen. I don't know how many people are aware or not aware of that, but it hasn't allocated. A lot of it's because of a lack of proper courses that would actually attract adequate numbers of students, and that is part of the wider discussion around McGee expansion, that if it was better type of courses being offered and variety in terms of job creation, that we would have more people applying for student places at McGee, and they would have a bigger issue with Mazen. At the minute, that doesn't apply. They have spare Mazen, and they'll confirm that themselves. So in terms of that second point, it's a moot point almost in the current situation. We want that to be opposite in the next few years, but we're not at that point yet. Just a third point around the fairness to the government strategic plan around the judicial review, around the failure to advance the
Councillor
expansion of
Cooper,
McGee.
can you bring your remarks to an end, please?
I'll bring it to a close. But I want to just point this out. You know, as far as we're concerned, the expansion of McGee is ongoing. The Allied Health courses being transferred as part of it, medical schools part of it, all building blocks. And so from our perspective, the expansion's not happening fast enough, but it's happening. That's the key point. So taking a
Thank you,
judicial review
Councillor
to challenge
Cooper.
a failure,
Thank you.
there's no logic to it. So on that basis, we'll be opposing the amendment. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Cooper. Councillor McCluskey has asked if she can back. And Councillor McCluskey, you understand in order you can only speak once on each proposal. And unfortunately, you have already used that opportunity. So there's no further indicated speakers on this amendment by Councillor McCluskey. So I'm going to put it to the floor.
Okay, thank you, members. Alderman Breslin. Still with us, Alderman Breslin? Alderman Devaney?
For.
Alderman Guy? Alderman Guy?
Here now, John.
Alderman Breslin, which way do you wish to vote?
For.
Thank you. Alderman Guy?
For.
Alderman Carrigan?
For.
Alderman McClintock?
For.
Alderman McCready?
For.
Alderman McKeon? Alderman Ramsey? Alderman Work?
For.
Councillor Jason Barr?
For.
Councillor Raymond Barr? Members, just reminding you of your mics if you're not speaking or voting. Please, if you can mute your mics. Councillor Raymond Barr? No. Councillor John Boyle?
For.
Councillor Michaela Boyle?
Against.
Councillor Burke?
Against.
Councillor Carr? Councillor Cooper?
Yes.
Councillor Cusick?
For.
Councillor Dobbins?
For.
Councillor Donnelly? Councillor Donnelly? Councillor Duffy?
Against.
Councillor Durkin?
For.
Councillor Edwards?
For.
Councillor Farrell?
For.
Councillor Ferguson?
For.
Councillor Fleming?
Against, John.
Councillor Gallagher? Councillor Harkin?
For.
Councillor Jackson?
Against.
Councillor Kelly?
Against.
Councillor Logue?
Against, John.
Councillor McCann.
For.
Councillor McCluskey.
For.
Councillor McHugh.
Against, John.
Councillor McKeever.
For.
Councillor McKinney.
For.
Councillor Mellon.
Or against, sorry.
Councillor Mooney.
For, John.
Councillor Riley.
For, John.
Councillor Tierney.
For.
Thank you, members.
Okay, members, 26 for the amendment, 10 against, and no abstentions. Therefore, the amendment is carried. Referred back now to the substantive motion. And I have no indicated speakers at this point, so I'm going to ask Councillor Farrell to sum up. Councillor Farrell.
Well, there's not much of my original motion left there, but happy that there is broad consensus across this virtual chamber. McGee expansion is the most important, or one of the most important issues across this city, and I look forward to the executive bringing forward concrete proposals of how they're going to expand our university. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Members, I'm going to ask the Chief Executive to take us through the vote at this point. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, members. Alderman Breslin. Alderman Breslin.
For.
Thank you. Alderman Devaney. Alderman Devaney.
For.
Alderman Guy.
For.
Alderman Carrigan.
You're glad that they should for.
Alderman Carrigan. Alderman McCuntock.
For.
Alderman McCready.
For.
Alderman McCain.
For.
Alderman Ramsey.
For.
Alderman Wark.
For.
Councillor Jason Barr.
For.
Councillor John Boyle.
For.
Councillor Michaela Boyle. Councillor Michaela Boyle. Councillor Burke.
For.
Councillor Carr. Councillor Carr.
Sorry, John, it's Michaela. For.
Thank you, Michaela. Councillor Carr. Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
For.
Councillor Cusick.
For.
Councillor Dobbins.
For.
Councillor Duffy.
For.
Councillor Durkin. Councillor Edwards.
For.
Councillor Farrell.
For.
Councillor Ferguson.
For.
Members, might this be unanimous?
Yeah.
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 Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, John. Motion in the name of Councillor Farrell passes unanimous. Members, the next three items are open for information, 11, 12 and 13. And I'm going to take them as read unless anyone indicates that they want to speak on a particular issue.
Mayor, could I come in? This is the response to motions part.
Councillor Riley, go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Mayor, for letting me in. I'm conscious of the time. I don't want to delay everybody much longer, but I think it is important that we note some of the responses. Specifically, I think the one that I asked for in relation to the care homes and the visitation rights. I'm aware that the Minister yesterday announced new guidance that was being issued to care homes, which was allowing the care homes to designate care partners, which is a good thing, as it will allow the family members that are very concerned about the well-being of their loved ones, that ability to go in and see their loved one, to not only provide a very much needed hello and a friendly face to the loved one in the care home, but also critically it means such a difference to the well-being of the resident, not just in a physical sense, but also in a mental sense. So I think that that's very welcome. But I think it does need a little bit of clarity, because it says about care homes being able to designate care partners, but the frequency of the visits into each care home is just references as throughout the week. It doesn't go into detail. So I think there may be scope for the council to contact the department to get some clarity on the number of times that a care partner will be able to visit the care homes within the guidance. Mayor, that issue in terms of the care homes that we raised previously also resulted in a reply coming from the RQAA, and it's on that point I think that in relation to care homes, again in the news yesterday we had a care home within our council area being investigated by RQAA, and responses being made that the care home has to carry out some maintenance work. Now, this care home has a number of premises throughout the council areas. So I think that there is scope for our council ensuring that the other homes under the same management are also up to standard, because in this instance the RQA have made it clear that there were problems with the home, and that there was requirements placed upon the home to carry out much needed maintenance works. So I think it would be incumbent on us as the local authority to make sure that the presence of Legionella in the care home, and I'm conscious that thankfully no patient developed any illness because of that, but nonetheless the presence of Legionella is a very serious thing. So I think the council has a duty to make sure that similar care homes run by the same operator are not in the same position. So could we as a council, I would propose, write to the owner of the care home seeking assurances that the other homes that are that are under their control are up to standard. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Riley. Can I get a seconder for that proposal, please?
I'll second that.
Councillor Farrell, thank you. Councillor Farrell, you also wanted on an issue. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a separate issue. It's the response from DFC regarding the anti-poverty strategy. Councillor Harkin had a motion a few months ago, and it was about poverty deprivation across the north. An output of that motion was that we contacted DFC to ask them, where's their anti-poverty strategy? A High Court ruling in 2015 said Stormont needed one, and they didn't have one. That was 5 years ago. And New Decade, New Approach in January said that the DFC would produce its anti-poverty strategy by March 2020, ready for executive sign-off. The correspondence says that it's anticipated by the end of 2021. I don't think that's good enough. That's over another year that we have to wait for this document that we've been waiting 5 years for. So I don't think it's good enough. And I know Councillor Harkin's motion set up an anti-poverty working group, and I think a key output of that working group should be challenging the timescales attached to this anti-poverty strategy. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mayor. It's on number 11 again. Strathclyde Greenway, note the response from DFI, and obviously welcome the recent needs of the funding. I just wanted to know, the motion originally was to contact more than just DFI, and wanted to see if there was a response or even a letter sent off to DEAR or DFC to see if we can secure the other half of the funding. And the other one is obviously the Department of Justice. I just wanted it noted, obviously there was comments earlier on in the meeting saying that Minister Long on a whim decided to put in regulations the night before the Black Lives Matter rally, where I think on that letter itself, it shows you that it was a decision, well, it was regulations from the Department of Health, and I want to welcome her really extensive reply there, and hopefully that will cover any issues that Councillor McCann had before, but that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ferguson. Councillor McCann.
Well, just on that last thing, it doesn't actually, I don't think, Rachel, that it covers everything that I was concerned about. Now I'm not starting around about that now. And I wanted to refer to, if I can bloody find here, the Korean dairy rail upgrade there and the response. And I wasn't going to, again, I could speak for an hour on it if everybody allowed me to, but it's, I just say
Not the night, not the night.
okay, yeah, but if you want to be up to date on what the attitudes are and so forth, I just want to quote something to you about the state of the railways. 8 days ago, that is 7 days ago, on Thursday, a week, the department revealed that a number of new schemes for park and ride to facilitate people using the trains were going to be open. 5 new park and rides were going to be open. Well, I tell you, Newton Ards, Cumber, East Belfast, Downpatrick, and Troopers Lane. Now, I can't see everybody, but I imagine that most people are scratching their heads and saying, well, what exactly is Troopers Lane? It's a hamlet quite near to Carrickfergus. Troopers Lane is the 47th biggest station out of 54 Northern Ireland rail stations. Yet it gets a new facility and we don't. That's all I'm saying. I don't like to be whinging and be a dairy whinger and all that there, but it's quite striking that this can happen. 5 new park and rides to aid sort of people getting to train stations and using our railways, 5 of them, all within 30 miles of Belfast. None of them at all in the vicinity of Derry.
Thank you, Councillor McCann. Members, there's no other indicated speaker, so I'm going to look for a proposer and seconder to go into confidential. I think there's a couple of voices there.
Proposed Morris here.
Morris Devaney, and I think I heard.
I took that in before you called that. Can I come on there just a one?
Yeah, go ahead.
Cheers. I'm just going to take 2 minutes this here. It was on reference, sorry, 2 seconds. It was reference reopening schools. So, Mayor, I have very much concerns with the rising number of the COVID, and obviously on that was on that paper. But can we meet possibly next week with the chief executive to give us a clear understanding, especially with the rise we have had in the last 7 days, and obviously DC where we're standing, possibly maybe Wednesday, because I'm hearing hopefully there are rumours Alta Gavin is very, very busy tonight. But my also concern was reference stuff like amusement parks getting put in the city, where that week we were more or less stopping Halloween events in the city, Christmas events in the city, and then next month we've seen a big fresh wheel. And for me, I actually got rattled on social media, and I would say a lot of our councillors and aldermen might have got it as well. But can I ask the chief executive who has put out these licenses, but is it through council? And if it is, it should be coming to a committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman Wark. Councillor Riley, is it the same issue? Councillor Riley?
Yes, Mayor, it is the same issue. Can I just speak in support of Alderman Wark's commentary in relation to the chief executive about the need for for some clarity here. We've seen in recent days there's a huge spike in the number of cases in our council area. We are now one of the most affected council area in terms of new cases in the past couple of days, and that's matched by our neighbours in Donegal, unfortunately. Now we've seen earlier tonight, while this meeting has been taking place, the Irish government introducing new measures affecting people in Donegal. So my question is twofold. One, first of all, what steps and what actions can we take in our council area in relation to our own services and our own facilities and staff to make sure that they are safe and that the wider public are safe, just as we did back in the early time in the spring? And the second question is, given the decisions taken by the Irish government affecting people in Donegal and local lockdowns and encouraging people only to travel when necessary, how is that affecting our own ability to staff and maintain our own services, given that so many of our workforce within the council are actually Donegal residents? Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll maybe come in on some of those points, albeit obviously a lot of it is developing news, members. In relation to our figures, there has been a very, very significant uplift in figures over the last number of days in particular. I'm sure you're well aware of them. The key figure that government is currently using, certainly in Northern Ireland and actually right across these islands, to compare areas is the number of positive cases per 100,000 over a 7-day average. Our figures for quite some time were sitting below 20, and indeed until last Thursday, and until Saturday week ago, they were 12. Rose very rapidly last week towards last weekend to 60, 70, 80. And today, I think the figure that's been quoted from earlier in the week, I think it's Tuesday's data, would put them at somewhere like 144 per 100,000. So certainly in relation to that data and by comparison with other council areas, the Derry City and Strabane District Council area has now moved, as I say, in relation to that data, into the highest level of all of the Northern Ireland councils, and actually considerably higher than the other higher councils, which are Belfast, Urian, and Down. This evening, as members are aware, the Irish government lifted the restrictions in Donegal to level 3. As we've been on the meeting, I've been in contact with officials both in the Irish government and with the colleagues in Donegal County Council. We've arranged a meeting with colleagues in Donegal County Council tomorrow morning, and we hope to issue joint statements in relation to messaging for the people of the wider Northwest Derry, Strabane and Donegal area. And indeed, we have prepared this evening a joint statement to go out from both mayors at some point tomorrow with regard to the situation. Obviously mindful of the advice on both sides of the border. With regard to our own services, and this has been mentioned, all of our services that are currently operating strictly in accordance with all government guidance. All facilities that are open strictly in accordance with government guidance, with all social distancing, sanitizing measures in place. So as of this moment in time, there are no further restrictions to council services planned, as all of them are currently operating within that guidance. However, the situation obviously will remain very fluid in the next couple of days in particular, while we keep a close eye on those figures, and should the situation change, I'll obviously refer to yourselves as quickly as possible. But in summary, at this moment in time, we do plan, and the comms team have been working closely with the mayor today to ensure that reinforced messaging goes out on all social media channels from council this weekend. We will work tomorrow, and indeed are this evening, hand in glove with colleagues in Donegal County Council, and we will keep a very close eye on figures and respond accordingly in relation to any of our services, facilities or buildings, should the situation deteriorate further. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, John. I hope that answers the Councillor Riley and Alderman Work. Members, there was a proposal and seconder to go on the confidential, so I'm going to move to that stage. Item number 14, members, is a confirmation of the confidential minutes of